On July 28, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander was born in Riverside, California, the son of Gary and Pamela Alexander. Travis's early years were marred by tragedy. At age 11, an unstable and ultimately toxic home life forced him to live with his paternal grandparents after his father's tragic death in mid-1997. He was followed by his 7 brothers and sisters. Despite his rough upbringing, Travis performed rather well in school, attended college, and eventually secured a job with a company known as Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, first as a salesman and later as the company's motivational speaker, a position that paid considerably better. As part of his job at PPL, Travis often attended conferences that took place in Las Vegas, applying his trade as a motivational speaker in front of audiences of hundreds. During one such conference in September 2006, there was one particular woman in the audience who was enraptured by Travis's charisma and talent for public speaking. She approached him afterward, introducing herself and striking up a conversation that would spark a long-term friendship. This woman's name was Jodi Arias. Jodi and Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, to a mother of European ancestry and a father of Mexican ancestry. After she met Travis at the PPL conference, the pair grew increasingly close, leading Jodi to convert to Mormonism just 2 months later, actually being baptized by Travis himself at a ceremony that took place in Southern California. Despite the distance between them, the couple began dating a few months later, and Jodi even took steps to move to Mesa and then Yreka, California, living in her grandparents' place to be closer to Travis. Travis and Jodi had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship for almost a year and a half, often forced to maintain a long-distance relationship due to the fact that one lived in Arizona while the other remained in California for work. Such distance would put a strain on any relationship, but there appeared to be additional factors that made Jodi and Travis's relationship less than healthy. From the very first time Travis introduced Jodi to his close friends, they seemed to take an instant dislike to her. Jodi didn't seem keen to impress or ingratiate herself with them, appearing generally disinterested in anyone but Travis. His friends detected a kind of jealousy in her, noting that she acted overly possessive of Travis while failing to show him much affection. From the start, they found Jodi's behavior worrying, even frightening. Shortly after Jodi moved into her grandparents' home in Yreka, she and Travis arranged to accompany one another on a week-long work-related trip to Cancun, Mexico. Scheduled for June 15, the couple intended to make something of a vacation out of it. However, not long after, Travis reportedly went to company headquarters to request that his travel companion be changed to another member of the sales team. Speculation regarding this decision is abundant, but the best guess is that it involved a breakdown in his and Jodi's relationship. On May 28, Jodi called Travis in a state of distress, telling him there had been a burglary at her grandparents' place where she was staying. Feeling unsafe, she begged to come and stay with him for a while. The burglars had stolen a number of valuable items during the break-in, but the most significant was a .25 caliber Colt pistol that belonged to her grandfather. The police had no luck finding the perpetrators and eventually gave up searching altogether, as they couldn't seem to find any evidence to identify those involved. In response to Jodi's plea to stay with him, Travis straight up refused. This might be the best evidence we have that the two had broken up by that point. If Travis loved her or had any feelings for her at all, surely he would have offered her a place to stay, but he didn't. Alternatively, it's possible that Travis did love her but was stopped from inviting her over by something else. It's plausible that there were other women in Travis's life, but it is also possible he didn't invite Jodi over because he was afraid of her. On June 2nd, Jodi called Travis yet again, repeatedly attempting to reach him between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. However, her cell phone records show that the longest call was a mere 17 seconds, indicating he likely didn't pick up the phone. Just after 3 in the morning, Travis called Jodi back, and the pair engaged in a lengthy conversation that we have no idea what was said during that call. but we do know that at around 5:30 that same morning, Jody drove over to a car rental place in Redding, California, entering the business shortly after it opened at 8 a.m. She told the clerk that she wished to use the car for a long drive to Utah for a work-related trip and then planned to visit a few friends on her way to Utah, where she would meet up with a fellow PPL employee named Ryan Burns. However, Jody didn't show up to meet Ryan until late in the evening on June 3rd, leaving a sizable amount of time to be accounted for that day. When she did finally arrive in the West Jordan suburb of Salt Lake City to meet Ryan Burns, he noticed some unusual things about Kirka. Firstly, he saw that her normally dyed blonde hair was now brown, but not its natural shade of brown, and she seemed to have cuts or scratches all over her hands. Jody also refused to let him near the rental car, insisting they take his car to the PPL business conference. Naturally, Ryan thought this behavior was unusual, but the pair had more important concerns as the conference kept them occupied for the majority of the day. Ryan had an additional reason to keep quiet about Jody's unusual behavior. He and Jody had begun something of a love affair during their time in Utah, spending several hours hugging and kissing on a large beanbag chair at the place they were staying. Jody reassured him about the cuts on her hands by saying she had gotten them while working part-time at a Mexican restaurant in the Wairika area, an excuse that seemed sufficient to assuage his suspicions. Once their business concluded, Jody departed from Salt Lake City on June 6, driving back westward toward California. Her cell phone records showed that she tried to call Travis several times, leaving a handful of voicemails, yet she also apparently found a way to access the voicemail system. Why exactly she chose to do so remains a matter of conjecture, but it certainly constitutes some rather unusual behavior. When she returned the rental car to the outlet in Redding, the clerk began to inspect the interior as a matter of routine. It was then he too noticed something unusual. The vehicle was missing its floor mats, and on the driver and passenger sides, there were some kind of stains on the upholstery, as if some thick liquid had been spilled and left to dry. However, since the upholstery was black and the color of said liquid was not visible, no suspicions were raised among the staff at the car rental outlet, and the interior was clean before it could be inspected by anyone important. Meanwhile, a few days prior, Travis's employers had tried to contact him for a conference call, only to have their calls go unanswered. This same pattern repeated for several days, with friends and colleagues calling, only for Travis not to pick up his phone. By June 9th, a handful of Travis's friends began to worry about his well-being and agreed to go over to his home to check on him. They spoke to a few other tenants who lived in the same building as Travis and found they hadn't seen him in a few days. However, since he traveled for work frequently, they didn't seem to think there was anything to worry about. One of Travis's neighbors was in possession of the spare key to his apartment, which Travis had entrusted to them in case he ever lost his keys. The concerned group of friends proceeded to unlock the door to Travis's apartment, calling out his name as they entered. Then, one of them froze with a sharp gasp, pointing to a pool of congealed blood that sat in the hallway of Travis's bedroom. In a panic, they began to search the apartment for him, eventually encountering the sight of his days-old corpse lying in the bathtub, covered in blood. His friends cried and screamed as they called 911 but did not attempt to revive him, as it was obvious from the state of his dead body that he had been deceased for some time. During the 911 call that followed the discovery, a police dispatcher asked if Travis had potentially contemplated ending his own life or if his friends knew of anyone who might have been threatening his life. His friends immediately mentioned Jody Arias, his ex-girlfriend, as a possible suspect in his murder. They indicated that in the days before his death, Travis had mentioned that Jody had been stalking him, accusing him of seeing someone else, and seemed to be in some form of jealous rage. This psychopathic jealousy led her to attempt to access his Facebook account and even go so far as to slash his car's tires. When investigating officers arrived at Travis's home, they commenced an intense search for any evidence or clues regarding the identity of the killer. One of the most curious things they discovered was a recently purchased digital camera found in the washing machine. Despite significant water damage, police were able to recover the camera's memory card, which had a number of photographs that someone had apparently attempted to delete. These photographs showed Travis and Jody in numerous suggestive poses taken on the afternoon of June 4. The final photograph from the series was taken at 5:39 p.m. that same day and showed Travis alive and well while taking a shower, smiling playfully and completely naked, a candid depiction of the man's final moments. Another photograph taken just minutes later depicted Travis bleeding profusely while lying on the bathroom floor. DNA samples were collected from bloody handprints found in the bathroom, which provided police with solid evidence to arrest a suspect, as they contained not only Travis's DNA but also Jody Arias's, after being indicted for first-degree murder by a grand jury in Maricopa County. Jody was arrested at her home in California and then extradited to Arizona on September 5, 2008. Less than a week later, she pled not guilty, providing several different accounts of her alleged involvement in Travis's death. Initially, she told investigating officers that she was nowhere near Arizona on the day her ex-boyfriend was murdered, but after pressure from the cops, she admitted she had been present at the time of his death but claimed it involved a home invasion where two individuals broke into Travis's residence, killing him and attacking her in turn. 2 years of investigation later, Jody changed her story entirely, telling the police that she had indeed killed Travis but only in self-defense. She spun a tale of brutal domestic violence, claiming she was a victim of a cruel and violent man and that she regularly feared for her life around him. At her trial in February 2013, Jody recounted to the jury that she had been physically and emotionally abused by her parents and that her life with Travis had echoed that same cycle of abuse and guardianship, one she wanted to escape from but couldn't quite bring herself to. She described the abusive lifestyle Travis subjected her to, which she said included a considerable amount of BDSM and other painful acts that violated Mormon rules. Jody also recorded a phone conversation with Travis that she used as evidence to prove he had once wanted to use zip ties to tie her to a tree while she dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. She claimed to have responded enthusiastically on the phone but testified in court that it was all an act, stating the idea terrified her and was typical of the kinds of things Travis wanted to do. Jody also alleged that Travis admitted to finding underage children attractive, painting him as a complete monster. However, the prosecution argued that Jody was a vengeful and vindictive person who had recorded the phone conversation in an attempt to blackmail Travis and embarrass him before his Mormon peers. The prosecution also questioned a forensic expert before the jury, prompting them to confirm that a thorough examination of Travis's computer found no evidence of child pornography or any references to anything inappropriate with children. Rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution included several of Travis's other girlfriends, who stated he never exhibited problems with anger or violence. Clinical psychologist Janine Demarte testified for the prosecution, stating she found no evidence that Travis had ever abused Jody, and also noted that Jody suffered from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. The final nail in Jody's legal coffin was the prosecution telling the jury that a single .25 caliber bullet casing was found near Travis's body, the same caliber as the gun stolen from her grandparents' place just a week before the murder. It turned out Jody had faked the entire burglary just to obtain the murder weapon, which not only demonstrated she was a dangerous psychopath willing to harm those close to her to achieve her goals, but also indicated that she had been planning to kill Travis for quite some time. After a trial that reportedly cost U.S. taxpayers over $3 million, the jury found Jody guilty of first-degree murder. She narrowly avoided the death penalty when a judge essentially took pity on her mental illness, sentencing her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. She was also ordered to pay Travis's siblings over $30,000 in damages. As of 2016, Jodi is housed at Arizona State Prison Complex Perryville, and her case and trial have garnered considerable social media interest, with even Donald Trump commenting on what he called her obvious guilt. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this whole sordid drama is that Travis may have genuinely believed he had found the love of his life. Searching for the fairy tale romance that all people desire, he found the polar opposite, a living nightmare that ended with him losing his life to someone who could fairly be described as a conniving, violent, psychopathic predator. Relationships break down all the time for various reasons. People hurt, people cry, but most ultimately move on and find someone else. Jodi took that chance away from Travis in a horrifically callous and bloody manner. Instead of letting Travis go, she dragged him down like a sinking ship, one from which neither of them will ever emerge intact. On May 19 of 1884, a yacht known as the Mignonette departed the English port of Southampton bound for the coast of eastern Australia. Constructed in 1867, the 52-ton cruiser had been purchased by an Australian lawyer named Jack W., who sought a suitable crew to transport her to Sydney. But it was no small feat. Many experienced sailors noted that the yacht was an inshore boat unsuited to long voyages in open waters. And what's more, even the most experienced sailors were intimidated by the 15,000-mile journey, with many turning the job offer down before a full crew was finally assembled. In the end, a four-man team was put together, which consisted of Captain Tom Dudley, Edwin Stevens, Edmund Brooks, and a 17-year-old cabin boy by the name of Richard Parker. Almost 2 months into their journey, the crew of the Mignonette found themselves sailing into a gale around 1,600 miles northwest of South Africa's Cape of Good Hope. Despite the fierce winds, their journey was progressing steadily. Then, in order to enjoy a good night's sleep, Captain Dudley gave the order to heave to. In sailing, heaving to is a way of slowing a vessel's forward progress, as well as fixing the helm and sail position so that the vessel does not have to be steered, is commonly used as a way for sailors to take a break or to wait out strong or contrary winds. However, just as the maneuver was completed and young Richard Parker was sent below to prepare tea, a freak wave struck the Mignonette, damaging a bulkhead and causing vast amounts of seawater to flood into her hold. Realizing the yacht was doomed, Captain Dudley ordered his 3 crew members to man their single 13-foot lifeboat. The lifeboat was a flimsy construction, with its boards only a quarter-inch thick, but as the Mignonette began to list and groan, it proved the crew's only source of salvation. Just minutes later, the crew watched as the Mignonette disappeared below the waves, having managed to salvage nothing but a few pieces of navigational equipment and 2 tins of turnips. At first, Captain Dudley managed to stabilize the lifeboat by constructing an improvised sea anchor, a device reminiscent of a kind of waterborne parachute. It dragged behind the lifeboat, slowing its progress slightly and allowing for more effective manual steering. The captain also determined that they must have been around 700 miles from the nearest dry land, meaning that they were unlikely to be rescued anytime soon. During their first night at sea, the crew was forced to fight off a great white shark using nothing but their oars. The next morning, they were able to catch a sea turtle by simply dragging it out of the water. This yielded about 3 pounds of meat each, plus the bones, which, along with the tins of turnips, lasted until July 17th. The sailors planned on drinking the turtle blood to stave off fatal dehydration, but after it became contaminated with seawater, they began imbibing their own urine. By July 20th, the teenage cabin boy Richard Parker had become so sick of drinking his own urine that he began slurping up handfuls of seawater. This only exacerbated his dangerous levels of dehydration, and he fell unconscious shortly afterward. Around the same time that young Parker began to drift into unconsciousness, Dudley, Stevens, and Brooks began discussing the prospect of cannibalism. On July 24th, Dudley told the others that it was better for one of them to die so that the others would survive and suggested they should draw lots. Brooks refused, but that night, Dudley once again raised the matter and pointed out that while the childless cabin boy was most probably dying, he and Stevens had wives and families to take care of. The boy would be mourned, but unlike their women and children, his parents would not starve without his wages. This appeared to have been the most effective method of argument, as the next morning, Captain Dudley and Edwin Stevens made the decision to kill Richard Parker, ensuring his blood was fresh enough to drink. Brooks, who had refused to take part in the earlier discussion, claimed he neither agreed nor disagreed with the decision. Captain Dudley then said a prayer, and with Stevens holding the boy still in the event that he woke up, the captain pushed his penknife into Parker's jugular vein and ended his life. Once Parker's heart had ceased to beat, the 3 surviving sailors began butchering his body. Ironically, and despite his early reticence, it was reported that Edmund Brooks was ravenous in his consumption of Parker's flesh, while Edwin Stevens appeared to have a change of heart and ate very little. Speaking of the scene that followed, Captain Dudley later said, "I can assure you I shall never forget the sight of my 2 unfortunate companions over that ghastly meal. We were like mad wolves who should get the most, and for men, fathers of children, to commit such a deed, we could not have our right reason." Just a few days later, the survivors were still feasting on Parker's remains when they spotted the sail of a passing ship named the Monuma and successfully garnered its attention. Finally, on September 6, 1884, the Monuma sailed into Falmouth Harbor, where the 3 survivors of the Minette reported to a customs officer by the name of Mr. Cheeseman. Initially, the men were greeted with great relief, as it was assumed the Minette's crew had been lost when it failed to reach its Cape Town checkpoint. Yet, after explaining the grisly methods by which they had survived, the situation took a dramatic turn. Incredibly, the surviving crew members were remarkably candid regarding the retelling of the events and openly admitted to having murdered young Richard Parker before consuming his still warm flesh. Contemporary defense attorneys, who tend to limit their clients' vocabulary to the words "no" and "comment," would consider such a frank admission to be nothing short of madness. But although Captain Dudley and his 2 surviving crew members felt deep shame and guilt, they were comfortable in their confession because, in doing so, they invoked what was known as the custom of the sea. Since the very first days of humanity's oceanic exploration, accidents and misfortune has humbled even the hardiest of vessels, and those who survived their sinking ships either cast adrift or washed up on some far-flung shore were often faced with what was referred to as the delicate question, to eat or not to eat their dead or dying shipmates. Thankfully, only a very small number of seamen and explorers have been faced with such a grim situation. But with 19th century British culture being so centered around its maritime industries, such incidents became embedded into the public consciousness. For example, in the early 1600s, 7 English sailors were cruising through the Caribbean when they were blown out to sea and cast adrift for 17 days. When they reached the point of starvation, the sailors drew straws to decide who would sacrifice their flesh for the good of the collective. Ironically, the man chosen was the one who suggested the idea in the first place. According to his shipmates, he nobly consented and was swiftly put to death. The sailors survived on the man's flesh until they reached the Isle of St. Martin, and following repatriation to British territory, they were put on trial for murder. However, on the day of their hearing, the colonial judge showed a great deal of sympathy towards them, which, in turn, reflected the views of the wider public. The sailors were pardoned, with the judge stating their actions were of inevitable necessity. More than 200 years later, consuming one's dead shipmates in order to survive periods of deprivation became known as the tradition of the sea. As recently as August of 1874, the crew of the C.R. Yukine was said to have resorted to cannibalism after their ship went down off the coast of Western Australia. The governor of Singapore had ordered the surviving crew members arrested, and at first, the British government encouraged him to hold a judicial inquiry. However, when it came time to actually prosecuting the men, extended procedural wrangling meant that charges were eventually dropped. This was no accident. During this period, the influence of British Admiralty over their counterparts in government cannot be overstated. Many serving members of Parliament had been officers in Her Majesty's Royal Navy prior to their retirements, so naturally, they had a great deal of sympathy for the survivors of any shipwreck. This didn't mean sailors were free to murder and cannibalize as they pleased. but under the right circumstances, invoking the custom of the sea could prove a powerful defense. The surviving crew members of the Minette knew this all too well. Yet, after relaying their story of survival to the Falmouth customs officer, the deliciously named Mr. Cheeseman, the survivors found themselves standing before a police officer named Sergeant Laverty. They were informed that although they were not being placed under arrest, they were not permitted to leave Falmouth until the situation had been resolved. In the hours that followed, an emergency meeting of the harbor's commissioners yielded the following report. The police have apprehended Thomas Dudley, Ed Stevens, and E. Brooks of the yacht Minette on a charge of killing at sea on the 20th of July last the boy Richard Parker, after being for 18 days at sea with no food or drink. Summonses were also served on 2 seamen of the German bark Monuma as witnesses in the case, being those who cleared the boat of Parker. When news of the macabre story spread around Falmouth, there seemed to be a surprising amount of sympathy for the Minette survivors. When they were officially arrested, a local businessman named John Burton paid a generous amount to bail them out of prison. Even though he had eaten heartily of Parker's butchered flesh, there were deafening cries for clemency when it was heard that Edmund Brooks had refused to take part in the boy's murder. Brooks was acquitted, but despite the controversy, Stevens and Captain Dudley were to be put on trial for murder. Following their transfer to an Exeter courthouse, Stevens and Dudley were found guilty of Richard Parker's murder and condemned to hang. Yet, as one might imagine, the decision was met with outrage from both the Admiralty and the wider British public. Finally, after lengthy and considerable pressure, the death warrants for Stevens and Dudley were torn up and their sentences were reduced to a mere 6 months' imprisonment. The case of the Crown versus Dudley and Stevens is one of the few 19th-century criminal procedures still analyzed by law students today. It was also the inspiration for the name of the Bengal tiger in the novel Life of Pi. Some mistakenly believe that the case also inspired Edgar Allan Poe's only complete novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, and it's easy to understand why. Told from the perspective of the anonymous Gordon Pym, it recounts the tale of a perilous sea voyage in which, following a mutiny and monstrous storm, Pym finds himself in charge of the ship's battered remains and accompanied by just 3 others, Augustus Peters and a young cabin boy by the name of Richard Parker. Halfway through the novel, having survived for days on nothing but scraps of turtle meat and drops of fresh water, the desperate survivors are forced to invoke the so-called custom of the sea and begin drawing lots to determine the victim. In the end, it comes down to just Gordon Pym and Richard Parker, and it is Parker who is chosen to be eaten. Yet, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket was not published in the aftermath of the Mignonette sinking. It was published in 1838, a full 46 years before the Mignonette sank and 29 years before Richard Parker, the ill-fated cabin boy, was even conceived. Some suggested this was evidence of Poe's supposed morbid prescience, a symptom of his ever-lingering genius. But perhaps such a coincidence is suggestive of the repetitive and inevitable nature of the event itself. For, since the very first days of humanity's oceanic exploration, accidents and misfortune have humbled even the hardiest of vessels. And so perhaps those who survived disasters involving interstellar starships who ended up stranded on some far-flung shore will once again be faced with what was once referred to as the delicate question. In January of 1992, Emily was just a 17-year-old senior at Gilmer High School. With her well-coiffed curly blonde hair, extravagant jewelry choices, and bright blue eyes, Emily Day was a pretty picture and had no problem making friends. After she relocated from Natchitoches, Louisiana, to Gilmer, Texas, to live with her mother and stepfather, she hit the ground running and struck up an on-again, off-again relationship with a young man by the name of Chris Denton. The two spent a great deal of time together in the lead-up to the new year. It seemed Emily's life was going swimmingly well, and it's clear that no one could have possibly expected what fate had in store for her, something that would raise questions among true crime enthusiasts that pervade even today. On January 5, 1992, Emily finished her shift at the Gilmer Square outlet of Northeast Texas Video, closing the store at around 8:30 p.m. before heading over to a local bank to deposit the store's daily takings. This particular bank branch's security cameras showed that an individual did indeed make the night deposit for that evening. But the captured footage didn't provide a clear enough image of the person for a positive identification of Emily, simply showing an arm in her car. We can presume it was her, but we can't be 100% certain. After locking down the store's shutters with her manager, Joe, he wished Emily good night before driving away in his truck. The last he ever saw of her, she was last seen wearing cut-off stonewashed jeans, a purple rugby shirt with gold trim, and brown loafers, and was getting into her car in preparation for her night drive to the bank. But Emily didn't arrive home that night, nor did she check in with any of her friends. Her mother became so worried that she sent her stepfather out into the night to aid in the police search that ensued, and like grim providence, it was him that found Emily's abandoned car in the Northeast Texas video parking lot at around 5 a.m. The car was sporting a single slashed tire, and all of Emily's personal belongings, including her purse, were inside her car. Only she and her keys were missing. At first glance, what happened appeared to be a complete mystery, but it was one that local law enforcement was determined to get to the bottom of. For 2 years, the investigation into Emily's disappearance was headed up by a Sergeant James Brown. One of the first people investigated was obviously Joe, her manager, and the last person to see her alive. However, not only did Joe have multiple alibis, he passed several lie detector tests issued by the police, and as a result, he was ruled out as a suspect. Sergeant Brown oversaw a team consisting of hundreds of police officers and local volunteers, one of which poured thousands of man-hours into an intensive search of the surrounding area. Yet, despite such a thorough search as well as hundreds of tips from the general public, not a single trace of Emily was ever found. Police believed they were close when they arrested 17-year-old Daniel, who was taken into custody on misdemeanor charges in an incident of alleged tire slashing. Daniel was guilty of many things, but as police discovered, slashing Emily's tires wasn't one of them, and in the end, he too was ruled out as a suspect in Emily's disappearance. Investigators then turned their gaze to another suspect, Emily's on and off again boyfriend, Chris Denton. The couple was said to have been going through a rough patch at the time of her disappearance. With people saying that Chris had something of a short temper, there was a period where he became the case's prime suspect. However, through the course of the investigation, circumstantial evidence would clear him of all wrongdoing, and the police would be forced to look elsewhere for their abductor. Unbelievably, in a number of interviews conducted in the process of their investigation, police heard a handful of stories alluding to a satanic cult that called Gilmer home. But since the accusations named members of law enforcement as members of the cult, specifically Sergeant James Brown himself, the claims weren't taken seriously by those that heard them. Yet, in 1994, the local community was rocked by almost 50 indictments against 10 different people, all on charges of child abuse, and given some of the evidence presented against them, police proceeded with charges of aggravated assault, aggravated kidnapping, and capital murder in connection with Emily's disappearance. It's at this point that Emily's story seems to intersect with that of the Clure family. Because, in 1990, a man named Wardell Clure told his wife Loretta that he wanted a divorce, kicking off a chain of events that would bring prosecutors their one best chance at finding the perpetrator. Wardell Clure was one of 6 adult children of Eva and Geo Clure, a couple who were briefly married in the 1950s before a hasty divorce. Geo Clure went on to marry 2 other men, both of whom died before Geo remarried Eva, making him both her first and her 4th husband. According to their children, Eva and Geo Clure abused their children on a daily basis. A relative later confirmed their claims of carnal abuse and spoke of witnessing daily incidents of indecent assault. The same relative also confirmed that they'd witnessed Geo Clure's interest in satanic practices, including daily readings from the Satanic Bible and an interest in both animal and human sacrifices. In exchange for law enforcement's help in escaping the Clure family, one of their grown-up sons' wives offered to tell investigators everything. She claimed she was kept as a slave to the family for 10 years, couldn't drive a car, was constantly threatened by Gio and Danny, and her only form of identification, her birth certificate, was kept by Danny in his wallet. In her own horrifying words, her role was simply as a breeder. Cut back to Wardell asking his wife for a divorce. Loretta strongly began to suspect that Wardell was trying to ditch her for a younger woman, and if that was the case, she was going to burn his entire life down before she left. She went to the police with accusations, and, as a result, Wardell was arrested, placed on the offenders registry, and forced to serve out a period of probation. A state welfare worker assigned to the case later concluded that ritualistic satanic abuse was endemic in all branches of the Clure family, and over the next several years, almost a dozen of the clan's children were taken into the care of Child Protective Services. The social worker also mentioned in a horrifying affidavit that in October of 1992, 2 of the children took us to show us where the devil meet people to abuse and hurt babies. In 1994, the escaped Clure wife was interviewed by the Harrison County Jail in Marshall, Texas, in which she described in gruesome detail the torture that Emily Wilson endured for approximately 9 days before she was ritually sacrificed and then cannibalized. She described Gio as the leader and said that several of the Clure clan, along with Sergeant James Brown, were all present during these events. Connie Martin and Wanda Clure both had stated in interviews that Emily Wilson was a birthday present for Gio Clure and that the matriarch reveled in the poor girl's torment. Yet, in light of the accusations, it came to light that information was allegedly coerced from the Clure children as well as some of those indicted in the disappearance. Some of the children were allegedly programmed to tell the stories the investigators wanted, while the prosecution tried to coerce a confession by offering life in prison in opposition to the death penalty as long as they confessed. This was best summarized in a quote from a state official that reads, "Investigators working on little more than hearsay have created a mythology about a satanic cult leading to what some describe as a modern witch hunt." They indicted a whole family and even a police investigator, destroying his law enforcement career, straining his marriage, and prompting death threats. The Texas Attorney General, finding no evidence that any of the charges were true, instead uncovered suggestions that the whole cult theory was the product of coercion by overzealous investigators, even to the point that they physically restrained children to elicit allegations of satanic activity. Ultimately, the Attorney General's office was forced to dismiss every single one of the charges alleging satanic abuse and sacrificial murder. The satanic cult was found to be a complete fabrication, nothing more than a fantasy concocted by the Clure children under the influence of police investigators. Chris Denton, Emily's old boyfriend, tragically died of cancer in 2004, but there were rumors that he had made a deathbed confession. However, close family dismissed these allegations as thoughtless, malicious hearsay and maintained Chris's innocence to this day. Joe Henry, the owner and manager of Northeast Texas Video and the last person to see Emily before she vanished, stayed mostly under the radar for a number of years. But in a despicable twist in the story, Joe was arrested on charges of possessing indecent images of children. However, police have emphasized that, in spite of the nature of the charges against him, he had never been considered a serious suspect in Emily's case. For all the twists and turns, trials and confessions, finger-pointing, and numerous suspects, Emily Wilson has never been found. Despite 20 years of searching, she is presumed dead, but a body has never been found, and no valid charges have ever been made in connection with the case. Without a body or a crime scene being recovered, there's simply no way of coming up with any definitive explanation as to why she disappeared. There must be a rational explanation as to why she vanished, but given the circumstances, for all intents and purposes, Emily in her case appeared to have dropped off the face of the earth, never to be seen again. Before I get started telling you about the worst night of my life, which was actually supposed to be the best night of my life, I have to give you a little bit of backstory to make it make sense. You see, the man I ended up marrying is the exact opposite of the men I dated in my younger years. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a recovered drug addict, but that should also tell you something about the people I used to hang around and, at some points, date. I wasn't raised in the nicest of neighborhoods, and I didn't have the kind of parents that cared what I did or where I went. I was lucky if I came home and there was actually food in the fridge. I ended up dropping out at 14 and moving in with my boyfriend at the time. He was 23. Yeah, I know what you're all thinking. A 23-year-old with a 14-year-old girl is gross and in no way okay. But I was 14. I thought it was cool that an older guy wanted to be with me. My parents didn't even question where I was going when they saw me moving things out of the house, so I just figured everything was fine. My friends from school kept telling me not to move in with him, but I thought they were just jealous. So I did it anyway and cut all of them out of my life. Now, we'll call this guy that I moved in with Danny. Danny was a meth addict. I say was, but honestly, I'm 99% sure that he still is. The house I moved into was completely disgusting, with rotting floors, mold everywhere, and random people coming in and out all day and during all hours of the night. Part of me regretted moving in with him, but I was stubborn and didn't want to prove my friends right. Besides, life with Danny was fun, or so my 14-year-old self thought. We would smoke all the time. He got me whatever I wanted, by shoplifting, of course, and he was nice to me. Well, not actually nice to me. He would compliment me and tell me how amazing I was and that he loved me, but at the same time, he would hit me whenever he got high. He always apologized after, and I always forgave him. After all, I had nowhere to go, and he always reminded me that no one would ever love me as much as he did. Well, I bet you can guess what happened next. I eventually got hooked on meth. I was 15 when he first asked me if I wanted to try it. I said no a few times, but he kept pressuring me and begging me just to try it, and I finally gave in. I couldn't describe the exact feeling to you even if I wanted to. All I knew was that I needed to feel that feeling again. I think I finally realized I had a problem about a year in when I couldn't stop. I had to have it. I couldn't even go half a day without getting high, and it was all I thought about, and it completely consumed me. One day, I ran into one of my childhood friends who was a few years older than me at the store when I was about 18 years old. She just gasped when she saw me. Her mouth was wide open as she stared at me, and I knew why. I looked horrible. My teeth were rotting, my hair was disgusting, the clothes I wore were ratty. I was gross, and I have no problem admitting that. It is what it is. When she finally managed to speak, all she said was, "What happened to you?" At that moment, all I felt was shame. I wanted to shrivel up in a little ball and disappear. We actually ended up talking for a few hours that day, and for some reason, I told her everything that had happened in the few years since we last talked. She listened to me, hugged me, and told me that she wanted to help me. Her husband worked at a rehabilitation center, and she was sure that she could get me in if I was willing. I honestly didn't think that I was ready for that, but I also knew that I probably would never be ready. I had this opportunity right in front of me to get help, and I knew so many people didn't have that, so I took it. I agreed to go to rehab. I left Danny that night, and when he found out where I was going, anger didn't even begin to cover how he felt. He beat me, threw all my stuff on the grass outside the house, lit it on fire, and told me dying was the only way I would ever be rid of him. I said nothing. I called my friend, and she and her husband were at the house in just under 10 minutes. Danny screamed and yelled as I got in the car. As we were driving away, he told me my life would be nothing without him. I left and I never looked back. I got through rehab and have been clean for the past 10 years. I won't lie to you and tell you that it's been easy, it hasn't. I was instructed by one of my therapists in rehab to move out of state so I wouldn't be surrounded by the same people and places that influenced me in the first place. So, I did as she said and moved to Montana. I went back to school, got my GED, and eventually went to college and graduated with a teaching degree. I got a job at the local elementary school teaching history and met the man I now call my husband. I never knew that I could be so happy, that a man could treat me so well, but there I was, the happiest I'd ever been in my life, with a stable job and in a serious, incredible relationship. When he asked me to marry him, I was overjoyed. I was so excited. I began planning immediately, and of course, the guest list would be on the small side, but that wasn't important. I was just happy to be getting married to the man of my dreams. The day the wedding rolled around, I was nervous, not cold feet nervous, just nervous and excited for the day and hoping that it would be as amazing as I thought it would be. I was wrong, and I'll tell you why. The ceremony went perfectly. We said our vows, everyone cried, including me, and it was amazing. It was everything I had dreamed of and more. Then came the reception. We booked a fairly small outdoor venue and paid to have those big party tents set up in case it started to rain and we would still be covered. People began making their toasts, and when the time came, my husband and I began our first dance together as husband and wife. As I held on to my husband's arm while we swayed to the music, I swore I was going crazy when I saw him. I knew it had to be a dumb joke my mind was playing on me, but it was no joke. He was really there, and I froze, terrified, as I watched him make his way toward me carrying something that was covered by a blood-soaked towel. I couldn't speak. I don't know why I couldn't, but no words would come out no matter how much I tried. Maybe it was a panic attack, but either way, I was desperately looking around at other people, hoping they noticed what was scaring me so bad. My husband was whispering something in my ear, but I couldn't even hear him. Everything was being tuned out, and the only thing I could focus on was Danny getting closer and closer to me with every step he took. Finally, someone noticed, and I was relieved when I saw my husband's brother get out of his seat and physically stop Danny from getting any closer to me. And that's when he did it. He uncovered what he was carrying and threw it right in my face. It hit me hard. Whatever it was heavy and wet and hit me with so much force I was on the ground in seconds. I couldn't believe what was happening. I looked down and noticed that I was covered in blood. The room started spinning, and I started hyperventilating. I could hear Danny screaming, but at that point, I couldn't focus enough on anything to tell what he was saying, and finally, I just passed out. When I woke up, I was in the back of an ambulance, getting my dress cut off so they could look for wounds. They weren't exactly sure if the blood was mine or if it all came from the pig's head. Yes, you read that right, Danny had actually thrown a severed pig's head directly at my face. I had a few cuts on my face from where the head hit me and had unfortunately swallowed some of the blood that had forced its way into my mouth on impact. My husband apparently insisted I be taken to the hospital to test for any diseases I may have gotten from it. After I passed out, a bunch of men in my husband's family tackled Danny to the ground and beat him severely until he was bloody and unconscious. When the police got there, they also just ended up taking him to the hospital as well, where he was treated for internal injuries from the beating. I was fine apart from the mental trauma and a couple of scrapes and bruises from where I was hit. My husband and I had a second ceremony a few months later, much smaller, at his parents' house to try to make up for the day that had been ruined for both of us, and it was perfect. It's just how I wanted my wedding day to be remembered. Now, Danny was sentenced to 5 years in prison with 5 years probation after his eventual release. I was relieved when I heard how long his sentence was. The mental trauma that I have has been awful, but my husband always makes me feel safe. He assured me that he would never let anything happen to me like that again, and I believed him. It wasn't his fault. We've been married now for 5 years, and I figured I'd tell this story now as Danny is set to be released in the coming months. Lately, all I do is pray to God that he isn't mad enough to pull something like that again or do something even worse. Out of the dark forest, I was hitchhiking from Liège, Germany, to Paris. He was a French man, a somewhat dirty and unshaven driver, small and shabby. He agreed to give me a ride in his car, a ride with him to Paris where I needed to pick up. My paintings were from an exhibition I had there. It was October, I was 30 years old, and he seemed about the same age. He spoke broken English, I spoke no French at all. I really didn't have a clue who this guy was. The day was mild, sunny, and blue. It was a warm and comfortable French day, a great day to hitchhike. It was around 4:30 p.m. when I met him at a gas station somewhere in France. I hopped into his little old car, happy to have scored a ride. We drove off to Paris on the main highway. After some small talk, mainly about where I'm from, he reached over my lap and opened the glove compartment. He pulled out what looked like a bunch of passports. They were passports. He handed me all 4. The first was a pretty girl who was his girlfriend and had died falling off the back of his motorcycle, he said. The second was a girlfriend who had died in a car crash. He told me the third girlfriend died from a brain tumor, and the fourth fell off a horse. He said, "I'm such an unlucky man." I agreed he was unlucky. The uneasiness started then and only grew as the miles rolled on. He was in possession of 4 young women's passports. Soon after showing me the passports, the man said he wanted to take a shortcut to Paris. It wasn't really a question to me. Excellent, I thought, get me out of here ASAP. I assumed we would cut through some charming French villages on secondary roads, past houses and farms, but no. Instead, we turned off onto an implausible dirt road off the main highway. Oh, I thought. Not good, but I kept silent. Why we keep quiet is a mystery, perhaps because of our dumb manners. At first, the road was out in the open through a field. We rolled over the typically vivid green French hillside until we finally reached the oncoming heavy woods. The road narrowed. It grew instantly darker as we entered the forest. The interior of the forest was creepy. The woods looked like the perfect place to hide something. I still found the woods beautiful and dreadful. It was at this point that my French driver shouted in broken English, "I don't want to speak English anymore." This was definitely not a request. Then silence, uncomfortable silence in the darkening forest. I started to feel a small trickle of adrenaline in my body. My fight or flight instinct was warming up. Communication had now officially ended, just silence. I pondered this because I knew I would surely have questions as we would get deeper and deeper into the thickening woods. I knew, though, that I wouldn't ask anything. Nothing. It was now 5 p.m., and the sun was fading fast. The woods grew darker. The driver seemed so tense, and I could tell he was in deep thought. I noticed his lips moving almost imperceptibly. They were rigid, snake-like. I myself had moved my hand to the car door handle, a movement I'm sure could not have been missed. The car was slowing down. It did not say a word. Was I going to die now? Did he have a gun? All these questions ran through my head. My life was now surreal. This was not my plan. Maybe I communicated with my captor in some secret way. Maybe I gave off some kind of male pheromone perceptible only to men. Facing off, I possessed my own rage issues, and I was not going down without a fight. That I knew. There would be no begging or cries of mercy from me, not to this. I also had my own secret store of crazy. I was big and strong at that time, rode tough through my travels, and there's no substitute for my nothing to lose stare. That is all I gave him. Something very primitive transpired between us then. I think rather quickly, in a matter of seconds. It's a sort of inner calculus as to whether one can overcome, stop, or kill the other guy or not, and all its peripheral considerations, not the least blood, gore, strength, and alas, dying. I don't think these calculations are the same when a victim is small and scared, begging and weak. I think between those two uneven people, it just becomes bloodlust, power, panic, scratching, and doom. 5:12 p.m. The car was now moving really slow. I entered a very strange and new place in myself. I was transformed with very little preparation, transformed into a potential killer myself, maybe. My chauffeur could read my mind, or my body language, or sense my intent, or see my hand on his dirty door handle. It was the moment of truth, and then we suddenly started to speed up. Thank God. Out of those woods. Odd how these memories have come back to me as I write this. Some memories I'm not certain of. Like, did he say he had to hit one girlfriend with a shovel because she attacked him and would not be quiet and leave him in peace? Did he really explain the 2 backpacks on the back seat? Did I not hear that on purpose? Did I later imagine those words? Did I see more passports in his glove box than the 4 he pulled out? Why didn't I say, stop the car, after the passport show? The road began to widen, and we emerged out of the dark forest into the setting sun, dark red and orange in the sky. I could hear and then see the highway. Now I saw tiny houses across the highway. I had no idea where exactly I was. The Frenchman asked me if I wanted to spend the night at his house. We could eat dinner together. A quick film of his filthy torture chamber basement ran through my head. I politely said no. My first words spoken since the order not to speak English. I sincerely think that had I broken that command and blabbered something in the woods, my story might have had a different ending. It all came down to silence. I can be silent sometimes. One needs to be to contemplate the next move. Maybe one of the faces in the passports may not have been able to spring over her nature and started to talk or beg with fear. Would that have fed the killer's darkness as evil? Who really knows? I got out at the side of the highway, and with night settling in, I watched him drive away. I never went to the police because I didn't speak French, and I thought maybe my imagination was just too damn active. I yelled something into the night sky, just wondering what the hell had just happened. It was fully dark now. I was exhausted after that little adventure and soon fell asleep on the side of the highway. The next morning, I was worried about what the new day would bring. I looked at my hands, wondering if I was still alive. Jump ahead 20 years, and I'm teaching a German business student English in a cafe on a boulevard in Liege, Germany. For whatever reason, we discussed the topic of hitchhiking, and I tell him my story. My student promptly whips out his smartphone and Googles French serial killers. Then he shows me pictures. There he was. I was shown a photo of serial killer Patrice Allegre. It was him, all those years ago, me and him on that strange ride. I had never forgotten his face. At that time, in 1990, there was a reported serial killer leaving bodies of girls on the French roadsides and highways. He was in the midst of his killing hobby back then. I had heard about a killer on the loose. My French girlfriend told me to be careful hitchhiking. I've often wondered if the murdered women and other men may have been buried in those woods we passed through slowly. I now wish I had gone to the police and have since subsequently tried. He's in jail, and they're not interested. Maybe I could have helped stop more murders back then. That's heavy on my soul. Since then, I've felt the dark light in my body. Maybe the souls of the girls escaped with me, desperate to get out of the forest. My name is Kieran. I graduated from the University of California, Berkeley, in 2015. My college experience was perfect. I was part of a frat, I managed my studies well, and spent just the right amount of time chasing girls. I'm actually still friends with a lot of my old frat brothers, and I recently got engaged to my fiancée Kaylee, whom I also met at Berkeley. If you had asked me my opinion of Berkeley when I was a freshman, though, I can assure you that my answer would be very, very different. What I'm about to tell you was one of the main reasons why I was never overly ambitious in high school. The Berkeley atmosphere was extremely foreign to me, and it was weird being surrounded by so many self-proclaimed high achievers. As a freshman, I was quickly swept up into the frenzy of career development and planning the next 30 years of your life as an 18-year-old. Silly, I know, but that was the nature of my school at the time. If you wanted to get any sort of offer in the business world, having a strong LinkedIn profile was a necessity. I can still remember the stress of cultivating a professional image online, as if my future hinged on which people I connected with and what skills I listed. Regardless, I checked all the boxes and began my search for a summer internship. It wasn't long before my inbox chimed with an actual meaningful message. To my genuine surprise, a prestigious business firm had reached out to me, expressing interest in my profile. It wasn't one of those bot messages either. The substance of the message indicated that this was actually a unique message designed specifically for me. I read it over like 6 times before finally responding, and after about a day of brief correspondence, I was invited to a first-round interview. I spent hours researching the company so I'd know what to expect come the interview and prepped myself with all the sample questions I could find. I soon got a message from a guy named Leonard Slawinski. I'll never forget that name for as long as I live. He stated that he was to be my interviewer. And naturally, the first thing I did was do some background research on the guy. However, excitement soon gave way to puzzlement. I scoured LinkedIn for Leonard's profile, expecting to glean some insight into the person I'd soon be meeting. Strangely, I found nothing, no trace of their professional footprint, no social media. Nothing. I shrugged it off, attributing it to perhaps a preference for privacy or something like that. Leonard and I agreed on a day and time, and he gave me the interview location. I searched it up on my phone and realized that it was some random coffee shop in Oakland. This is when I started getting confused. Why would an interview not take place in Berkeley? We had tons of coffee shops and perfect places for interviews in our college town, so I was just perplexed. The address online seemed pretty normal, though, so I didn't think much of it. A day before the interview, I told my friend Marcus about the situation. He was even more confused than I was, telling me that the situation seemed fishy. I agreed with him, but I figured it was worth it for the position I might be getting. He asked me how I was getting there, and I told him I was Ubering. He offered to give me a ride as he wasn't doing anything at the time. I thanked him and took him up on his offer. Little did I know, I might not even be telling the story if he hadn't offered to drive me. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, and Marcus rolled up to my dorm. Admittedly, I was extremely nervous, and this was one of my first interviews. I got in the car, and we were off. 30 minutes later, I told Marcus to drop me off on the street as I didn't want to be seen having a friend drop me off for an interview. I thanked him, and he offered to wait for me. I asked him if he was sure, and he smirked, pulling out a big bag of weed from inside of his dashboard. I left then, shut the door, and walked a couple of minutes to the location. Frozen in my tracks, I looked up at the literal construction site in front of me. There was no coffee shop. Even stranger, this entire area wasn't residential at all. All the buildings looked closed or private. Confused, I double-checked my phone and confirmed that I was in the right location. This entire block must have been recently demolished, so recently that even Google Maps hadn't updated. I pulled out my phone to call Marcus, but before I could, a booming voice rang out behind me. "Kieran!" exclaimed a deep voice. I whipped around and was met with the appearance of an absurdly tall man wearing an expensive-looking black suit. Thank God, I thought, grateful that this whole ordeal hadn't been some kind of setup. His presence was commanding yet oddly out of place amidst the derelict surroundings. I should also note that the car he was standing next to was a matte black Bentley. He walked toward me with a confused look on his face. We shook hands, and when I asked him about the construction site, he said he was just as surprised as I was. He furrowed his eyebrows and put his hand on his chin. "You know what, why don't we find someplace else?" "Get in," he said, motioning towards the Bentley. He walked back to the car and shouted over his shoulder, "Shotgun's all yours." Without another word, he got in the front seat and shut the door. Excitedly, I followed. I walked around the car just to admire it a little and couldn't help but glance into the back seat. I expected to see the beautiful leather seats that you would expect in a Bentley, but instead, my eyes met a sight that sent a chill down my spine. Lying flat on the ground, obscured by the shadows, was a man. In his hand, he held something long and metal. Panic surged within me, my mind racing with the implications of what lay before me. This was a trap. I turned away from the car and ran as fast as I had ever run before. I heard the man yell my name from behind me, but I didn't even turn around to look. As I ran, I heard the one sound I was dreading, screeching tires. I shot a glance over my shoulder and saw the car turning around, pointing in my direction. I had to think quickly. There was no way I was going to outrun a car. It wasn't like I could just escape the situation. There wasn't really any open space around me, just an endless maze of streets. I could feel the terror coursing through my veins. I made it to the next intersection and faced a choice that may have decided my fate, left or right. Logic told me to just turn left as it was closer, but my feet chose for me before my brain could. I sprinted across the street to the right and darted down the road. I knew I didn't have long, 10, maybe 20 seconds at most. As if by some miracle, one of the buildings in front of me had a fire escape that looked just low enough to jump onto. With every ounce of strength I had, I vaulted myself upwards, grabbing onto the ladder. I had never done a pull-up in my life, but in my mind, this was life or death. I made it up the ladder and kept climbing. The Bentley whipped around the corner and stopped on the street in front of the building. I couldn't see the driver, but I knew he was looking at me. There was nothing else I could do. If they chose to follow me, I'd just have to fight. The next minute felt like an eternity. The car stood there a little while longer and then accelerated down the street, turning left to never be seen again. I couldn't breathe. I pulled out my phone and called Marcus, basically screaming into the phone about what happened. I stayed on the fire escape until he found me. I got in the car, and we sped off in silence. The aftermath of this whole thing was pretty uneventful. I sort of blocked it out of my brain and refused to talk about it, even with Marcus. As far as I was concerned, it never happened. But as much as I tried, there are times, like right now, when I can't help but recall every horrifying detail of what could have been the last day of my life. I come from a small town in Pennsylvania, and I've lived here all of my life. I'm 17 years old, and the time this story took place, I was around 14 years old. My memory around this is a little hazy because I don't like to talk about it, but I figured I'd let out any dark feelings I still get by it. It may not be considered a scary story, but to me, this was probably one of the most scariest things that I've ever been through. At the time this happened, I was an 8th grader in middle school. During the time, my mom worked at Panera Bread, and she had to work very early in the morning, so me and my sister would usually take the bus to school while my dad and my little brother, who was around 4 years old at the time, would stay home. This will be important later. It was like any other ordinary day. Me and my sister would get ready and leave at around 7:20 a.m. to walk to our bus stop. We lived in an apartment complex, and we would have to walk the 3 minutes to the front of the apartment because that's where the bus would pick us up. A little background information: me and my sister would meet up with our friends at the bus stop since we lived in the same apartment complex, and we would wait until the bus showed up. I would stay at the back with my friend, while my sister and her friend would be towards the front, 5 feet from the stop. So, like our usual routine, I had met up with my friend, Reed, and my sister would meet up with her friend, who I'll call Lelia. We waited for the bus to show up. Me and Reed would always see this boy, who I'll refer to as Scott. He was a year younger than us, and he would always run across the street to our bus stop to get a seat since we would be the first to be picked up. This was because by the time the bus driver would pick him up, he'd be the last person, and there would be no seats left for him to sit at. So he began to run across the street, and we were used to seeing him run across like that. Reed and I would always laugh at the way he ran, but wouldn't pay any more attention after he made it across. This will also be important. So, as we're waiting for the bus to arrive, me and my friend were talking, and there would be 5 other kids waiting for the bus at the front of the apartments as well. And like always, we see Scott across the street, waiting for the bus to arrive. A few minutes go by, and we see the yellow bus coming towards our stop. So everyone on our side begins to gather their belongings, and we begin to form a line as the bus gets closer. It begins to blink its lights, and the stop sign starts to come out at the side, as a sign for the other cars to stop. And for just a second, I begin to see Scott running across. I don't give it 2 thoughts since this was normal, and I began to hear the screeching noise coming from the opposite side of the road. It was like everything was going in slow motion during those couple of seconds, and I remember hearing the screeching noise become louder and louder. As I'm picking up my head to see what the noise was, I heard a big thump noise, and what I saw next will forever remain in my mind until this day. I hear a big thump noise, and I then see Scott flying in the air. I then see Scott hitting the ground so hard, and the noise was so loud as he then made an impact to the street. I remember hearing my friend Reed then scream at the top of her lungs, and I then quickly looked at the car, and I saw the driver inside. I remember seeing the bus driver quickly taking out his walkie-talkie attached to his radio as he was then saying all these codes into it. I then see Scott running around the bus and towards where our bus stop was, and he then had his arms wrapped around his stomach, and he was bleeding all around his head. He also had these cuts on his face, and he was crying wildly. During that moment, I was so horrified that I froze, and I was so scared to say anything. The driver then came out of the car and began to panic, then sang to Scott, "Oh my God, man, I'm so sorry. I never even saw you." I was looking down for 1 second, and then it just happened. But Scott was in so much pain, then he didn't even pay attention to him. Then this kid in my sister's grade ran up to him, then sang, "Hey, man, do you need an ambulance?" Scott was just crying, then shaking his head yes. The boy then took out his phone and called 911, telling the operator everything that happened. The driver then fell to the ground, took a cell phone out, and began to call someone. He then put it on speaker, and once the person picked up and said hello, he'd been sad, "Mom," to the kid, "so sorry." And he then began to break down in tears, and he just kept repeating that same line over and over again. The driver's mother had tried to calm him down, and then the driver just said, "Please forgive me, please. And even my car, it's a friend's car." Scott just stayed on the ground, lying there, as everyone watched him. The next thing I remember was that Scott always had his mother and brother take him to the bus stop, and they would always make sure he got on, but on this day, they never went with him to the bus stop. I then began to check on my sister, making sure she was okay. Her and her friends seemed a little shaken up, but they were okay. Reed's mom and sister were running up to us, and I remember hugging them. At that moment, I felt so alone and horrified. I began to cry hysterically, and my sister was just trying to comfort me. Something that I always regret was never telling my parents right away about what happened. I didn't want to wake and worry my dad, and I didn't want to get my mom in trouble for leaving early. I knew that she suffered from anxiety, so I didn't want to give her a panic attack, which she would get every once in a while. So, my sister and I just decided to wait there. I remember calling my friend, who I'll call Kara. I remember that her and her mom worked at the school next to ours, and I began to tell her everything that happened. I began to break down. They quickly alerted the front desk, and she calmed me down, telling me everything was going to be okay. I know some of you might be thinking, how was I able to call my friend but not my parents? But during that moment, I just felt the need to call Cindy because she was who I trusted at the time, and we're still friends to this day. About 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. They began to check Scott and treat him while he was lying on the ground, still crying and in pain. 10 minutes passed, and I began to come at ease. They started to place him on the stretcher. I remember seeing his mom and brother running with a paramedic towards him, and they had the most worried and horrified faces that I've ever seen. I began to feel so sad for them. Reed, my sister, and I thought it would be okay if we went to school just to try and take our minds off of everything that happened and all of the horror we witnessed 40 minutes ago. We were at our bus stop for almost an hour, and we still got picked up at the next stop and then immediately went to school. I remember the staff waiting there for us and separating the apartment complex bus stop kids, escorting us to the library. I won't go into too much detail, but they pretty much stated that we could stop by the counselor's office anytime during the school day, and if we wanted to leave school, we were able to. After that event, I didn't take the bus for 4 months and was dropped off. I didn't want to cross the street, and whenever I would hear a tire screech, I would always jump and begin to get a cold sweat. A few months later, I began to feel better and continued to live a normal life. After that, Scott didn't go to school until months later, until he was finally okay, towards the end of the year. Like I said, I know this wasn't the typical stalker story, but this was one horrific event that I went through, and I never want to go through it again. But remember to stay safe out there. I really hope many people don't ever have to witness what I and the other kids had to see that day. It was truly awful. It was a Friday night like any other at Delta Psi, with the bass thumping through the grand old frat house and red cups littering nearly every surface. As one of the senior members, I, Zane, had seen my fair share of wild nights, but this one was special. It was our annual pledge invitation party, and everyone was buzzing with a mix of excitement and beer-fueled bravado. Caradoc, the pledge in question, was a quiet guy, not your typical frat star. Earlier that week, some of the guys thought it would be hilarious to make him wear a grotesque mask, a gnarled, twisted face that looked like it belonged in a horror movie, and parade him around campus. It was just a prank, we thought, harmless fun, but the look in Caradoc's eyes when the mask came off said otherwise. It was a mixture of humiliation and something else, something darker. The party was in full swing when I stepped outside for some air, leaving the cacophony of shouts and music behind me. The backyard was cooler, the moon a dim light filtering through the branches of the old oaks that surrounded our property. That's when I heard it, the softest whisper of a footstep behind me. I turned, expecting to see one of my brothers sneaking out with a freshman, but there was no one there. Chalking it up to the alcohol, I headed back inside. The hallway seemed unusually dark, the lights flickering as if straining against a sudden drain of power. A chill ran down my spine, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I shook off the feeling and pushed the heavy door to the main party room open. The scene inside had changed. The music still played, but there was a palpable tension in the air. I found Dwayne, one of my frat brothers, pale and shaken, staring at something on the floor. It was Rowan, another brother, lying motionless, a replica of the grotesque mask strapped to his face. A bolt, a Dan crossbow bolt, was lodged in his chest. What the hell happened? I gasped, my heart pounding as I knelt down beside him. Dwayne couldn't form words, just pointed towards the darkened corridor that led to the back rooms. He's here. Caradoc. With a crossbow, Dwayne finally stammered. The reality of the situation hit me like a brick. This was no longer a party, it was a hunting ground. The next few hours were a blur of chaos and fear. We found 3 more of our brothers, each isolated, each wearing a mask, and each cruelly picked off from the shadows with deadly precision. The party dissolved into a frantic scramble for safety as everyone realized that the frat house had turned into a trap. I rallied a group of guys, including Dwayne and Owen, our chapter president, to barricade the doors and call for help. But the phone lines were dead, and our cell signals were mysteriously jammed. We need to stick together and find a way out, I urged, trying to keep my voice steady. Dwayne nodded, gripping a baseball bat with white-knuckled hands. Let's do it. Let's get this psycho. We moved cautiously, jumping at every shadow, every sound. As we rounded a corner, a figure stepped out from a doorway, the dim light glinting off the tip of a crossbow. It was Caradoc, his face obscured by that same grotesque mask. He didn't say a word, just raised the crossbow and fired. Owen screamed as he went down, a bolt through his shoulder, pinning him to the wall. Dwayne and I scattered, diving for cover, but I knew we were outmatched and outmaneuvered. In the chaos, a plan formed in my desperate mind. If we could get to the attic, we could maybe get a signal out or at least barricade ourselves in until help arrived. I motioned to Dwayne, and together we made a break for the narrow staircase, dodging another of Caradoc's bolts that thudded into the wood where my head had been seconds before. We were halfway up the stairs when an explosion rocked the house. The smell of gasoline and smoke hit us, and it was clear Caradoc had set the frat house on fire. With no way out, we pushed forward, the heat building behind us, the sound of the fire roaring like a beast unleashed. The attic was stifling, the air thick with dust and the growing stench of smoke from below. Dwayne and I slammed the door shut, pushing an old dresser against it with trembling hands. The crackle and pop of the fire grew louder outside. The flames painted the windows orange, the heat pressing in like an unwelcome crowd. "We're going to cook up here, aren't we?" Dwayne's voice was barely a whisper, raw with fear. "No, we're not," I replied, more to convince myself than him. "We're going to make it out. We have to." My hands fumbled with my phone again, desperation giving way to a sliver of hope as I noticed a bar of signal, faint but present. I dialed 911, the phone ringing through to emergency services. I explained our situation in hurried, gasping sentences: the attack, the fire, our location. Soon, the sound of sirens in the distance offered a lifeline, but with the relief came the stark reality of our immediate danger. The fire was spreading, the heat unbearable. Smoke seeped into the attic, making it hard to see, harder to breathe. "We need to break a window, get some air," I choked out, my eyes stinging. Together, we staggered to the nearest window, pushing against the old glass. It gave way with a crash, fresh air rushing in, battling the smoke that roiled around us. Below, the flickering lights of fire trucks and police cars pierced the night, a chaotic ballet of rescue and urgency. I leaned out of the window, shouting for help, my voice hoarse. A firefighter spotted us, raising his radio to call for a ladder. Relief was so close, yet the fire was closer, licking at the structure of the house, threatening to bring us down with it. Then, a loud series of crashes from below made us jump. Through the smoke, a figure emerged at the bottom of the attic stairs. It was Caradoc, the mask gone, his face a canvas of pain and rage. He staggered, clutching his side where blood seeped through his shirt. "You don't understand," he gasped, the fight draining from him. "They made me a monster." I stared at him, the chaos around us narrowing into the sharp point of this final confrontation. "You didn't have to do this, Caradoc. You could have walked away." Could I? His laugh was a hollow sound, broken and sad. He took a step forward, then another, before collapsing, his body giving way, succumbing to his injuries and the smoke filling his lungs. The room spun, the heat a tangible weight on my chest. Dwayne and I retreated to the window, the ladder finally arriving. Firefighters climbed towards us. I took one last look at Caradoc, lying motionless on the floor. His plan had ended in his own destruction, a tragic footnote to a night of horror. We were helped onto the ladder, descending into the cool night air, away from the heat and death. Sirens wailed, lights flashed, and I realized how close we had come to not making it out alive. The ground felt unreal beneath my feet, the normal world a stark contrast to the hell we had just escaped. In the days that followed, the investigation would reveal the depths of Caradoc's planning, the lengths to which he had gone to exact his revenge. The masks, the crossbow, the fire, it was all a meticulously crafted nightmare born from a moment of humiliation that he just couldn't move past. I survived, but like the charred remains of the frat house, I knew I'd never be the same. When we were kids, our family had a vacation home in Hollywood, South Carolina. By we, I mean my 3 brothers and I, and by vacation home, I mean this 3-bedroom mobile home. It wasn't fancy, but it was part of our childhood and is still nostalgic to think about. Whenever we got off the highway and started seeing nothing but farms, we'd know we were almost there. I'm the second oldest. At the time of this story, I'm gonna guess our ages were 14, 12, 10, and 8. The mobile home was a little primitive, but we had electricity at least. The TV up there was very old, but it was good enough to bring our PlayStation and play on. We'd been going up there so long that we had a bunch of places we'd love to go. This big playground for an elementary school that we'd always play hide and seek tag in while our parents sat there and read magazines. This grocery store that we would love to play games in as well. We even loved exploring all the woods surrounding the property. The nearest neighbors were a bit of a walk away, but nothing too crazy or far that our parents wouldn't let us walk it. This was the first year that they let our youngest brother Todd come exploring with us too, while they stayed behind in the mobile home. We walked down a different road that strays away from the dead end, and it's worth noting that there was next to no traffic on these roads, as our mobile home was on a long road that eventually led to a dead end, so the only through traffic would be the few people who lived on this road. There was always this questionable looking house and farm that we never saw a car at ever in our lives, sat at the top of this little hill overlooking the road. There was a small cornfield, which would imply that there were still people living there, but it was just strange how all our lives going there, we never saw anyone there, whether it be a person or car. So between the woods surrounding the property, the two buildings, the shed, and the cornfield, we realized this was a perfect spot to play hide and seek tag. It was broad daylight right now. We decided our oldest brother Jimmy would be the seeker first, and we'd go in order, oldest to youngest, so the rest of us went to go hide. I went to go hide in the crops. I heard Jimmy call out, "Ready or not, here I come," and so I simply sat down in the browning crops, completely hidden. I waited and waited until I heard rustling in the crops and footsteps crunching the rotted, dead crop leaves on the ground. I didn't know which of my brothers it was, but I wasn't taking a chance. I ran out of the crops and into the grass and up the hill towards the red shed. I expected Jimmy to come out after me, but he didn't, so I figured it was one of my little brothers. I heard commotion as Jimmy was chasing my 10-year-old brother George down the hill on the other side of the house, and the two were laughing and screaming. Jimmy caught him, and so George was out. I stayed put behind the shed, then I noticed Todd leaning against the back wall of the house looking at me, laughing. I put my finger up to my lips to go, "Shoo," and he did the same. Then I thought to myself, wait, who was in the cornfield with me? Then Jimmy came around the house and immediately and easily tagged Todd, and then he saw me since I was in a straight line of sight from him. I started running down the hill, which gave me a good speed boost, but Jimmy got that same speed boost, and he was bigger and faster than me. He caught me with ease. The four of us met at the bottom of the hill by the road, and I was supposed to be up next, but I asked everyone if anyone had gone in the crops as well. When all of them said no, I got scared. I told them I heard someone walking in the crops, and it may have been the homeowner, so we should leave. With that, we left in a hurry and walked back to the mobile home, where our parents were watching a movie in the living room. For dinner, we went to the local pizzeria that we all loved. From what I remember, our dad told us that nobody lived in that house that we were playing at. So when we got back and it was dark out, we just knew we wanted to play flashlight tag. Now, our mom didn't want Todd coming out with us past dark, and I'm sure they only let us go because Jimmy was 14, and they thought he was old enough to keep an eye on us. So the three of us ventured off back to that house to play flashlight tag, which basically is hide and seek, but if you get exposed by the seeker with a flashlight, you're out. Once we got to the property again, it was like 90% dark out. They wanted me to seek this time since Jimmy did last time, so I turned around and counted to 60, and then I shouted, "I'm coming." I kept the flashlight off as a strategy to not give away my position. I could just barely see enough to navigate around. I ran up the hill to the house, which had no lights on. I peered around the walls of the house and on the shed. I didn't see either of them. I looked into the trees and decided to turn my flashlight on and look through the tree line. Still nothing. So I turned the flashlight back off. I knew one of them had to be in the cornfield. It was too obvious of a hiding spot. It was small enough that I could check it out. I got to the bottom of the hill by the cornfield and quietly pushed my way in. It was hard not to make noise in here, but I tried my best. I also kept the flashlight off to not make it obvious I was in here. I didn't realize until now that it was dark out how absolutely scary this was at night. As I was sneaking around the crops, I heard footsteps inside the crops. I had to be sneaky if I wanted to catch them. I honed in on exactly where the footsteps were coming from, and when I heard them right on top of me, I turned on my flashlight and yelled, "You're out." But all I saw was the back of someone running away from the light. "Who is that?" I said. "You're out," and I heard this creepy laughter. It wasn't the laughter of my brothers or any kid for that matter. It sounded like some deranged adult. I was frozen apart from moving my hand with the flashlight around, trying to see who it was. I heard a grown man's voice say very softly, "Can I play with you guys?" And then I saw his face. It was half covered by the few crops still separating the two of us. From what I could tell, he had this kind of deformed-looking face. I really couldn't tell if it was a mask or not. I ran out of the crops and started yelling my brothers' names, saying, "Run, game over." I heard them both yell back at me from the same spot they hid together. I saw them running down the hill with their flashlights on. I turned mine on and told them to just keep running. We ran all the way down the road until we got back to our property, and we were out of breath. But I told them there was some deformed-looking, freaky man hiding in the crops and that he was probably the one I heard in the crops earlier too. I still remember their faces when I told them this. When I told my parents, they looked confused. My dad didn't seem to know how to react. My mom made it clear she didn't want us going off the property past dark anymore. Honestly, I didn't want to anyway. I had trouble sleeping that night, thinking what if that man was outside in the pitch darkness outside one of the windows. I can tell I freaked everyone out a little bit with my description of the man. I had no reason to make it up, though, and they knew that. It goes without saying we didn't go back to that property up the road. Thank God it wasn't that close to our property. My family sold the property only a few years after this. I once worked as a direct care aide for a 65-year-old woman with a developmental disability. Her daughter, who was in her 40s, worked overnights, and she needed a caretaker with medical experience to watch her overnight. When I say I once worked for them, I mean I literally worked once, just this night. And you're about to hear why I never went back. The 65-year-old woman's name was Giselle. Her daughter's name, who contacted me, was Evelyn. It's possible Evelyn didn't have any other family to watch her and didn't want to or couldn't afford to put Giselle in a nursing home. Or it was possible that she felt more comfortable hiring somebody with some form of experience to watch over her. At the time, I was already a direct care worker for 2 other women who suffered from some forms of developmental disabilities, so I had experience, but nothing prepared me for that night. Evelyn left for work earlier that day. I worked my first job, so I was really pushing my body to exhaustion, trying to make as much money as possible. Evelyn had introduced Giselle and me. Giselle had given me a smile before Evelyn brought her upstairs to her bedroom for the night. It was around 9 p.m. Evelyn told me that Giselle would sometimes walk around the house at night, acting confused, and I'd need to calm her down and bring her back to her room. She specifically addressed this not to be a form of sleepwalking. When I asked, she said it's one of the symptoms of her mother's dementia. I told her to rest assured that I'd know how to handle it. I spent my time initially in the living room, catching up on my show. These jobs aren't super glamorous, and for the most part, it is a lot of sitting around. I heard footsteps from upstairs. I went to the stairway and looked up the stairs, then called Giselle's name, asking if she needed anything. She didn't answer. I heard her footsteps go back to her room, and then the door closed. Maybe she went to the bathroom. I went back to the living room and watched some more TV. It was maybe an hour later that I got up to grab my sandwich that I brought from the fridge. As I left the kitchen with a plate and my sandwich to go back to the couch, I nearly had a heart attack and dropped the plate when I saw Giselle standing at the doorway, glass shattered everywhere. I apologized to her and asked if she was okay. She started yelling at me, "Who are you?" I reminded her who I am, that I'm her direct care worker here to make sure she's okay. Everything she said at this point was in a loud scream, "Why are you here? I don't know you." Things of that nature. I reminded her that we had just met and that her daughter Evelyn hired me to watch her and the house. This seemed to work for long enough for me to get her to come back upstairs with me and to her room. I brought her up a glass of water and some melatonin. I made sure she took both before going back downstairs. After a few hours, I was absolutely exhausted. I had to get a couple of hours of shut-eye. There was a spare bedroom upstairs with a twin-sized bed where Evelyn said I could rest if needed. I felt like at this point, Giselle was asleep for the night from the melatonin. I fell asleep within minutes, but I was asleep for only maybe an hour. I woke up to a sound from downstairs. It was this repeated slamming every 1 to 2 seconds. Something from downstairs was being slammed. I jumped out of the bed. I had left the bedroom door open so that I'd hear anything if Giselle got up, case in point, right here. When I got to the stairs, I realized the slamming was coming from the kitchen. I walked down the stairs as quickly as I could while still remaining quiet. Getting to the bottom, I peered around the opening to the kitchen, and what I saw was like a scene from a scary movie I'd seen before. I saw Giselle in the darkness, standing in front of the oven, repeatedly opening it and slamming it shut. It was horrifying. When I say I saw Giselle, I really only saw her silhouette. It was that dark in the kitchen. I said, "Giselle," really loudly. She stopped, turned to her left at me, shut the oven door one final time, and started walking towards me, towards the stairs. I said in a now softer, kind of scared-sounding voice, "Are you okay?" She got close enough to me where I could now see her facial features, and she looked at me with this blank expression, then walked right past me and started walking up the stairs. I followed her upstairs, but as soon as she got to her room, she slammed her door shut. I knocked on the door, saying, "Giselle, are you all right?" She didn't respond. I quietly opened the door just to peek inside, and I saw Giselle at the side of her bed, just standing facing the wall. I've seen a lot, but this was some pretty unsettling behavior that I feel like is the exact kind of stuff you'd see in some scary movies, like I mentioned before. I walked over to her and gently eased her into the bed. When she was lying down, I covered her, and for what I was hoping would be the final time, I said, "Good night, Giselle," and shut her door. I went across the upstairs to the spare room and went back to bed. I purposely tried not to fall asleep for at least half an hour, just in case she'd wake up again, but I don't even know if I made it that long. All I know is I fell asleep pretty freaking quickly. I woke up once again, however, much later. The room was still pitch black, and the 1-hour alarm I set had not yet gone off. I looked around the room, wondering what woke me up. I didn't see what it was until I heard a sound from inside the closet. I then noticed the cracked open closet door and the black shadow of a head peeking out of the closet. Again, I almost had a heart attack. I said, "Giselle." She didn't answer. I kept saying, "Giselle," a bunch of times until she pushed the door open, and I saw her approaching the bed slowly. She started saying what she was saying hours ago again, "Who are you? I don't know you." As she got closer, I tried calming her down, reminding her who I am. I reached for the lamp next to the bed and fumbled with it until it turned on. Giselle was holding a huge kitchen knife in her hand. At this moment, everything changed. Giselle was now a threat to my life, and I had to worry about myself, not her. I screamed at this point, "Giselle, put the knife down." I guess my scream stressed her out because she got closer and started screaming back at me, still repeating, "I don't know you." I wasn't going to attempt to calm down a knife-wielding dementia patient. That was not in any job description. I mapped out a way to run around her in the bedroom, and I went for it. I jumped off the bed on the side further from her, and she screamed again, "Who are you?" She swung the knife at the air as I ran past her. It was a slow and weak swipe from what I saw, but nonetheless, it showed that she had intentions of actually using it. I got downstairs, grabbed my shoes, and went outside. Instead of calling 911, I called Evelyn as she requested I do if there was an issue. I was courteous in doing this because getting law enforcement involved is never doing anyone any favors. Evelyn was yelling into the phone at me not to leave her. Honestly, I yelled back that she attempted to kill me and that I didn't call the police. She had to leave work. Of course, I stayed outside of the house, making sure Giselle didn't go anywhere until Evelyn returned. When Evelyn went inside, Giselle was back in her bed, asleep. Evelyn went as far as accusing me of exaggerating the whole thing until she found the knife next to Giselle's bed. To not give her any more fuel to blame me for any of this, I left out the fact that I ever went to sleep. But that doesn't mean that I felt in any way I did anything wrong. Evelyn even offered me that room to sleep. I never worked in that house again. Giselle was a scarier patient than I'd ever dealt with in any of my jobs in my 9 years of being a direct care aide. This story was inspired by a disturbing drawing submitted by a viewer. Here, you can clearly see there's something extremely bizarre going on. The picture appears to showcase what looks like one big happy family. Over by the left, you can clearly see what looks to be the parents looking over their 8 children. You can see a pet dog and cat, but over by the right is a mysterious giant black figure. More context will be explained during and at the end of the story. Here's what the story looked like. My wife and I used to have this running joke about our kids. We'd say we lose track of how many people were in the house if we kept having so many children. That's definitely in the category of dad jokes, but it started to get old even for me around the time we had our 8th kid. By then, the house was in such a constant state of disorder that it wasn't even funny anymore. It got to the point that it was a little embarrassing, maybe even a fire hazard. I guess we were lucky that it wasn't a fire that made us come to our senses about keeping the house a little more organized. But I'd argue what actually happened could have been just as bad, if not worse. It's one of those things you would struggle to believe on TV, but when you see it happen to your own family, you aren't afforded the luxury of disbelief. I always thought a house full of kids and animals would be its own security system. I mean, with 10 humans and a dog and some other creatures, you'd think there would always be at least one of them awake to sound the alarm if they noticed something. But if the business as usual state of the household is absolute chaos, nobody ever knows what's going on in a decipher between normal and not normal. Even now, I can struggle sometimes with telling whether or not something one of my kids is doing is normal. Like a 5-year-old boy's drawings, for instance. They always look kind of deranged and manic just because a 5-year-old only knows how to scribble with crayons. But for the most part, they're harmless. 90% of them are the same thing anyway, just a bunch of stick figures with names and a couple defining features here and there. Maybe a table or a chair, And with boys, sometimes there's a gun or a decapitation or some crude act of violence seen in movies and video games. But that's all normal kid stuff, at least I think so. Every once in a while, though, something a kid of mine does makes me do a double take. Most recently, it was my youngest son, Brandon. I honestly forgot exactly how old he was when this happened, but I think he was around 4 or 5 years old. The first thing I noticed was that he wasn't sleeping right. I wake up at dawn every day to go to work, and usually the only other person who's awake in the house at that time is the dog, waiting for me to let it out. However, one morning, Brandon was sitting at the dining room table lazily scribbling on a piece of paper with a bunch of crayons around. It was like he'd been up all night just layering colors over the same piece of paper with a picture of the family on it. "Hey bud, what you doing there?" I asked. "Drawing." "Well, I can see that. But what are you drawing? Is that mommy and I and your siblings? Maybe I'm just a silly old man, but it looks like you drew too many people, buddy. There's only 10 of us, plus the dog and cat." "No, I can count to 10. I'm just drawing my friend too." "Oh, your friend is pretty tall there, buddy. Where'd you meet them?" Here in the house." "When?" I don't really remember. I saw her last night though, Dad." "Is she allowed in the house?" A chill ran down my spine. I froze for a moment while my little boy stared me down the way that only children can when they ask you a question you are not prepared to answer. Don't worry about it, kiddo. You probably just dreamed it up." Okay. I just didn't want to freak him out or tell the family and have them freak out. Every once in a while, a kid will make something up and believe themselves, but I just had a funny feeling about this one. This was one of those cases when a kid sees something they weren't supposed to see. And they weren't even aware it was wrong. I figured I'd let him at least stay calm for the moment. I knew my wife was going to be home all day, so I went ahead and went off to work despite the goosebumps. But for the whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself with a task, but every time I got into something, I would get distracted with another realization, some new pair of dots that I connected. I knew I had a lot of kids and the house was always a little messy, but recently things had gotten worse. Things had started going missing or showing up in the wrong place, misplaced pieces of sentimental clothing, toys that were fine one evening and broken in the morning, and nobody fessing up to getting out of bed past their bedtime. Little things. My heart was racing by the time I got home, and it sank when I saw my son in the exact same spot when I left 8 hours ago. By then, there were several more drawings in all different colors of crayon. They were all basically the same thing, the classic family portrait where everyone in the family was one color in one drawing and in all different colors in the others. But in every single one, there was a figure in deeply pressed black wax with a distorted face and long messy hair. That's when I knew I had to do something. I left right away and bought a bunch of security cameras along with a whole new set of power tools. I spent the evening drilling holes and mounting cameras in the corners of the hallways, in the living room, and even some of the bedrooms. I tried to hide each one with some out-of-season holiday decorations so they wouldn't be obvious to any potential intruders. Honestly, I was hoping I'd just gone crazy, that I'd gotten so overworked and scatterbrained that I let the imaginations of a kindergartner get to me. But the very next morning, everything came to light. There really had been someone sneaking into the house, a woman digging through my family's laundry and trying on her clothes, rummaging through my children's toy chest and stealing the most valuable items she could find, using my bathrooms to relieve herself, and even eating the food out of the kitchen I worked so hard to keep stocked for my family. She even had the audacity to drink the milk straight out of the jug, spreading her germs to every single person in the house. I don't know how my stupid dog didn't raise hell when it saw this woman, but I guess she was some kind of dog whisperer, or maybe my dog is just a spineless coward because all I saw my dog do was run away and hide. I don't know how, but I guess my youngest son was lying awake one night and caught a glimpse of her, unsure if it was one of his sisters, his imagination, or something else entirely. Of course, I called the cops immediately and had the woman arrested. That night, we made sure she faced the proper punishment of the law, but I still have nightmares about those happenings. I always kick myself, and my wife defends it too. We always think, maybe illogically, maybe reasonably, that if we kept the house a little more tidy, we would have noticed the evidence of that woman's intrusion before it got to that point. Hunting season, at least once a year, I try to travel up to Maine and rent an Airbnb to go hunting. I never bought my own place because I can't really afford it just for a single trip every year, so doing a weekend rental makes more sense for me. Plus, I'm not exactly an expert, I'm still trying to get more experience. Some years I'd go with my uncle, but in recent years he hasn't been in the best shape health-wise. He's not really up to it anymore, so I've been going alone more recently. Last year, which was 2022 at the time I'm writing this, was the last season that I went hunting. It was November, and the Airbnb I rented was near a national park. I arrived late on a Friday because I had to come home from work, get ready, then head out on the road trip. When I pulled up into the long stretch of private dirt road to get to the cabin-type Airbnb, it was pitch black outside, and it was dead silent too. This time of year, there's obviously no bugs or crickets left, so the nights are dead silent and dark up there. Especially if the place you're staying is secluded like this one. I pulled up as close as I could to the cabin, and the owner told me the key would be hidden under the mat. Sure enough, it was there. I brought my 2 bags inside the cabin and unpacked my things onto the bed in the one bedroom. It was a very cozy cabin, and the owner already had the heat turned up for me, which was nice. Maine gets pretty cold up there in November. There was cable and Wi-Fi in this Airbnb, so I set an alarm to get an early start at dawn, which in my opinion is the best time to find deer or even moose if you're lucky. The next morning, I was up as soon as my alarm went off, and I was out in the woods in less than half an hour. Since this was foreign territory to me, I posted up behind a blowdown I found, some knocked over trees. Usually, this would now be a waiting game, but I heard a man's voice call from behind me. I had a mini heart attack and turned around to see some man with gray hair but who looked like he was only 50. He was approaching me slowly. He said slowly in a very angry sounding voice, "What the hell are you doing here?" I responded, "Excuse me." He said, "Hunting is restricted here." I actually was unaware of this. When I explained this to him, he said, "I watched you right up here. You best leave the way you came." This scared me. I said, "What do you mean you watched me right up here?" He told me he always sees people riding up to that cabin, always out-of-town folk who come up here for the wrong reasons. I apologized to him and told him I'd leave. I grabbed my things and started walking back the way I came, and when I looked behind me, the man was gone out of sight. I walked back to the cabin, then took my car and drove to a different park that, according to some website, allowed hunting. I posted up there and had a failure of the first half of the day. Around midday, I went back to the cabin to just regroup and have a meal. But when I got back to the cabin, I found that the door was unlocked. I could have sworn I locked it before. When I got inside, I was almost positive certain things had been moved around, and the zipper to my bag was unzipped. I couldn't remember if I left it zipped up or not, but it was typical for me to always keep my bag zipped up. I just checked every room quick before settling down. I was way too hungry to just prepare a light meal, so I drove to the little village nearby and picked up some Chinese takeout. Then I drove right back to the cabin. I was planning on heading back out to the park at dusk. When I got back to the cabin, I just ate my food and went straight to take a nap. After my nap, I headed back out to the park. I spent about an hour walking maybe a quarter mile very slowly, and I wasn't finding anything. My uncle always told me you could find a deer or a moose in 10 minutes or 10 days. It just depends on how many are present and being in the right place at the right time. Sadly, luck was not on my side this day, and so when it was starting to get dark, I packed up and started heading back to my truck. It was just a short drive back to the cabin. I cooked the pasta and meatballs I brought with me for dinner as I had the TV on in the background. Then I laid down on the little love seat couch as I ate and watched some old black and white movie. While sitting there, I thought back to earlier, how the door was unlocked and things appeared to have been moved. Only, I didn't notice anything missing. I wondered if it was just in my head or not. Long after this, I brushed my teeth and shifted to the bedroom where I began to watch another movie in there, planning on falling asleep to it. I was starting to drift into that half-sleep state where what was going on in the movie was actually starting to blend into this half-awake dream I was kind of having. So I heard the distinct sound of a door clicking open that snapped me out of my half-sleep. I groggily looked up and noticed the closet door in the room was now cracked open. This immediately woke me up completely. Now the door being unlocked and belongings potentially being moved did not seem like a coincidence. I waited a moment and got out of bed, went to my hunting pack, and grabbed my CZ-75. I went back to the bedroom, turned on the light, and pointed my gun at the closet door. I yelled, "Come out now or I'll shoot." A big part of me still didn't believe there could actually be a person in there, and I thought that I was just being overly cautious. But when the door actually pushed open, I was in pure shock. That older man from earlier in the day stepped out, and his unhappy-looking face switched to a gross smile missing a front tooth. He said, "You got me." I said, "Don't move," as I went to grab my cell phone and call 911. Thank God I had service here. The sheriff's department was on their way, and I let them know I was armed and had the intruder at gunpoint. It was an excruciatingly long wait before the sheriff's deputies arrived. During that time, the man was telling me how he's sick of people like me having no respect for the parks up here. I had no idea what he meant, but I wasn't entertaining him. I kept telling him to shut up. When deputies got there, it was an obvious arrest for breaking and entering and possibly robbery, though I don't think he ever actually stole anything from me. The man claimed the door was simply unlocked, though I don't know if that was true or if he had somehow picked a lock or even climbed through a window. The Airbnb host said that there were no other hidden keys and that I definitely left the door unlocked. He seemed more concerned about whether anything of his was stolen and putting blame on me as opposed to asking me if I was okay and apologizing for the experience. He said he had no idea who the man could have been, even after getting his name. I still don't think I left the door unlocked, but thank God I was on a hunting trip and had my firearms with me to quickly neutralize the threat. When I was in middle school, I was desperate for friends. I tried to talk to anyone that would let me sit with them, but nobody ever seemed to like me enough to keep me around, or they would just be mean to me. That's why, when the two prettiest, most popular girls in school, Azure and Alita, invited me to a sleepover with them, I was thrilled. I had tried sitting with them at lunch a few times before, but they always told me to go away because they were busy talking about something that wasn't my business. Then, on the last day of school one year, They both came up to me while I was sitting by myself. They said they really wanted to hang out with me over the summer but didn't want other people to see us hanging out together while we were still in school. Even as a naive and lonely middle schooler, I knew that was a severely underhanded invite, but I accepted it with enthusiasm anyway. I would take what I could get, and they knew it. Of course, my mom was just glad I was finally starting to hang out with other kids, and she gladly gave me permission to go, especially when I said that Azure's mom offered to serve all three of us dinner. When I got there, it was about 8 p.m., and I was already dressed in my pajamas. Alita and Azure were still fully dressed. When I asked if we were still going to have dinner together, Azure said that they had just finished eating right before I got there. Then Alita said I didn't need to eat so much anyway. They were already putting me down, but I wanted to be friends with them so badly that I let them do it. After I said hi to Azure's mom, who was already wine drunk and ready for us to not be her problem anymore, we all went up to Azure's room upstairs. It was a Jack and Jill style bedroom with her own bathroom and another bedroom on the other side. I asked Azure who was in the other room, but she snapped at me and said it was her older sister and told me not to be so nosy. I apologized profusely, but they just told me to be quiet because my voice was annoying. Azure had a bunch of awesome stuff in her room, from Taylor Swift posters to expensive makeup and giant stuffed animals, things that my mom couldn't afford to get me. But as much as I wanted to ask her about it, I knew she wouldn't like that, so I just looked at the floor. We started to play Truth or Dare, which Alita and Azure used to mine all sorts of information about me, including who I had a crush on and how much money my parents made. I told them everything honestly, only for them to laugh in my face every time. Whenever I asked them to tell the truth about something, they made up a bunch of ridiculous stuff that I knew was a lie, but of course, I wasn't going to call them out on it. When I finally got sick and tired of having to spill all my beans, I told them to dare me to do something. As soon as I said that, Alita and Azure looked at each other with the most wicked smiles, like they had been waiting for me to say that the whole time. Then Azure dared me to go into the bathroom and play the Bloody Mary game. I didn't know what it was at the time, and when I admitted this, they both screamed in disbelief that I didn't know who Bloody Mary was. They explained it to me and said I had to do it or I would have to leave the sleepover. I wanted to stay, so I stepped inside the bathroom. Azure and Alita lit a candle in front of the mirror, then they turned off the lights and shut the door. "You have to say it loud and clear," Azure teased me from the other side. "If you don't, we'll know." I was shaking. I had no idea what would happen. Was this Bloody Mary someone that could really be summoned? Would she really kill me if she came? I didn't know, but the only thing that pushed me forward was the need to be accepted and the belief that things like ghosts didn't exist. I looked at myself in the mirror, took a deep breath, and said, "Bloody Mary," 3 times slowly. For a moment, nothing happened. I looked behind my reflection, and there was nothing, until I saw a woman crawling out of the bathtub behind me. I screamed and turned around, and I realized it was real. There was a real bloody woman sitting in the shower. Her skin was gray, like she was dead, and her clothes were torn up. But her eyes were open, and she was looking right at me. Slowly, the woman stepped out of the tub and started walking toward me. I was so petrified I couldn't move. I wanted to, but it was like my legs had turned to stone. With every step she took, she left a trail of blood. Soon, she was right in front of me. I screamed again, but she grabbed me by the throat and lifted me up to my tiptoes. She opened her mouth and revealed a gaping jaw full of blood and blackness, inching toward my neck like she was going to take a bite out of it. I couldn't maintain control of myself, so in that moment, I peed my pants. But then, at the last second, the door swung open and the lights turned on. "What's going on in here?" Azure asked. "Why are you screaming?" I could barely get a word out through my stuttering teeth, but I managed what I could. "Bloody Mary was here," I said. "She was right in front of me. I saw her, and it was real. She grabbed me and everything, and she tried to kill me." Alita and Azure said, almost in unison, "What?" They looked all around the bathroom, but of course, she was gone. "Stop acting crazy," said Alita. "You're just begging for attention." "Honestly, it's kind of embarrassing," Azure snickered and agreed. "Wait, did you pee yourself?" "That's disgusting," Alita exclaimed. "Oh my God, so yeah, actually, I think if you're going to act like that, you just have to leave." "What? Why?" I asked in disbelief. But before I knew it, Azure and Alita dragged me out of the bathroom and pushed me down the stairs, then threw all my stuff at me. I crawled to Azure's mother, a sobbing mess, and begged her to call my mom. Based on the look in her eyes and the way she sighed, I think she was very close to just letting me cry myself to sleep on the ground. But thankfully, she had the basic decency to call my mother so I could get out of that awful house. I never fully explained to my mother what happened, except for the fact that they were so mean that I cried. I hid the bruises from being pushed down the steps, and I wore turtlenecks for the next few weeks to hide the bruises on my neck. That was how my summer vacation began that year. Needless to say, I never left the house again until school was back in session. As for Bloody Mary, Azure and Alita's gaslighting was so effective on me that I honestly believed she existed for over 2 years after that. Until one day, I told this story to my first real friend in high school, and they explained to me the obvious truth that it was just Azure's older sister in a convincing costume. My name is Arthur. I've been a trucker for various companies for the better part of 15 years now. Things have become pretty routine at this point: pick up the goods and materials, verify them for accuracy, and deliver them as instructed. We're not paid by the hour, so efficiency is the most important thing in this line of work. For someone like me who's been doing this forever, I like to think I can outwork all these young guns that are snapping these jobs up. This isn't always great, though. Usually, I push myself to the absolute limit when it comes to functioning on barely any sleep. 4 years ago, I was working for a warehouse based in North Dakota. For anyone who doesn't know, North Dakota is one of the flattest states, which makes trucking a little easier. This also meant that skipping out on a few hours of sleep could mean the difference between employment and getting the sack. It was a chilly Tuesday morning in May. The beginning of the week meant that more loads needed to be shipped, which meant more work for me. I wanted to knock it all out in one shot, so I traced my route into Montana accordingly, planning on not stopping even once to sleep. I hit the road a few hours after lunch, expecting to reach my destination very early the next morning. I pushed the semi as much as possible, doing maybe a couple over the speed limit. It was getting late, and I remember rubbing the crust from my eyelids as the clock ticked past midnight. I was having trouble keeping my eyes open, but I only had about an hour left in this drive, so I gritted my teeth and kept going. My buddy Tristan, who was also a trucker, introduced me to smelling salts when I first started out. If you don't know, smelling salts are basically some kind of crystals in a little bottle. One sniff and you're wide awake. You had to be careful, though. Too many back-to-back uses could be dangerous, or at least that's what Tristan told me. They burn your nose a little bit, but whenever I needed a boost, I'd reach for the smelling salts first. This was one of those times. I took a big whiff and shot my head back, my reflexes taking over. I felt the adrenaline course through my body and hoped the feeling would last the rest of the drive. A half hour shot by, and I was really struggling. I felt myself start to doze off, and the blare of my truck drifting into the shoulder jolted me awake. This was getting dangerous, I thought. I had to pull off. I was all alone on the highway, but there was nowhere to pull off. There were just woods on either side of me. I slowed the truck down, searching desperately for somewhere to pull over. At this low speed, my headlights pierced through the darkness, and I was able to see a lot more. As I looked around, I saw something that confused me. There was a purple dress lying in the middle of the road. What the hell, I thought, rubbing my eyes. Was I hallucinating? I blinked like 6 times just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. It was real. I approached the dress with my truck and stared at it as I rolled by. In hindsight, this should have been more of a red flag, but I think I was just too exhausted to process what was going on. About 200 or so yards away, I passed a pair of shoes. Now I was starting to freak out. What the hell was going on? I passed the shoes, praying to God there would be a place to pull off soon. My old man Finn was a super religious guy, so I clutched his old cross and hoped he would come through for me. A little further up the road, I saw a bunch more random clothing, some of which looked like little kids' clothing. This time, I stopped the truck. The panic started to set in. Something was very, very wrong. I sat in the driver's seat with the truck at a standstill. I was expecting something to happen, but it never did. So I did what my instincts told me to do. I stepped out of the truck and went to inspect the clothing. I still remember the feeling of the chilly morning air piercing my skin, which definitely helped my exhaustion. I approached the pile as cautiously as I could. It was indeed kids' clothing. It looked like there were both boy and girl pieces of clothing in the pile. I looked around into the woods, but I couldn't see much of anything in the darkness. I had my head on a swivel, worried that this was some kind of trap. I decided it was not my business to figure out what was going on, so I made my way back to my truck. Just then, I heard a crunch from the left. I whipped around, trying to see what was there. I stood there, waiting to hear another sound. After about 30 seconds, there was another crunch, but this time from the opposite side of the road. My survival instincts kicked in, and I sprinted towards the truck. I jumped into the front seat, but just before I slammed the door, I heard a child's scream ring out. I froze, my heart bursting out of my chest. I was caught at a crossroads. I wasn't going to fight some random people in pitch-black woods, but I couldn't just abandon some helpless kids either. Before I could make a decision, another almost identical child's scream rang out. Without thinking, I turned the truck on and pointed its nose toward the spot in the woods where I heard the noise. My headlights lit up about 30 yards into the woods. There were 3 or 4 people, one of whom was holding a massive speaker. They ducked behind a couple of trees as my truck lit them up, but I had exposed them for just enough time to make out what they were doing. They hid from the light before I could really make out any distinctive features, but I swear on my old man Finn's grave, they were holding up a speaker, trying to lure me into the woods with a fake kid screaming. I was just in shock. I just sat there staring at the trees those people had just hidden behind. I reached for my phone to call the police, but before I finished dialing, I heard a thump from the body of the truck. Someone had thrown something from the other direction. I was done. I turned back to face the road and slammed on the gas. As I sped off, I could make out a person on the other side of the road. He shouted something I couldn't understand before launching something at the truck that cracked the glass of my passenger side window. I drove the final hour in silence. I was too scared to process what had just happened, but there was no way in hell I was stopping to sleep in those woods. I completed my delivery and then knocked out. I must have slept for 10 hours straight. When I woke up, the first thing I did was call the police, who told me they'd investigate those woods and give me any updates. I then thought about. So, a few years back, after some friends and I graduated high school, we celebrated in the White Mountains National Forest Preserve. We only lived 2 or so hours away, so it wasn't much of a hike. We all packed inside my friend Alexis's car. Also with us was my friend Rob, his girlfriend Stephanie, and our friend Kelly. Alexis's car was a Hyundai Accent, so a very small vehicle. We didn't pack much. We were headed to this Airbnb in Carroll, New Hampshire, at the height of the summer. It was a gorgeous drive. Once we got to the house, it was just as depicted in the photos, only the pictures didn't include the shambling-looking shed next to the house. It seemed like it had seen better years. I probably could have knocked it down myself. Alexis joked around that maybe some old crazy guy lived in there, and that's why the place was so cheap, but we all laughed it off and unpacked our things. I'll be honest, I was really into Alexis, and I think she was into me on account of her saying we should share a bed. More so because the third bedroom had 2 doors leading to the outside and had a perfect view of that old shed, so she didn't want to sleep there, and she wouldn't let me. We both put our things in the living room and made the pull-out couch our bed. Not much happened the first night. A little later, we all sat in the hot tub in the garage/rec room. Alexis sat next to me, and we faced the woods while Rob and his girlfriend were opposite of us. Rob's girlfriend couldn't step completely into the water on account of the stitches she just got. Stephanie and I were always good friends and carried on with stories and joked about high school, sipping on our potentially illegally acquired booze. Kelly, on the other hand, was changing and not with us. Rob kicked my leg from under the water and winked, seeing how close Alexis was getting to me, but that wasn't too much of a deal. We tried to plan out our next day and talked about hiking to Mount Washington and the Flume Gorge. After a good soak, I eased into bed with Alexis, and we watched Rick and Morty for a while until the clock struck 2 a.m. We sat outside stargazing. The view was supposed to be amazing, and a bit later, Kelly tagged along with us. What happened next was hard to explain. In front of the house was this huge deck that we were sitting on. It was pitch black, and no cars were around. More or less, we were in the middle of nowhere. No one really understands true silence until you're away from cars or planes, for that matter. The sky was brightly lit, purple-blue, full of stars. Kelly hushed me one time, just a few feet away from the porch. She heard some crunching as if something was approaching the deck. There was definitely something walking out there. I waved it off as a raccoon or fox until the steps sounded heavy, and I looked at Alexis. The fear began to set in as I noticed her gaze was looking towards the old shed where the footsteps had begun. Quickly, I ushered the girls into the cabin and locked all the doors. I tried to explain to them that it was still possibly an animal, especially if animals had taken over that old shed. Easily, both of them calmed down. Kelly walked back into her room, and I again laid down beside Alexis. The next morning, I woke up to Rob and his girlfriend cooking breakfast in the kitchen, which was just across the room from Alexis and me. We had a big day planned out, and we did quite a lot of hiking, with most of us forgetting what had transpired last night, other than Alexis. When we came back from hiking, Alexis suggested exploring the old shed that was beside the house. Now that it was daylight, nothing that bad could happen, right? I'll be honest, I didn't want to, but I didn't want Alexis to think I was a wuss. We opened the screen door, investigating the first room. There was an old rickety rocking chair. It seemed it might break if I tried to sit in it. The next door had one of those brass doorknobs, but it was rusted and dented. I looked at Alexis before grabbing the door, and she groaned as she opened it. There wasn't much to the room. The floor was dirt, there were dirt-caked windows, and some trash on the floor. Alexis made a point that it smelled of cigarette smoke. It may have been the designated smoking spot in the Airbnb. We both shrugged it off and joined the others out back. Rob was starting a fire, and some typical conversation was going on. Rob poked fun at Alexis and me during the sunset, and I turned off the floodlight out back to make the ambience of our fire nicer. Some chuckles and stories were passed around, Rob and I boasting about our feats and whatnot. Then, there grew a silence. That same crunching from last night was heard behind us, just against the tree line, except it was faster and headed in our direction. Just like that, there was a flash of green light lighting up the entirety of the backyard for just a moment. Whatever was running towards us halted, but my thoughts were ruptured by Stephanie's screams as she bolted towards the house. Behind us, a blood-curdling cry or yelp was heard, a deafening sound that at first we thought was a siren. I instantly stood up, yelling for everyone to get inside. Stephanie must have seen whatever it was that made that cry. In my bolt, I accidentally knocked over Kelly, who hadn't gathered the entire scene yet. I turned around to help her up. Rob was already halfway to the house. I ran to help Alexis gather our food items. The last thing we wanted, if it was a bear, was for them to stay any longer. After that, I rushed Alexis to the back door where Rob was waiting for us with some kind of bear spray. I already, at this point, had my Bowie knife out. I commanded him to go in, but he yelled at me to go in because he's got the range. The two of us saw this black mess walking along the outskirts of our fire. We didn't stay long enough to find out what it was. After meeting the girls in the living room, we called the police immediately. The officer reported to the house and looked all around with his flashlight. Finding nothing, he clarified to us that the flash was due to lightning striking a nearby power line or transformer. As for the thing, he said it was likely a Fisher cat or something, but Stephanie said that she saw a man hunched over with a cloak or blanket hung over him. Least to say, we didn't stay the next night. The sheer paranoia of someone or something stalking us in the woods was reason enough, to say the least. We haven't returned to the mountains since. Who knows what's crawling around in those woods? There's a nice hidden lake a short walk away from my house in Parson Field, Maine. I've been going fishing there for as long as I've lived here. It's hidden away from any roads or houses, it has perfect privacy, and I would always be the only one out on the lake fishing. In fact, I would leave my kayak in the same spot by the lake whenever I wasn't using it. It was easier than lugging the thing back and forth through my house to the lake anytime I wanted to use it. I would leave it leaning up against this huge tree every time. The kayak is heavy enough to not fall over from a windstorm or anything. I also leave it covered to prevent critters from taking refuge inside. It was a warm summer's evening. I was out on the lake already for about an hour and I'd caught a few trout already, which I'd thrown into the cooler. It was dusk at this point. The little bit of light left in the sky was disappearing behind the trees. I was going to bring it in soon, and just then, I heard sounds from the edge of the lake. I turned and saw someone standing at the edge of the water, tipping a barrel of some kind over, pouring its contents into the lake. It looked to me like they were polluting the lake with something. I took it upon myself to yell out, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" The person looked up at me and then ran into the woods with the contents of the barrel still pouring into the water. I looked more closely at the liquid being poured out into the lake, and it looked like a dark red liquid, though it was dark out, so I can't say with 100% certainty if it was red, but it was very dark. I felt a sense of unease creep up throughout my body. I decided I wanted to leave. I'm a big nature guy though, and seeing people littering or polluting the environment makes me sick. I genuinely couldn't resist shouting something out to that person, but I didn't feel comfortable here any longer. I planned on reporting this to the Department of Environmental Protection. I paddled the kayak back to my usual spot. I took all of my gear off the kayak before pulling it out of the water. As I was putting the cover over the kayak, I heard one single snap of something not far away, like the crunch of something under a person's shoe. I turned and was about to say, "Who's there?" but I decided against it. I finished covering the kayak quicker than I ever had before. I didn't even bother standing it up to lean on the tree this time. I left it on the ground. I picked up my gear and cooler and started quickly walking out of the woods and out to the road which led to my house. It was only a couple minutes of a walk and I was back home. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time, thinking someone was behind me. I put my gear in the shed real quick, then went inside. I never locked the doors so quickly. I was genuinely spooked. I rinsed off the trout and put them in the fridge, planning on cooking them tomorrow. Tonight, I just heated up some leftovers. As the food was in the microwave, there was a knock at my front door. The fear and dread that I was feeling the entire walk back to the house returned in an instant, and my suspicion that I was being followed home was basically confirmed. I mean, who else would be knocking on my door this late? My lights were on, my car was in the driveway, whoever it was knew I was in here. I had all the shades closed though, so nobody could look inside. They knocked on the door again. The microwave beeped as the timer hit 0. I'm sure whoever was outside heard it. All the windows were cracked open, and a moment later, there was a knock now on the window, and a man's voice said through the window, "Excuse me, I think you saw me at the lake earlier." I'd just like to explain myself. There was absolutely no chance I was opening the door to this person. For them to stalk me to my house told me this was a dangerous person. They repeatedly knocked on the window and kept yelling, "Hello," through it. I decided to acknowledge him now that he was getting more aggressive. I yelled, "Yo, leave or I'll call the police." I intended to either way, but it was still a threat to get him to leave. The man responded calmly now, saying, "Sir, if you could just open the front door, I'll explain everything to you." I repeated my threat, and I didn't hear his voice again. At this point, I shut and locked every window in the house and turned on the AC. I also made a report to the non-emergency police number, detailing both the barrel being dumped into the lake and the man coming to my house. I also made an online report with the Department of Environmental Protection. Making these 2 reports honestly made me feel a little better about going to sleep that night. But thank God I'm a light sleeper. In the middle of the night, around 2 a.m., I heard a crash from downstairs. I immediately sprang out of my bed and grabbed my Glock from the closet. I heard someone's attempt at quiet footsteps coming up the creaky wooden steps. I had my Glock loaded in hand as I stood behind my dresser right by my closet, aiming at the door. I heard very slow creeping towards my door. My bedroom door is closest to the stairs, so it was naturally the first door that they would approach. And sure enough, I heard the doorknob slowly press down and then the door pushed open. I saw nothing but the man's silhouette enter the room. I flicked on the lamp next to me so he could see my gun, and I screamed, "Get on the ground now." He raised his hands in the air and seemed for a second to be motioning for me to calm down. He had a small blade in his hand. I told him to drop it, but then he said calmly, "I'm leaving," and he turned and ran for downstairs. I yelled at him to stop, but he clearly took the chance on me being too afraid to pull the trigger. I heard him leave through the front door. I ran downstairs to lock the front door right away and then called 911. My living room window was shattered, glass was all over the floor. I kept my sight on that broken window until the police officer showed up. I had to explain that I already made a non-emergency report of what happened earlier, in fear of waiting too long by morning for the barrel to be gone in the darkness. I went with 2 of the officers who showed up to my house to where I saw that man dumping the barrel into the lake, but after 20 minutes of walking around looking for it, it was gone. The man must have made sure not to leave it behind. I gave my best description of the man to the police for their report. The man was a short, bearded white man with a receding hairline and glasses, wearing a black flannel shirt and black pants. After the police left, I stayed in the living room all night with my gun next to me, watching TV. No way in hell was I going to sleep with a broken window and some nut job out there. At dawn, my brothers came over to help me fix the window. My brother Azaria stayed at the house while my other brother and I went to Home Depot to get the window and parts. Azaria stayed at the house with me for a few nights till things cooled down. My not-so-wild theory is that the barrel contained human remains, possibly dissolved in some kind of acid. Why else would that man follow me home and then break into my house to potentially murder me? Trust your gut if something feels wrong. I knew if I opened my door to that man, something terrible might have happened to me.
I once matched with this girl that I'm still friends with on Tinder, named Min. She seemed cool right from the bat. She had a sleeve of tattoos on her left arm, red highlights in her hair, and in her profile, she mentioned she loved to work out. One of her pictures was taken on the rooftop of this cool-looking building with a sick view. I asked her where it was, and she told me it was some abandoned hospital on the edge of town that was super cool to explore at night and super easy to get into. There's usually one cop patrolling the huge parking lot at night to deter trespassers, but she said it was super easy to circumvent. She came up with the idea of us going there together as our first date, if you want to use the word date. I was totally on board with it. She seemed cool, and it seemed like a different kind of way to meet someone, as opposed to the usual, let's get drinks. I picked her up from her house 15 minutes away, and then we drove the 15 minutes to get to the hospital. Those 15 minutes gave us a nice chance to get to know each other a bit and get comfortable with each other's personalities. When we got to the hospital, she told me to park on this dead-end street hidden by a bunch of tall bushes, which was a 5-minute walk to the inside of the hospital. We hopped this little barrier separating the road from the hospital parking lot, then jogged across the wide-open lot towards the grass right next to the entrance she always used. She led us to a broken window into the basement of the hospital. It seemed kind of creepy. I was glad I wore raggy jeans, like she told me to, because I knew I was going to rip them on something. We used our phone flashlights. We didn't bring any special heavy-duty lights or anything. She seemed to know this whole hospital like the back of her hand. She led us to the stairway to the upstairs. I gotta say, being alone with one other person in a place like this that night was very scary, but I had no idea how scary it was about to get. On the first floor, Min kept talking so loud that I almost wanted to tell her to shoo. I was paranoid we'd be found out because of her voice. Down the corridor we were in, it sounded like a door was opening or closing. Something echoed down the corridor to us. She heard it too and went silent. I asked her in a whisper, "Is it normal for others to be here?" And she said, "Sometimes, but not really." We turned off our flashlights and waited. Suddenly, there was a bang much closer to us now. We both scrambled in the dark. I followed her, barely able to see. We made it back to the stairway and ran up the stairs with our lights back on. When we were a couple of levels higher, we felt it was okay to speak at a normal volume again. Min told me the police never come in here, so it may have been other explorers. But the weird thing was there was no sign of another light in that corridor. Nobody normal would be walking in the dark. Then we heard sounds echoing from the exit stair shaft where we just were. Someone was coming up the stairs. Once again, we scrambled. She led the way, saying she knew where to go. We ran for a few minutes through this maze of a building. I was truly freaking out. It seemed like we were being followed, and I wasn't sure if I would rather have it been the cops or someone else. She led us to this mini outside spot. We weren't on the highest rooftop, but I guess we were on what you'd call the rooftop of this level. We stopped to catch our breath. The whole being followed thing was killing the vibe completely. Even she seemed concerned, and I looked to her as the expert with this place. After a few minutes, we relaxed a bit and went through this broken window into the ceiling of this one large room. This part was scary because she wanted to walk along these long, narrow wooden planks with a 10-foot drop below us. A fall from this height would cause injury, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. I followed her across the sketchy long wooden board until we got to the top of this pillar where one board stopped and another one started. We sat on this pillar to just chill and talk, with our legs dangling over the edge, overlooking the darkness below. It was creepy in there, and I thought we were all alone until there was a sound from below us. It sounded like someone walking. Our presence was already made known to whoever was in there, so we turned on our flashlights and aimed them down below. Right below us, standing at the pillar looking up at us, was this 40-something-year-old man in a black Carhartt beanie, wearing a black jacket and black sweatpants. He smiled at us and said in this creepy, deep voice, "Come on down," while waving for us to come down. I asked, "Are you police?" He disregarded my question as if he didn't hear me and repeated, "Come on down," with his creepy smile. Min and I got up, scared, and started walking back across the narrow piece of wood. I was even more scared of falling now than before. I had no idea what that man would do to us. As we were about halfway across, the man hurried out of the room below us through a door. He was most definitely going to try to catch us. We had to hurry. We made it across and tried to get out of there, knowing that man was dangerous. As we were running down the stairs in the shaft on the opposite side of the hospital, we heard the door a few flights above us open and slam shut, followed by footsteps stomping down the steps. He had somehow followed us. We were hauling ass, running as if we were running for our lives. We made it back to the first floor and ran to the opposite side of the hospital where we entered from. We went back to the basement and climbed through the broken window. The whole process of climbing through that window was haunting because I went out second, and I was afraid my legs would be grabbed at any moment. But I think by that point, we had lost the man. We ran back across the parking lot to my car, and when we made it, the first thing we did was lock the doors and catch our breath. That was a complete nightmare, and somehow, us getting through it together created a sort of instant bond between us. We drove away from there and stopped at a Wendy's to get food and just collect our thoughts in the car. We chilled for an hour just talking, and then I dropped her off. Min and I have stayed in contact through the years, and while we were romantically involved for a few months, we ended up just staying good friends. Neither of us ever returned to that hospital again.
This is a fresh story happening pretty recently. My family and I were driving to college to help me move in, as I'm currently a first-year student. Once we arrived, I found out that I would be living in a Jack and Jill, which means you and another room shared the same bathroom. So, essentially, I'd be living with 3 other guys. I already knew one of them in the other room. We met at orientation and got to know each other. His roommate doesn't matter for this story, though. It's my roommate, Walter, who I'm going to talk about. I got his socials beforehand, and we exchanged information prior to moving in. I tried talking to him on Instagram to get to know him better, but his replies seemed dry. On top of that, his profile seemed like one of those Discord mods that you see on Instagram Reels or TikTok. Once we moved in, I met him, and ironically, he looked like a Discord mod, except he had a skinny build around my height. He looked very pale and had a peach fuzz mustache. I tried talking to him again. His talking style matched his texting style and seemed very introverted. He stuttered a lot and always tried to end the conversation as quickly as possible. I tried to lighten him up by asking what kind of music he listens to, but he said he doesn't, as music wouldn't fill his cup of emptiness. To make things more weird, when he set up his PS5, he immediately started gaming. It's not him gaming that's weird, it's what he does when he games. Walter makes these weird grunting noises, violently shakes his body, and laughs when he spams the controller. He puts his feet in his desk cabinet, occasionally grabbing his feet and pulling them towards his body during his shakes. He also whispers to himself as he plays, whether by himself or with his online friends, and he usually repeats what he whispered twice in a giggly manner. He stays in the room 24/7 and almost never does homework. His movements alone freak me out as I'm trying to sleep, but there's more to the story. Sometime around the first week, I went out with some friends that I met in my dorm building, and I came back pretty late to my dorm. Around 1 a.m. Walter looked asleep in his bed, so I nudged it off as I went to my cabinet, which was right next to my bed. I felt my arm hairs get goosebumps and felt the urge to turn around, so I did. Walter was staring right at me with a slight grin on his face. I yelped and said, "Holy, Walter, why are you looking at me like that?" He laughed it off and said, "Dark time," and turned around to face the wall. This creeped me out, and it happened, I want to say, 3 more times. I tried to move out, but my college said they didn't have any dorms open, so I tried to move into the other room, but one of the other roommates didn't want to leave as well. This meant I was stuck with Walter for the semester, and I just had to deal with it. About 3 months passed by, and I came back from my English class. When I opened the door to my dorm, Walter stood up in a panic, asking me why I was back so early. This was weird, as my English class actually ended late, hence me getting back late. I asked him if he needed the room to himself, and he declined, striking some weird pose that looked like it was from some anime. He said that I shouldn't be worried at all. I visibly cringed at him, and his statement only made me more uncomfortable. I noticed he had a box on his desk, and when I brought it up, he told me that it wasn't important. I shrugged it off. At this time, I noticed that my iPhone charger and my scissors were missing. I asked Walter if he had seen them, and he said he had. He handed me the scissors, and as he was handing me the iPhone charger, the cable knocked his box over to me as well. The box opened, and what I saw made my heart sink. A sticky note with my name on it fell out. Alongside this was what looked to be a see-through case. Inside it were eyelashes, a pair of glasses, a pair of my socks, and a disposable photo of me that I took as a joke. He collected all of it up off the floor as he tried explaining the meaning of it, and I yelled at him to get out. He left immediately. I texted my RA about the situation, and he told me that he was out at the moment, but when he came back tomorrow, I should show him the box as evidence so that they would have a reason to kick Walter out. So, I got the box and hid it within my laundry bin. I felt really rattled, and the sight of my roommate disgusted me. However, in an hour, he came back. I just told him to stay on his side and not to talk to me. After that, no words were spoken. I tried to stay awake out of fear that he might try to find the box, but after a long day, I fell asleep around 2 a.m. When I woke up, I saw Walter was gone, and it felt good seeing him out of the room for once. But then I remembered the box. I went to my laundry bin, and it was gone. I panicked, and not long after, my RA was knocking on the door. I let him in and told him the story. While he did believe me, he said he couldn't do anything without that box, otherwise, he'd just be going off my word alone. Which wasn't much. I felt like I was losing my mind. The RA left, and about 5 hours later, Walter came back. I asked him what he did with the box. He played dumb and said, "What box? I don't know what you're talking about." I pressured him to stop playing dumb, but Walter kept denying it. I couldn't stand to look at him or be in the same room with him anymore. It's now the second semester, and yes, I'm still dorming with Walter, unfortunately. He did let me know that he will never do it again, and that if he does, he'll let me know and we'll move out immediately. I took his word, and we're still dorming as of today. However, I stay out of the room as much as I can. He still creeps me out. The worst part is that I can't sleep sometimes nor focus during the day as I keep thinking of what was in the box. Why did he steal my photo? Why did he steal my socks? What were the glasses for? The part that leaves me scared each time is what those eyelashes were doing there, and perhaps weirdest of all was that he labeled the box with my name. Hey, my name is Richard. I was always one of the most popular kids in school. People were always coming up to me and trying to get close to me. Anyone who hung out with me automatically became more popular. Everyone except Edward, my best friend. Edward is the classic nerdy guy who doesn't like to go to parties. But that's not why no one approached him. It was because if you approached him, you could meet Norton, his other personality. Norton was a dangerous person. There were times when he would destroy labs at school, break glass, try to start fires, or spit on people without being seen. I knew that when Edward came back, he wouldn't remember any of this, so in order not to depress him, I took responsibility for the things Norton did and always ended up being punished. Many times I thought about not defending him anymore, but when I saw how the bullies at school were always beating him up, I decided that I didn't want to bring another problem into his life. Graduation day was supposed to be the best day of our lives. We were all very excited to go, except Edward, who told me he wouldn't go and that he would rather stay home and watch movies. I decided to respect him and get ready to go to the dance, but as I was doing so, something felt wrong. Edward was my best friend. I couldn't abandon him on a day like this. I decided to go to his house as a surprise and watch movies with him. But when I got to his house and met his parents, they told me he had gone on a date. A date? I knew Edward well, and I knew that this was a lie. Had he gotten into trouble? They offered me to go to his room to drop off the movies I had brought, and I took the opportunity to see his room for the first time. Edward had always been very private with his private life, so we always went to my house. The moment I entered his room, I understood why. His entire room was filled with posters of serial killers, satanic symbols, and gun catalogs. As I checked his computer, I saw that he had several messages to his bullies. The messages were threatening, telling them that today he would beat them all up, that he would take revenge for everything they did to him, and to meet him in the abandoned alley around the corner from the prom dance. I left in desperation and ran to the abandoned alley. If Norton had planned for this, but changed his personality in the middle of the fight, it would surely put Edward in the hospital. I got to the alley quickly, but the fight had already started. 2 of the 3 bullies that usually attacked Edward were injured, shirt on the ground. One of them was fighting with Norton. I ran to separate them, and in the middle of the bully's distraction when he saw me coming, Norton stabbed him in the head with a knife. At that moment, I looked around and realized that the other 2 guys were not injured from fighting but had also been attacked by a knife. The boy fell, and Norton stared at me with a maniacal, unhinged, obsessive smile. He immediately picked up the knife and ran towards me, but suddenly he stopped, and his gaze changed. What happened? I did this. Edward, you came back. No, 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 I couldn't have done this. Richard, my life is over. I'll never go to college. I'll never find a cure for my illness. I will never get help. I've ruined everything. At that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Edward was a good person. He didn't deserve this. These guys tortured him all the way through high school. Now that they're dead, Norton probably wouldn't come back, and nobody would bully him at the university. Edward, I'll take the blame. What? I can't let you do that. Listen to me. I'm useless. I have no future. I'm not going to college, and I'm not as smart as you. I'm taking a bullet for you. Just study hard and medicate yourself for your problem, okay? No, no, we have to figure out how to make the police believe that I caused this. Maybe I have a good alibi. I told my parents I was going on a date. You're right, that will work. I can tell them that you met these men and I defended you. Yeah, good idea. At that moment, something went through my head very quickly. Something was wrong. Hey Edward, this was all planned by Norton, didn't he? Yeah, I suddenly appeared here. I don't remember anything. So how do you know you told your parents you were going on a date? I didn't say it was Norton. But you don't remember when Norton takes over you. Edward's face was in a state of pure shock. I had never seen him choke so hard on his own words. There was something he wasn't telling me. Edward, I don't know if it's a good idea for me to cover you. If you have a disease, you should take responsibility for it. Suddenly, Edward lunged at me with the knife. I managed to dodge him, but he cut off a part of my arm. You know, you were a great help all through high school, but now you're even more useful to me dead. Norton, you were pretending to be Edward. Oh, innocent. What do you mean, kid? I never had multiple personality disorder. You mean there was never a Norton? No, silly. The one who never existed was Edward. With all of his strength, he attacked me with a knife, but I managed to get my hand through at the right moment. I pushed him and tried to get away, but in one leap, he struck the knife in my calf, and I fell. I was at the mercy of Norton, sticking a knife in my back and killing me. Suddenly, one of the bullies who had been wounded rammed him, threw himself on top of him, and choked him to death while yelling at me to call the police. Terrified and in pain, I called as fast as I could, and within minutes, 2 police cars and an ambulance arrived. The boy who saved me almost bled to death but survived. His testimony was the only thing that saved me from going to jail. After that, I decided that I would trust myself more, and in only 4 years, I became a lawyer. When I remember Edward, I get goosebumps. Who knows what that psycho would have done if he stayed alive? 3 years ago, when I was broke, I moved to a new city for a job. This job was not the most well-paying job, but it was decent. Because I had no money going into it, I had to find a cheap place to live. I ended up going on Craigslist and finding a roommate there. I know that sounds sketchy, and the truth is that it is sketchy because the guy that I was roommates with was weird. At first, he seemed normal enough, but I never actually met him in person until I moved into the apartment. We had a 2-bedroom place right outside of the city. My roommate's name was Bellamy, and he was thin, had longer hair, and was about my age. The apartment that we got was not very nice. It was located in not the best neighborhood, and the building was old and a little bit run down. We had a living room, a small kitchen, and then a hallway where Bellamy's room was at one end. The bathroom was sort of across from Bellamy's room, and then my bedroom was at the other end of the hallway. I knew that living with Bellamy would be temporary, and as soon as I had enough money to move to a better place, I would. After meeting Bellamy and moving in, he just seemed a little bit strange. He was not that friendly, and for the most part, he stayed out of my way, which was nice, and I stayed out of his. Bellamy seemed to be a pretty private guy and didn't have much interest in being friends or anything, and that was fine. One thing he did, though, was forget to lock the main door of our apartment. There were like 5 different times where I know I locked the door, and then I would see it unlocked. I tried to talk to him about it once, and he kind of blew me off. This made me kind of mad because many times I would get up to use our only bathroom, which was right across from Bellamy's room, so I would have to walk by his door to use the bathroom. Bellamy would be in his bedroom when I was going to use the bathroom. A lot of times when I would start to approach, I would literally hear him locking his door. It was like he was afraid that I was going to try to go into his room, so he was locking it. I never once tried to enter his room. I never even knocked on his door, so it was annoying how he would always do that but seemingly forget to lock the front door of the apartment that we lived in. I would have liked to have the front door locked all the time. Luckily, though, my bedroom also had a lock on it. One night, I was sleeping but woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing that I remember after waking up is that I heard somebody right outside my bedroom door. My heart started racing, and I didn't know what to do. Whoever this person was already inside the apartment, probably because Bellamy left the door unlocked. I then heard this noise, like somebody was messing around with the lock on my door. Maybe they were trying to pick it. This went on for like a minute, but luckily they didn't get in. I got my phone that was next to my bed and called the police. Then I turned on my bedroom light. When this happened, I heard whoever it was moving away from the door and seemingly back out towards the living room. I didn't leave my room until the police arrived. By then, I hadn't heard anything in a long time. I finally left my bedroom and saw that our front door was left unlocked again. The police came in and searched the place. While this was going on, Bellamy left his bedroom, apparently woken up by the motion. He said that he didn't see or hear anything. The police didn't find anybody and nothing was stolen or missing. I even remember when the police were there, Bellamy loudly said to me, "Are you sure you weren't dreaming the whole thing?" I found this comment to be a little bit rude because I knew that I wasn't. The police also heard him, and I didn't want them to think that I was just imagining the whole thing. The police advised us to keep our door locked, and then they left. After they left, I remember Bellamy asking me why I called the cops. It was like he was annoyed that I did. I said because he left the front door unlocked and somebody broke in. Bellamy claimed that he didn't leave it unlocked and said that our lock must be faulty, but I didn't believe him. I mean, somebody broke into our apartment and tried to get into my bedroom, and Bellamy just seemed annoyed by the whole thing. He didn't even seem that concerned. After that, we both went back to our rooms, and I went back to bed. I really couldn't wait to move out of there. Soon, I would have enough money saved up to do so. Several days went by and everything seemed to be going normally. Then one night, I was in my bedroom again. Now usually, I would hang out in my bedroom and then go to the bathroom and brush my teeth. Then I would return, lock my door, and go to sleep. That was my nightly routine. So, on this night, I believe it was a Friday because I didn't have work the next morning. I know that because I was staying up much later and watching YouTube videos on my phone. It was past the time that I usually went to sleep. I think it was after midnight. I was lying on my bed, and my lights were out, but my door was unlocked because I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I remember all of a sudden seeing my bedroom door start to open. My headphones were in, so I didn't hear anything, but when I saw this, I took them out and looked to the door. After it slowly opened, I saw Bellamy entering. When he saw me staring right at him, he stopped, turned around, and then left. I yelled at him, asking what he wanted, but he quickly returned to his room. I thought this was really weird and also creepy, so I got up, brushed my teeth, then locked my door and went to bed. The next day, I asked Bellamy what he was doing, and he completely denied it. I couldn't believe it. He suggested that I was having another dream. This made me mad. But I didn't say anything. Instead, I realized that it was probably him the night I had called the police. I don't think anybody else even entered our apartment. I mean, nothing was stolen and nothing was messed up. Plus, the person went right for my room. So I started looking for a new place that same day. Within a week, I moved out. Ever since then, I haven't seen or heard from Bellamy, and I'm hoping that I never do. This particular story took place when I was in the Air Force and stationed in Louisiana. This story took place a few years after I had been stationed there. I first arrived at this base in 2005, and upon my arrival, I, along with many other new troops, were greeted with many different stories of horror. There were stories about a man in a top hat who walked a dark, long, and narrow dirt road on the outskirts of a storage facility area. There was another story about a crazy man who was hit by a patrol car and ran off into the woods next to the same place. But my story relates to a separate story that was told to me. It was my second night on shift, as I recall. I was posted with an airman who had been there for several years. He gave a rundown about some little girl who had been visiting her father when the storage area we were working in was being constructed, which was well before any of our time. The story went that the little girl was playing on some of the structures while her father was working but had fallen to her death by slipping off the edge at the top of the structure itself. Most of the story didn't make sense to me at the time, but regardless of the facts, it still scared the out of me. To make matters worse, the airman had taken me to the exact place where the supposed story took place. He would shut off the engine and turn off the music as we just sat there in silence. He startled me a few times, but nothing ever happened. Now skip forward about 3 years. I was scheduled to work that particular spot of the base this night. Keep in mind that I'd been visiting this spot for years now, but at this point, the storage area had been completely closed down except for a few minor areas, which required us to do physical drive-throughs and checks of this area. The shift itself started out rather shitty. Me and my Steven partner had been given a cattle truck to do this patrol, as our normal vehicle was in the shop for maintenance. Yeah, I'm not kidding, but cattle truck. I know this part doesn't seem very important to the story at the moment, but it will tie into the story eventually. So to save on time, let's skip forward a few hours. We were scheduled to do 3 random checks of the storage facility that night, and we had already completed 2 of the 3 prior without any issues. So, come about 4 o'clock in the morning, we decided to do our last check. Seeing as all the main maintenance guys had gone home for the night in this area, the only way to access the area was with 2 very large separate gates, which took forever to open. We piled in, locked the gates behind us, and continued on our way. Steven was driving during this check, and I was the spotter who used the flashlight to check the lock on each structure. An important detail that I left out, which may be necessary here, is that the story of the little girl had taken place on a road within the storage area, which we called Echo Street. By this point, everything was fine, and we had finished our rounds. Steven made the final turn down Echo Street. We had both been pretty talkative during most of the night, and we were just shooting when I got an uneasy feeling. Something felt different, but I couldn't make out what it was. We were about halfway down the road when things became almost completely and frighteningly silent. Even the rumble of our cattle truck and the faint noise of the radio plane seemed to become less audible as we approached the structure from my previous story. And I must stress at this point that even telling or typing this part still brings a chill down my spine and makes my eyes tear up in fear. But as we approached the structure itself, I turned my head to the outside of the window opposite the structure, and out of my left ear, I heard a sound that nearly caused me to piss myself. It was the sound of a person groaning or moaning in distress, sort of like the moan of the girl from The Grudge. Yes, I'm very serious. The faint, creepy moan began to ring inside the cab of the truck between the two of us, in between the dark emptiness of the middle seat. I felt my blood turn cold, and I quickly turned to Steven and yelled, "Dude, cut that out." Steven turned to me with a confused look on his face. At this point, he began to take his foot off the accelerator and asked, "Am I going too fast?" I remained silent for a moment, with my hand in a pausing gesture, and I listened. I heard the noise again. My partner interrupted and asked, "What's wrong?" I quickly turned the music off without saying anything at first, and then I whispered to him, "Do you hear that?" He stopped the truck in confusion and listened closely. It was almost dead silent for a second or two when we both heard at this time that long, chilling groan of a woman. It echoed in my ears. It sounded like someone was struggling to breathe and taking in a giant breath of air while someone was trying to strangle them. The sound was beyond terrifying, and the fact that I wasn't the only one hearing it only made it more of a horrifying experience. I found myself beginning to ask him my original question again, but he quickly interrupted and said with a strong sound of fear in his voice, "What the is that?" We stupidly waited to see if we could hear it again. The rumble of the gates on the back of the truck was easily heard and recognized as they made a sort of metal-on-metal clatter, and the diesel engine had that typical rumble as well. But in between both the noises, we heard it again for the final time, that groan. It sounded even louder, but this time it sounded like it was coming from both inside and outside of the truck, like we were being surrounded by whatever was making that noise of distress. Without even making a peep, Steven put the truck in drive, and he hauled our asses off that street quicker than I have ever gone on any other street, and that entire base veered us off the road to speed back. He nearly flipped the truck going around a curve, but it didn't bother us one bit. We were both in an unspoken agreement that we wanted to get out of there quickly. We got to the two gates again, and I hopped out of the truck as fast as I could. Steven watched my back as I quickly opened both gates. He jumped back into the driver's seat, sped out, and waited for me to close both gates as well. Once we completed that task, we quickly returned to the main part of the base, and we requested to meet with our flight chief to tell him what had happened. When we finally met up with him, we expected him to think that we were both full of it or that we had just imagined the entire thing, being as it was so late into our 12-hour shift and we were both tired. But I clearly remember him saying to both of us, "I completely believe you." As a matter of fact, I had something like that happen to me twice, once in that same place and the other in that building behind you, as he pointed at our jailhouse. Again, I know that sounds completely cliché with that grudge-like moan we had heard, but it honestly happened, and it still brings those tears of fright into my eyes every time I tell it. I went back to that storage area only once after that, but I never went down that road again, and I never went after dark. When I was a kid, before we lived in Texas, we lived in a home that had this huge backyard in Georgia that made me feel like the most popular kid in class. Anytime playing outdoor games or sports was ever an idea, my backyard would be the spot to go since we had a 2-acre backyard. The backyard was surrounded by woods on 3 sides. It also had many trees throughout the yard, a trampoline in one corner, a hot tub, a big detached 3-car garage, and an above-ground pool. For a middle-class area, we really had everything you could want in the backyard. There was enough open grass to play any sports, soccer, baseball, football, anything. We even played hide-and-seek tag or manhunt, as we would call it. One Friday, when we were in like 6th grade, my friends, and I wanted to have a campout sleepover in my backyard. It was Anthony, other Anthony, who I'll call Michael, and Jason. We all had to get our parents' permission, of course, but we were like 11 or 12, and it was a Friday. None of our parents had any reason to say no. Plus, my family had lots of camping equipment, including 2 tents that could easily fit 2 of us in each one. After all of us got permission from our parents, we made arrangements for them to get to my house around 5 o'clock so we could play sports in the backyard. We had too many soccer nets in the yard that we used to play soccer 2-on-2. We did that for like half an hour, then we played baseball for another maybe half hour, and after just sitting around for a few minutes regaining our energy, my parents ordered pizza for us, so we ate around 6:30 or 7, if I had to guess. The sun was starting to go down a little bit now, so now came the time to set up the tents before it was too dark. I was pretty good with setting up tents because I was a Boy Scout, and we had just recently learned how to set up tents. My friends kind of helped, but I did most of the work. By the time they were done, it was decently dark out, and the backyard lights were on, giving a nice glow. It was now dark enough for us to play our favorite game, Manhunt. There were a million spots to hide in the backyard. We played in pairs. It was Anthony and I hiding first, and Michael and Jason would be hunting. Anthony and I split up. Our goal was to get back to the home base point, which was the back door to the house. No camping by the door was allowed. The trampoline was in a far corner of the yard before the woods. I crawled under that to hide. When the hunters would start looking, they had to blow a whistle to let the hiders know they were starting. Once I heard the whistle, I stayed under the trampoline, waiting it out, watching the 2 of them in the distance looking around. I was waiting for a good moment to creep closer to the back door. I had my sights on the hot tub, which was right next to the house. If I could make it over to hide behind the hot tub, I could straight line beeline it to the back door. So when both Michael and Jason had their backs to me looking in different areas of the backyard, I sprinted towards the hot tub, and just as I got right behind it and ducked down, I heard one of the trash bins on the side of the house almost tip over, and then I noticed the motion detecting light on the side turn on. The hot tub was by that corner of the house, but it wouldn't have triggered that light. I went to peer around the corner to the side yard, and I saw a tall person dressed in dark clothes speed walking away in the direction of the woods before entering the woods. It wasn't my dad. I ran to my friends and called the game off, then went to tell my dad about it. We came out and looked around the woods for a few minutes and then checked the street for any unusual cars. Nothing and nothing. He said we should sleep inside tonight, which obviously bummed us out. We went inside and just played a game on my PlayStation. I again described to my friends what I saw, just some tall guy walking into the woods on the side of the house after apparently almost knocking over one of our trash bins. We talked about just going back outside and sleeping in the tents since they were already set up anyway. And plus, what were the odds whoever that was still out there hours later? After we finished playing our game, we went back outside quietly to not wake my dad up. It's not like we were hiding the fact that we were going back out there, but we didn't want to advertise it either. We each had a sleeping bag. Anthony and I shared a tent while Michael and Jason shared the other. After a while of joking around and yelling things between tents, we started to quiet down and try to go to sleep. I wasn't asleep yet, but it seemed like Anthony was. I started hearing walking sounds in the grass nearby, approaching the tent, and then the zipper to the tent was unzipped and I looked up and saw my dad looking inside the tent. He said, "What are you guys doing out here?" I replied to him with something like, "They wanted to sleep out here, so we came back out." Then I took a closer look at the face peering into the tent. I realized it wasn't my dad but some complete stranger who looked to be my dad's age. It looked like he was about to come in when I screamed bloody murder like a little girl. Everyone woke up and Anthony started to scream as well. The man grabbed our ankles and said to be quiet, but he gave up when he realized he was about to be exposed. He left the tent and disappeared. I told my friends to run inside the house, and as we were running to the house, my dad was already coming out the back door in response to our screams. I told him I didn't know which way he went, but that the man from before was back. My dad ran around the yard screaming and taunting the creep to come back if he had any balls. We heard it from inside the living room. My mom called the police, of course, and all that really happened when the police officer showed up was he took my recount of what happened, and I'm sure he made a police report then left. It was good to have a police report at least so that the cops would be aware of a creep going around. I'm not sure if that man ever came back to our property or not, or if he ever got in trouble for something similar. Either way, it was pretty traumatizing, and it could have gone much worse. This is something that happened back when I was a 10-year-old kid. During this time, I lived with my parents and sister in a very populated neighborhood. It was a residential area with countless streets, houses, and parks. Every year on the 4th of July, there would be a huge parade. The parade route would go down our street every time, so we would go outside, sit on the edge of the yard, and watch it. Our house was somewhat uphill from the road, so the yard slanted down a little, giving a good view of the parade. The parade would be sometime in the late morning, and I remember on the year of this story, we went outside a while before it started. Some people had already started to gather around and sit on the curbs of the street and such. We went to our usual spot, and I remember that my sister and I would always go really close to the street. Soon, the parade started. I enjoyed it because a lot of the people in the parade would toss candy at the kids, and I would get a bunch every year. The parade was ongoing, and there were tons of people involved. There were a lot of floats as well as people walking. The first strange thing I noticed was a guy dressed in a red, white, and blue jacket with a long beard. He was walking and waving to people, but then, when he went past us, he appeared to walk into our yard. There were these two huge trees at the end of our yard. Well, one of the trees was in our yard, and the other was on our next-door neighbor's property technically. He sort of went between the two trees, and I didn't really know what he was doing there. That area is sort of out of the way because there was also a really big bush nearby. Yet, with all of these people around, I couldn't be the only one who noticed him, but it kind of seemed like I was. He went out of my sight, though, appearing to go into our next-door neighbor's property. I went right back to watching the parade and forgot all about it. As a kid, I didn't really think too much of it. The parade went on for probably another 20 or 30 minutes. And I had forgotten all about the man. When the parade ended, people slowly started to clear out. My family was going to my grandparents' house, who lived only a couple of miles away. We went back inside for maybe an hour and then left. So, we were at my grandparents' until probably around sunset. At that time, I remember we left and headed back home. After the probably 5-minute drive back to our house, we got out of the car and headed inside, but when we got to the front door, we noticed a couple of things that were strange. One was that the screen to our house was open a little. We had a screen door and then an actual door, and the screen door would never shut all the way unless you forced it shut, which we always did. So, it seemed as though somebody had been to our door. Also, there were some flowers planted below a window out front, and some of them appeared to have been trampled. We realized somebody had been in our yard while we were away, and this person had either tried entering our front door or had knocked on it. We figured that with it being the 4th of July, there were probably a lot of people out in the neighborhood. Many people on the street were having barbecues and that sort of stuff. It's possible some people were just messing around and cut through our yard or something. Perhaps some teenagers or drunk young adults did it. Either way, we went inside the house, but were a little bit nervous. However, after turning on all the lights, everything seemed to be just fine. I quickly felt much better and was no longer worried. We were going to go out into the backyard and play with some sparklers. We were also going to have a fire in the small fire pit that we had in the yard and make s'mores. I can't remember what my parents and sister were busy doing inside, but they said that they would be out in a minute. I decided to go out into the backyard first. I went into the dark backyard, which was only lit by a light in the back of the house. When I got back there, almost instantly after closing the back door, I heard a noise. I really wasn't sure what it was, but I knew that a bush had moved. In our neighborhood, with how populated it was, we really didn't get many animals, maybe an occasional rabbit and lots of squirrels, but whatever made this noise was definitely much larger. I looked over in the direction but did not see anything. There were several trees and bushes in the yard all around, and it wasn't well lit. I stayed out there, and after a few moments of nothing, I convinced myself that it was just some sort of an animal. I started to walk around the yard just waiting for my parents and sister. During this time, I was walking near the back of the house when I saw something. There was something blue on the ground underneath a bush. I honestly don't know how I spotted it, but I walked over and looked closer. There was a big blue jacket like the one the man in the parade had been wearing. It was all crumpled up and really small. I noticed that it was also red, white, and blue, and I looked inside the jacket. And there was the fake long white beard that the guy was wearing, too. This probably belonged to the same guy who was walking into our yard at the parade. I then remembered that I was creeped out and wanted to go back inside. Now, when I moved away from the bush, that's when I saw the guy. There was a man standing at the far back of our yard near the fence, and he was walking slowly along the edge of it. I quickly ran to the back door and went in. I locked the door behind me and found my parents. When I told them about the guy, they called the police. Then, we waited inside without hearing or seeing anything from the man. When the police got there, they searched the backyard, but the man was gone. His things that he had hidden in the bushes were also gone. After the police left, I was pretty nervous the guy would return, but he didn't. I think that when he noticed I saw him, he must have decided to leave. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't noticed him. I've been a hunter for more than 20 years. My dad taught me, just like my grandpa taught him, the same as I taught my own son in turn. I've faced down grizzly bears, packs of hungry coyotes, even guys I suspected to be cartel tending to illegal grow sites. But they're things a man can deal with a can of bear mace, a warning shot. Only once have I come across something I didn't know how to deal with. Only once have I ever truly been frightened. When I hunt, I take dogs. They're a pair of big old Airedale Terriers, good hunting hounds and even better company. Just from the way they're acting, I can tell if there's a bear in the area or if we're still on the trail of that whitetail we've been tracking. Unfortunately, on the day in question, they couldn't pick up anything. I mean, that's not unusual at first. It normally takes an hour or two to really get a sense of what's been moving through the area, to kind of tune into the forest. But we walked for hours and hours and didn't find so much as a squirrel. The woods were eerily quiet that day, so reluctantly, I doubled back to a creek we'd passed and sat down to fish. The fish, however, were not so shy, and I managed to get one on the hook in record time. One of the joys of hunting smaller game is actually being able to eat whatever you've killed right there and then, and nothing tastes as good as fresh fried fish. So I tie my fishing line off on a tree, letting my dinner hang there in the evening sun while I get to work building a small cooking fire right there next to the lake. It took a little longer than I'd have liked thanks to recent summer rains, but soon I'd had the tinder crackling with smoke and flame. Then it was just a case of gutting that fish and tossing it in the pan with some Crisco. Gutting a fish is easy, but it sure ain't glamorous. Sometimes you pull out a parasite or two that's attached itself to the gills or guts, just one or two normally. But this thing had a mess of them in its belly. Its shimmering insides were black with writhing worms. It was sick, real sick. I tossed it on the fire and washed my hands off in the creek. I've never seen anything like that in all my years, but I wasn't scared. Disgusted, sure, but not scared. Not yet anyway. I kicked some dirt on the fire, whistled for the dogs, and began to walk back to the car. I decided that I'd make a point of stopping by the park ranger station to tell them about those parasites I'd seen inside the fish. Only, I never made it to the ranger station. My dogs are real good boys. They know not to make a lot of noise out in the woods, lest they scare the game away. The most I've ever seen them make noise is a kind of muted yapping whenever there's a grizzly in the area. So when we're about halfway back to my truck, one of them lets out this string of loud, angry barks. My first thought is that it's another person out here with another dog. Trigger is a friendly boy, but he barks up a storm whenever he sees or smells another hound. I tell him to hustle up, but he just keeps on barking for a moment or two before he did the weirdest thing. He slinks back towards me, tail between his legs, whining and yapping like I hadn't seen him since he was a puppy. I reached down to pet him, and he was shaking like a leaf. Then out of nowhere, he just peed right there on the ground. He didn't lift his leg like he normally does against a tree. The poor guy just let loose, almost like he didn't mean to. That's what got me thinking, what is it that had Trigger so scared? Whatever it was close enough for him to catch the thing's scent, big enough to make him freak out like that. I had no intention of hanging around to find out what it was. I started walking back in the direction of my truck a little faster than before. The dogs were bounding back and forth, barking into the woods behind us and yelping at me as if to say, "Hurry up, old man." I kept wheeling around with my rifle pressed into my shoulder, ready to fire at some mama grizzly who decided I was too much of a risk to her babies. But nothing came. I didn't even hear twigs snapping. No tree branches swaying. Whatever it was coming at us was moving totally silently. That was around the time I began to smell this real strong scent in the air, kind of like cat pee or something, only it had this awful rotten tinge to it. I don't think I'd run like that since high school. I was exhausted when I finally got back to my truck, dripping sweat from hauling my nearly 50-year-old self across half a mile of woodland. The dogs actually tried to scramble over me to get into the cab once I'd unlocked the door, and I may or may not have been speeding down that dirt road before I even closed the door. I couldn't take my mind off it the whole drive home, and the more I thought about it, the more it was obvious that something was terribly wrong with the woods around that area. Even in the middle of winter, when most of the birds and animals move south for warmer pastures, the woods are alive with the sounds of nature, hammering woodpeckers, the occasional high-pitched squeal of an elk, the screeching of birds of prey from above. They're never, ever quiet. But that day, the woods were completely silent. It reminded me of a documentary I'd seen on natural disasters. Before an earthquake or tsunami, all of the animals in an affected area seemed to sense the oncoming danger and flee. This has been reported time and time again by the survivors of such events. Whatever was out there, the animals had sensed it, just like my dogs had, and it had scared them like the devil. I have no trouble admitting that I was terrified. Like I said, I've been a hunter for more than 20 years, and nothing has ever so much as made me jump. But something wasn't right about the woods that day, something that still makes my skin crawl to think about even to this day. I told a few old buddies of mine one time, but they just laughed and called it a campfire story. Some days, I really wish it was. Every class has their resident oddball. Back when I was in high school, ours was Thomas. He stood around 6'3" and had the body of a jock, but was never part of the cool clique. That's because of his social skills. See, Thomas was really, truly weird. For example, he once got caught going around collecting roadkill and then mailing the remains through people's doors. He used to get his kicks from tormenting the younger students at our school, but not in the usual way some people do. He'd go overboard, hitting them really hard with sticks and forcing them to get on all fours on the ground, then sitting on them like they were his chair for long periods of time until their limbs and backs gave out. His antics had earned him a suspension in the past. So like I say, he was weird, but because he was huge and muscular nobody ever bothered him, especially not me, seeing how small I was for my age. Anyway, within our year group he mostly kept to himself. That all changed on the night of the prom. It was sometime in the middle of the evening, and while I was hanging around a punch bowl, two of my buddies came up to me. They told me that they'd seen Thomas outside the venue. He was apparently hanging around out by the surrounding forest all alone. Somehow he'd gotten hold of a hatchet. They didn't know if he'd found it somewhere, or if he'd brought it with him and stashed it. Either way, they said he was brandishing it at them, and saying some messed up stuff about how someone was gonna meet the Reaper on prom night, and how he just hadn't decided who yet. What a nut, I said, and proceeded to forget all about it. Just some empty, meaningless nonsense from Thomas the Loon, I figured. The night continued, and while dancing with my date I got a sudden urge for a cig. I'd nabbed a few from my brother earlier without him noticing. Be right back, I told her. I walked out into the hallway and snuck out one of the side doors to the venue. I lit my smoke and relaxed, contemplating the evening. Damn, proms weren't as fun as the movies made them out to be, I thought. As I stood out there all by myself, puffing away, I looked out to the nearby woods. It was dark that night, but thanks to the moonlight, I could just about make something out in the tree line. It looked like a person. You know when you can just sense that someone is watching you. Well, I couldn't see their face, but I could feel their eyes all over me. Suddenly, the figure began full-on sprinting in my direction. My heart skipped a little. It was a tall guy in a tuxedo. They stopped abruptly, about 6 feet away from me. It was Thomas. Edward. Old buddy. Boy, am I glad to see you, he said, the same way an alien new to our planet might think a human communicates with other humans. Say, why don't you come down to the woods real quick? I've got something I want to show you. I think you're really gonna like it. I remembered what my friends had told me earlier, how Thomas had been waving a hatchet around. Luckily, he didn't seem to have it on him in that moment. Then again, maybe that's what he wanted to show me in the woods. No thanks, man. I just want to get back to dancing. No offense. I tried to push on the door to go back inside. Problem. It was one of those fire escape doors. The ones that only open from the inside. I was trapped out there with him. Come with me now, Edward. I insist. No thanks, Thomas, I'm really not in the mood. Thomas was much bigger than me, and his size and demeanor were quite intimidating. I was only 5 feet 6 inches. It was like David and Brian. Still, I stood my ground, refusing to go with him every time he insisted. I'd never felt more alone than in that moment. I eyed Brian over. "I know what you're thinking, Edward," he said. "You're thinking where you should hit me if you have to take me down. If I try do something to you. What you should do. Where you should run. What you should shout." He stepped closer to me. "But you can't do nothing, Edward. If I want to hurt you, there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it." There was an eerie silence as he stared at me for what must have been half a minute. Then, deeply, "And I want to hurt you. I want to hurt you real bad." I was paralyzed with fear. "Come on, man," I said. "Don't be like this." His eyes stared at me with a fiery intensity, wide and soulless. His expression was disturbingly neutral. Not a moment too soon, my buddies from before came walking around the corner of the building. They'd asked my date where I'd gone, and she told them I went outside. Remembering Thomas from earlier, they both began to worry about me and came to check I was okay. You can't put a price on good friends, let me tell you. They saw Thomas trapping me against the wall and came running. Thomas sprinted away, disappearing into the trees. He was big, but he couldn't take all 3 of us. We went back inside and told one of our teachers what happened. Nothing came of it. Graduation came and went after that, and life went on as normal. I erased the Thomas incident from my mind entirely. Years later, while surfing the internet, I decided to look up all my old friends and see what became of them. Many had married, others seemed to be doing well. On a whim, I decided to check Thomas's name on Facebook as well. Couldn't find him. I Googled his name instead. I was shocked by what I read, but I can't say I was the least bit surprised. Thomas was serving a life sentence in prison after taking the life of his college roommate. He'd used a hatchet. I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I'm not using it. It's a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms that are accessible to the renters, while I keep the master bedroom locked, as it contains my clothes and certain belongings. That room is essentially for me, and I have to keep my stuff somewhere instead of lugging it back and forth every time I go down there. I have a regular lock and then a deadbolt on the door, so no one is getting in there unless they chop the door down or break through the window. It's not like I keep anything super expensive in there, mainly just clothing. This was early last spring when it was still chilly up in Massachusetts, where I live most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week. For the most part, I work remotely, so I'm lucky to be able to do this when I want. Ordinarily, I would have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked into the price of the rental on Airbnb, but since I was going down right after the current renter left, I decided to pocket the cleaning lady's money and clean it myself. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages, he told me he was renting with his fiancée and asked for good restaurants to eat at in the area. He seemed trustworthy. I always prefer to rent to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men because they're usually the ones who come, get drunk, and potentially damage the place. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive, stopping only for a quick bite to eat and to use the bathroom. By the time I got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first before going back to my car to grab my bags and go inside. I was shot from driving, so I didn't even bother checking the place out for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door to unlock it. I collapsed into the bed without brushing my teeth or anything. For those who haven't done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely kill you. I crawled under the covers, and I was out like a baby in a matter of minutes. You'd think I'd have slept through the night, but no. I woke up in a black room, and the clock next to my bed read 11:30 p.m. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something woke me up. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit, then turned on the bedside lamp. I looked around the room and then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the place. I didn't notice a single thing out of place, not a pillow, not a can of beer, nothing. I went to the bedrooms. Both were void of any people, although the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did come. I thought they may have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my place. I have a camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me any kind of hard time. But I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. It picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier. Just a man, though. He had no woman with him. Strange. I checked for any other movement updates from then until the moment I showed up, which it also caught on video, and there was nothing. I checked it over like 5 times and suddenly got the chills. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon, asking if he checked out okay. Even though it was late at night, I went to check the bedroom where I presumed he had slept. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a Band-Aid. Each time, I was greeted with an empty closet. I moved along to the second guest bedroom, and both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have been in, I saw that it was empty. I sat on one of the beds for a second to just stare at the conversation between Ramon and me. That's when I heard the master bedroom door click shut quietly, in a way that a person would have done it, not a draft. I went out to the living room and looked at the master bedroom door. I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" with a shake in my voice. There was no response, but I could see the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got on all fours to look under the crack of the door, and I fell backwards when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe a couple of feet away. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen, planning to grab the biggest carving knife, but it was already taken. At this point, my only logical option was to leave the house and call 911, and that's what I did. I waited out front until the police showed up. Then, as we went inside, there was Ramon, waiting in the living room, no knife in hand. He spoke in this Portuguese accent, acting all innocent, saying he just needed a place to stay for one more night, which was complete. He denied ever picking up the knife, which was conveniently placed back in the knife holder. After 30 minutes of 2 police officers outside talking to Ramon and 2 inside talking to me, they actually let him go and told me I should contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. I was just shocked. I felt like the police didn't do their job. After everyone left, I changed the lock code on the door and contacted Airbnb about what happened, though I didn't receive payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house. They did apparently ban him from ever using the app again, but it doesn't really feel like proper justice, especially considering he was potentially waiting to stab me in my own house, in my own bedroom. Before getting into today's stories, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. When my dad was a bit younger, he got into a serious car accident that left him with a few injuries. The other driver was at fault completely, and while the other driver's insurance covered the damages, my dad still suffered major pain and suffering. At the time, he never considered hiring a lawyer because the prospect of it was daunting. But little did he know, he could have had a lawyer fighting for him without getting off his couch. Morgan & Morgan has modernized the injury law process so you can submit a claim and communicate with your legal team all from the convenience of your phone. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm, having over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers, with over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with them is so easy that it's more like using an app rather than hiring a lawyer. In fact, it could even be compared more to ordering takeout than hiring a lawyer. In just 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave your couch. If you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. For more information, go to forthepeople.com or dial #law, which is £529 from your cell phone. My friend Kyle has a 27-footer center console boat. In the summer, he's the go-to friend to have for boat days since none of our other friends have a boat. I'm not a boat expert by any means, but my friend has some kind of radar on his boat that warns of any kinds of land masses, shallow waters, and other boats. So with that, we're able to stay out on the boat past dark sometimes. The boat can fit like 8 people comfortably. This was on a hot summer day in mid-July. Kyle took 5 of us out on the boat just to drink in the bay. Then, hours later, he took us to some waterfront bar restaurant where we docked the boat, ate, drank, and chilled out for another few hours. We had an abundance of spiked seltzers in the cooler still, and it was a Friday night, so after leaving the restaurant, Kyle took us back to the middle of the lagoon where we cruised slowly with music blasting the whole time. Kyle doesn't really drink, so it works out that he's the one with the boat, and he just enjoys boating us around without having to drink. We passed by the lighthouse on the barrier island. We all had this conversation about how there's something so liminal and creepy about lighthouses at night. Kyle cut the engine, and we just floated in place for a while with the music still playing as everyone talked. I was kind of mesmerized by the lighthouse, finding myself looking at it over and over. I think because I was so drawn away from the conversation that was being had that I was the one to pick up on a screaming voice from the distance. I said, "Yo, cut the music," a bunch of times before whoever was on AUX paused it. I said I heard a scream from the distance. We were currently floating next to an island that sat in the middle of the mainland and the barrier islands. We sat in silence for a few seconds as we bopped around, and sure enough, I was right. There was a woman screaming for help coming from that island. We all looked at each other, and I could see the horror on my friends' faces. The screams were absolutely coming from the island. We were too far from both the mainland and the barrier island for it to be coming from there. We yelled back as loud as we could, and the woman's voice called back, "Help." We all screamed, "Where are you?" and the woman's voice called back, "I'm being followed." Communicating like this was hard as we could barely hear each other. One more time, we called, "Are you on the island?" and she screamed back, "Yes." Kyle started the engine without hesitation and started bringing us over to the island. He anchored us when we were close enough to the shore of the little island. All 6 of us got off the boat and started looking around and calling for the woman. This matter became a lot more concerning when she said, "I'm being followed." The island wasn't that big. And with 6 of us walking around with flashlights calling for her, surely we would have found her. On the opposite side of the island, suddenly we heard a blood-curdling woman scream, sounding like it was partially muffled. My friends and I all yelled at each other to meet on that side of the island. We all ran as fast as we could. I ran through painful brush barefoot, and by the time I got to the other side of the island, my feet were bleeding, but there was no one here. I met my friend Kyle and Jake, who were already there, and they said they heard the sound of a boat motor driving away. There was also a fresh wake in the water, clearly from a boat that just left, but it was too dark to see anything deeper into the water. I called 911 and reported this so that Bay Patrol could be on the lookout for any mysterious boats with its lights off. A Bay Patrol boat came to Kyle's boat where we anchored, and we all frantically told the 2 officers aboard what just happened. They walkie-talkied to, I'm sure, every other boat on duty, and it became a whole manhunt. I don't think the boat was ever found, though, because it didn't end up on the news or anything. All I know is there was no one on that island by the time we searched it. We were all so freaked out about this that Kyle brought the boat back to the marina, and we all just ended up chilling in his backyard, talking about what happened. To this day, we still don't know what that was about. There were no news articles of missing women as far as we knew. Was it some kind of kidnapping, or was it a group playing some prank? I don't think we'll ever know. I love October and the months around it. Spooky season has always been my favorite time of the year. It was Halloween night, so my group of friends and I were really excited. We had been waiting for weeks for Halloween to finally come around. I was only 14, and all 4 of my friends were roughly the same age as me. We all ranged from 13 to 15 years old. This was like 10 years ago, but it's a story I still like to tell from time to time. My friends and I had been waiting for 7:30 to finally roll around so we could finally go out and walk around a neighborhood to get our candy. My parents were scolding me and my friends not to knock on the door or to trick or treat at all at one specific house. We didn't understand why, and I didn't really care, if I'm being honest. You know how teenagers are, it goes through one ear and out the other sometimes. I reassured her that I would make sure none of us went up to that house. To be honest with you, I didn't even know which house she was talking about. But I just pretended like I did so we could finally be on our way. I mean, every second of not trick-or-treating was another second we were wasting our time not getting any candy. Every year, we would always try to get the most candy as fast as possible. It was sort of a competition between my friends and me. We were finally off to the first house right next door. We were so excited that after only maybe 10 or 15 houses, we ended up splitting into 2 different groups. It was me, James, and Cecilia. Josh and Connor ended up doing their own thing for a bit, but we ended up running into them maybe 30 minutes later into the night. Anyways, usually I always listen to my parents, but honestly, I thought they were just trying to play a Halloween scare on me. What's the worst that could happen anyway? There's 5 of us total, and we'd be able to defend ourselves if anything were to happen. Whoa, look at that house, said James. Yeah, it looks really cool, we all agreed and headed over to it. It was like a smaller size Victorian-style house, so it was extra creepy on Halloween. And as we were all walking up the steps, wait, Cecilia said, that's the house your parents told us not to go to, a house on the end of Bay Street, and this is exactly what your mom described to us. Come on, let's turn around. Dude, are you kidding me? Stop being a pansy, I said. I've lived in this neighborhood all my life. It's not that big of a deal. What are you, scared? There was absolutely no light coming from the house at all. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little nervous, but I was really curious, as we all were. We made our way up to the porch finally, and we were all cracking sarcastic jokes. We were talking about how it looked abandoned, that it's probably haunted, and how a demon is probably going to jump out and take Cecilia for being so scared. I knocked on the door, and we also yelled trick or treat. We waited. Hello. Trick or treat. Give us our candy, old man. Get the hell off my porch, the strange man said, coming from inside. We all ran. Okay, yeah, I was a little scared, I'm not gonna lie, but I thought it would be funny if we came back a few minutes later to mess with him further. Yeah, thinking about this now, I know it was unbelievably immature, but I've grown up since then completely. We finished trick-or-treating, and I said my goodbyes to my friends. Josh ended up staying the night at my house, though. We thought it would be hilarious if we snuck out after my parents fell asleep and went back to that house. So that's what we did. On our way there, we were trying to figure out what to do. We didn't know what else to do other than ding-dong ditch the house. You know, where you knock on someone's door and run away and hide before they come out and find you. Yeah, I used to love doing that with my friends. This was more intense, though. This house had a crap ton of stairs we had to run down first before we could get away. Josh and I both counted 3, 2, 1. Then we both banged on the door at the same time like 5 times each and yelled trick or treat as loud and annoying as possible. We booked it down those stairs. I almost tripped and fell, but luckily I caught myself before I did. The strange man came out with a rifle and said, "You goddamn kids, y'all better not live to see another day." He pointed at us and actually shot. He shot like 4 or 5 times. He didn't land any of his shots on us at all, thankfully. We were able to walk away unscathed physically, but mentally, yeah, I think that screwed me up for life in some way. We ran home immediately, and we couldn't decide if we should tell my parents what happened. We both decided that we had to, even if it meant we would get in trouble. We told my parents everything, and they called the police. Police showed up and arrested the man, but the charges ended up getting dropped because he was deemed mentally insane. I was too young to understand then, but apparently, the old man living there was a retired Navy SEAL vet who had severe post-traumatic stress disorder and was in the beginning stages of dementia. Apparently, my parents kind of grew up around him because their parents knew him very well. My grandpa actually served with him in the Navy. The old man got sent to some sort of group home where he will live the rest of his life. My mom sent me to boot camp for the next 3 summers, and I was never allowed to go trick-or-treating again, nor was I allowed to hang out with Josh ever again. I was home alone one night for a reason I don't remember. All I remember is my entire family was gone. I was 13 or 14 years old. I was a big gamer at the time. I was obsessed with StarCraft, and admittedly sometimes spend a weekend night or 2 playing StarCraft or some other PC game. This was right before co-lockdown started. I was playing StarCraft on my computer in my bedroom on the 1st floor. That's when the doorbell rang twice. I hurried to the door, not wanting to be away from the game for too long, in fear of losing. I got to the front door and said, "Who is it?" as I always would if I was alone. A soft and weak voice on the other side said something that I couldn't hear. It sounded like a woman. I opened the door with the storm door still separating me and this older woman standing on the other side with a big smile on her face. She had her hands behind her back. I said through the door, "Can I help you?" She said she needed to use a phone and asked if she could come inside. Ever since I was a little kid, I was always taught not to let a stranger into the house, ever. That included women. I felt so awkward, though. I didn't know how to turn her away. I redirected her to the library a few blocks down because they'd surely have a phone. Deep down, I knew the library was closed at this point, but I was just trying to get this stranger who was trying to get into my house to leave. She was still smiling, but what she said next did not match her smile. She said, "That's very rude to turn away an old lady asking for help." I replied the only way I could think to, and that was that my parents don't allow strangers into the house. It's a house rule. I slowly started closing the door as I was saying sorry, and she just stood there, not moving, but still smiling at me. And though her smile never changed, it suddenly felt much more menacing. I was walking back to my room when the doorbell rang again. There was no way in hell I was opening the door again. That woman radiated weird vibes from the start. Maybe something was wrong with her. Maybe she wasn't all there. These were things I had no way of knowing, and maybe that was selfish of me to send her on her way, but I just wasn't opening the door for anyone when I was home alone. I went back to my game, not too long after I sat back down. I heard something tapping on the window. It was a clinking type sound from something metal. The window was directly in front of my desk. I had the blind pulled down, so I couldn't see what was making the noise, but I already had an idea. My room was the only room with a light on in the house. The horrible thought that it was the old woman from just before, and that she walked over to my window, terrified me. I turned off the sound on my computer at this point. I didn't care about my game anymore. The clanking sound on the window persisted. I basically said, "F this," and up and left to a different room in the house. I sat in the darkness of the living room for a bit. When the doorbell rang again, this woman was harassing me now. I tried to convince myself she wasn't a threat, just some crazy old woman who's probably clueless as to where she is. When she rang the doorbell a second and third time, I decided to go open the door and ask her if there's someone I could call for her, but when I opened the door there was now a man on the other side. He looked to be about 10 years younger than her. He said through the storm door, "Have you seen my mother?" I replied saying yes, she came to my door just before. He then apologized to me and said she has dementia and got out of the house. I suddenly felt bad, but he asked me if he could come in for a minute. And again, I felt awkward. Why did he need to come inside? I said the same thing that I told to the woman who he claimed to be his mother. I said we could just talk through this door. I then said that I think she went into my backyard because I heard something at my window. I told him he could go around back and check. He thanked me and walked down the walkway, and I thought he went into the backyard, but when I went to the back and looked out the back window expecting to see him searching around, I saw nobody, not him or his mom. This was all too weird for me. I went to bed on the earlier side that night, just falling asleep with the TV on in the background until I heard the clear blinking sound on the window again. Something metal was tapping on the glass. I remembered the concerned man and I decided to try and help. I went to the window, lifted the blind up with my hand, and I saw that woman outside my window with that same creepy smile. She was tapping a kitchen knife on my window. I closed the blind and crawled back into my bed. This didn't feel like it was actually happening. A suspiciously short amount of time later, the doorbell rang like 4 times. The clinking on the window stopped by this point. This was all too suspicious. It felt like some kind of robbery attempt. I ignored the doorbell. I stayed in my bed. I was going to wait this out. I didn't have a cell phone at this time. I wasn't the most social guy growing up. I also didn't want to call the police for some reason. I waited this all out until it finally stopped. The next morning I told my dad what happened. When I called him, he told me I was smart not to open the door. Everyone agreed that everything about it sounded like an attempted robbery. Is there a chance that maybe that woman really did have dementia and that the man was really her concerned son? Maybe. But it all seemed too coordinated. Why did he want to come into the house too? How did he even know she came to my house specifically? Why didn't he ever go into the backyard to look for her when I gave him permission to do so? Too many unanswered questions that lead me to believe I avoided something terrible happening if I opened that door. Thanksgiving night, I was over at my parents' house for dinner since they were hosting this year. I got to see some cousins and uncles I hadn't seen in almost a year. We had a typical Thanksgiving gathering for our family. My parents cooked a big meal as usual. Before dinner, though, I got a long essay of a text from some unknown number. I won't share it because it contains a lot of personal revealing details, but it started with, "Hey Melissa, hope your Thanksgiving is going well." Then I quickly came to realize who it was that sent this text. It was this crazy stalker guy named Kevin, who I'd never even met before. We matched on a dating app and texted and snapped for a while, but we never met. He gave me obsessive vibes, and when I politely rejected going on a date with him, saying I don't think we have much in common, he got even more obsessive and aggressive. He even threatened me one time when I posted a Snap story of my friend and I getting drinks because he thought I was on a date with a guy. That was when I blocked him on everything, Snapchat, Instagram, and his number. But the contact didn't stop there. I got random Instagram accounts with 0 followers attempting to follow me, and I blocked them each time. Same thing on Snapchat. I'd get random accounts adding me with different guys' names every time. Whenever I'd add them back out of curiosity, their Snap scores were always 0. After reading the entire message, I was disgusted. He was gaslighting me and borderline threatening me. I replied, "If you keep contacting me, I will go to the police." I took so long to form a reply I was okay with that my grandma got annoyed and asked me to put my phone away. It was only out of sight and out of mind for me for half an hour before I got another text from another random number. It was another essay. I didn't want to completely ruin my mood and be on my phone dealing with this when I was with family. I put my phone away and just tried to focus on being a part of the conversation. When family started to leave and things started to slow down, I checked the text, and it was disturbing. It was longer than the first one, and it was him berating me and insulting me the entire time, acting like the entitled, narcissistic sociopath that he clearly is. When there was just a small amount of my family left, I showed them the texts, and they were appalled. My mom wanted me to go to the police the next day to report him for harassment, which I planned on doing. I soon left my parents' house to go home to my apartment. My apartment is the lower floor of a 2-family house. My friend Chelsea is my roommate. In the apartment, I got home before her and went straight to my room to look for Christmas movies to watch. My phone started ringing, and it said unknown caller. I knew it was him. I denied it and silenced my phone. I put on some silly rom-com Christmas movie to fall asleep to. It was called Surviving Christmas. All I remember about it is that it had James Gandolfini in it. It was late at night, so I didn't plan on making it through the movie. I was getting sleepy halfway through the movie when I heard walking from outside my room in the house. It was in the apartment, not from upstairs, so I assumed it was Chelsea getting home from her night with her family. The footsteps came straight to my door, then someone attempted to open my door. I always lock my bedroom door at night, even though I trust Chelsea. It's just a natural habit I have. I paused the movie and listened as the doorknob turned a few more times before I yelled, "Chelsea." Then it stopped. I heard quiet footsteps walking away from the door. I grabbed my phone, about to call Chelsea, and I saw a bunch of texts on my screen from a third random number. The most alarming one was a threat saying, "Good thing you made it obvious where you live." I tried calling Chelsea like 5 times, but she never picked up. I called my parents a bunch of times until my dad picked up, and I whispered into the phone that I think that crazy stalker was in the house. My dad said to stay put, he was coming over right away. We lived 10 minutes away from each other, but he made it to me in 5. That's how fast he drove here. During that time, I stayed on the phone with my dad the whole time until Chelsea called me back, and that's when she told me that she wasn't coming back to the apartment tonight, so it for sure was not her. When my dad got here, the front door was locked. I had to let him in. I swore to him that I wasn't imagining what happened, and so after we tore the place upside down, he went to the big sliding window by the kitchen, big enough that anyone could fit through, and he lifted it open. He turned to me and gave me a stare of disappointment. He scolded me after learning that I didn't lock the window every night and said, "Here's my answer on how someone got in here." I went back home with him and slept at home that night. First thing in the morning, my dad took me to the county court's office where they gave us step-by-step instructions for getting a temporary restraining order. Skipping most of the legal process of the story, I eventually did see Kevin in person when I had to go to court to get the restraining order extended. The judge granted the extension, and though I could never prove he broke into my apartment, his threatening texts were plenty, and if he ever contacts me again through any outlets, he'd be arrested. This was a truly dangerous man, and I hope he hasn't found anyone else to harass. Around 8 years ago, I moved out of my mom's house into my first apartment in the city of Chicago. The place was a nice 3-bedroom apartment on the south side of the city in a friendly neighborhood by the University of Illinois. I lived with 2 roommates, Patrick and Kelsey. Kelsey was a good friend of mine, while Patrick was a good friend of Kelsey's who I had not met prior, although we ended up getting along just fine. One night, about a month after moving in, I met up with a few friends of mine for drinks at a bar more in the center of the city, around 15 minutes from my place. It was a good time, and I ended up getting slightly drunk before getting into a cab at 1 a.m. and heading home. Upon walking into my apartment, I noticed that Patrick's door was open, showing that he was staying at his girlfriend's place, while Kelsey's door was closed with the light from his TV shining underneath the crack. I made my way to my bedroom and put on my own TV before lying down to prepare for sleep. After around 10 minutes, I heard my doorbell ring. Half asleep, I woke up, confused as it was 1:30 in the morning, so I ignored it. A few seconds later, the doorbell rang again, and then again a few seconds after that. It's important to mention that my roommate Kelsey had a good amount of side cash by dealing weed to a few people. He was also a huge stoner himself, so the idea that he fell asleep while waiting for a late-night customer to come over was not out of the realm of possibility. With this in mind, I went over to my intercom and asked who was there. A girl's voice answered back, "It's Kaylee. I'm here to see Kelsey." Thinking that my suspicions had been confirmed, I exited out of my front door and headed down the stairs. The door to the outside of our apartment building was made of tall glass, so you could easily identify any potential visitors. Here, I saw an attractive college-age blonde girl with glasses waiting patiently outside. I had never seen this person before, however, she appeared to be non-threatening. Besides having random customers over to grab weed, Kelsey would also have some random girls over to hook up with from time to time. Because of this, I let my guard down slightly and cracked the door open. The girl then repeated what she had said moments earlier over the intercom, "Hi, I'm here to see Kelsey." I replied, "Okay, he's here. Just follow me up," and I held the door open for her. She grabbed the handle, and I turned around to head back up the stairs. As I was walking back up, I quickly noticed that this Kaylee girl was not following me up. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that she was still standing outside holding the door open, only now she was staring off to her right, almost as if waiting for someone. At this moment, A tidal wave of fear crashed over me as I realized something horrible was more than likely about to happen. I continued walking up to my place, quicker now. After turning the corner of the stairs, I heard the door swing open and then heavy footsteps running up the stairs behind me. I looked over my shoulder again, and what I saw shook me to my core. A tall, gangly man with sunken-in eyes and greasy long hair down to his shoulders was running up the stairs straight at me. He was wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt, and apart from the cheap-looking tribal tattoos I saw creeping up his arms, I noticed he was also holding what looked like a lead pipe in his right hand. At this moment, my body shot full of adrenaline as I turned around and raced back up the stairs and into my apartment. I turned around to close the door and saw the man, who was now only a few feet from entering my apartment, the pipe over his head. With less than a second to spare, I slammed the door and locked it in one swift motion. Immediately after, I heard the thud of the pipe hit my door. I stood facing the now closed door, paralyzed, as the man hit the door 3 more times while shouting obscenities at me. He eventually gave up and ran down the stairs and out the front door. I ran into Kelsey's room to wake him up. After telling him what exactly had just gone down, he responded by telling me that, yes, he knew a blonde girl named Kaylee, only he had just met her earlier the same day. Apparently, while I was out with my friends, the doorbell rang while Kelsey was home alone. Instead of going down to let her in himself, Kelsey buzzed her up after just hearing her name, thinking she was a friend of mine. When she reached the door to our unit, he opened it and let her in. He said it seemed like she was confused, mentioning that she was looking for someone named Felix. Kelsey responded by saying his own name and that no one named Felix lived here. He mentioned she stayed near the entrance of the unit and kept reaching behind her to make sure the door stayed open before leaving only a few moments later. After hearing this, my theory is that these same people came earlier in the day and, not expecting to have someone just let them up through the buzzer, the girl made the mistake of forgetting to keep the door to the building open, rendering the attacker unable to enter during this first attempt. Either way, we both got extremely lucky that night. We did call the police, who arrived and asked for more information about what happened. They asked if there was anyone we knew who might want to do us harm, and we answered no, which was the truth, as this seemed to be a completely random attack. The cops left soon after, saying that there was nothing much they could do. We never saw that Kaylee girl or her scumbag partner again. After several friends of mine and I were done lighting off fireworks, one of my friends, Tom, took about 4 of us to this unfinished house in a relatively new neighborhood. 2 of the people became disinterested pretty quickly, so they left before we even started examining the house, leaving only 3 of us, Tom, myself, and Chris. None of the walls were completed on the house. It mainly just consisted of floorboards and 2x4s holding up the place. We could see outside in most parts of the house, and the basement had a cement floor and cement walls. The house consisted of 2 floors and a basement, so 3 floors in total. The steps were completed enough so that we could travel up and down them easily. As we started inspecting the house, Tom told us to keep our phone flashlights off as much as possible because the houses next to us were finished and inhabited, and the people living there might call the cops if they noticed us snooping around. We, therefore, were mainly just going off the moonlight from outside for vision. The 3 of us stuck together most of the time. As soon as we walked upstairs, we could hear a voice from the main floor or the basement, so we would run downstairs to find out what it was, and as soon as we did that, we would hear a noise from upstairs, so we would run up there. This pattern continued for a good while. We assumed the noises were just the wind knocking over pieces of wood, pipes, or whatever else was lying around, or it was some kind of animal running around the house. Eventually, as we were walking slowly in the basement trying to discover who or what was making the noises, I saw someone slowly walking up the stairs next to me. I could see a light emanating from his or her phone, but it wasn't strong enough for me to be able to see who he or she was. I whispered to Tom and Chris, "Is that you?" They both said it wasn't them, and it turns out that they were both right in front of me. Shortly after I asked that, I saw a bunch of pipes that were leaned against the unfinished wall fall over down the stairs. It didn't look like they fell over by accident. It looked like someone deliberately pushed them over. At that point, I knew whatever we were hearing was not an animal or the wind. I knew that someone else was in the house. After that encounter, the three of us stormed out of the house. We all stood on the neighborhood road a decent distance from the house, discussing what just happened. Tom was convinced that the person I saw was one of the two friends who decided to leave earlier. I told him that there was no way it was either of them. One of them was a girl who didn't want to get her shoes dirty, and the other was a guy who was dating this girl and was around her all the time, so I couldn't picture either of them doing that. I tried to convince him that it wasn't them, but he didn't fully believe me. He then realized that he lost his keys and had to go back in the house to find them anyway. That left Chris and me to stand around to wait for him. As Chris and I were waiting for Tom, I thought I could see a big dark figure coming from around the right side of the house. But I couldn't tell for sure. We were still trying not to use our flashlights so the neighbors wouldn't notice us. After a few minutes, Tom came back with his keys and said he saw someone in the house again. I told him what I saw, still convinced that it was our other two friends messing with us. He walked around the left side of the house, and Chris and I followed him. When he got to the back of the house, I saw him jump up and say, "Run." We ran away. He later said he saw a tall dark figure reaching his arms up and slowly moving towards him. I ran out to the road in front of the house. I thought both Chris and Tom were following me, but I could only see Tom behind me. When I stopped running, there was a giant dumpster in front of me. I was on the left side of it, and Tom was on the other side. I saw Tom look to his right to an area behind the dumpster that I couldn't see from where I was standing. I heard him say, "We don't want any trouble." He then told me to run to his truck. He drove me to the house in his truck. And Chris drove separately. Apparently, Chris had already gone to his car. I ran towards the truck, and we took off. Tom told me that he saw a big dark figure approaching him after he said, "We don't want any trouble." He saw the figure going behind the dumpster, heading in my direction, and that's why he told me to run for the truck. Chris later mentioned that as he took off in his car, he saw three figures running after him in the rearview mirror. Chances are these figures could have been neighbors messing with us, but the way in which they acted was very strange considering how big and tall some of them seemed to be. It's hard for me to believe that they were just teenagers. Tom was in his early 20s, Chris was in his late teens, and I was in my late 20s when this happened. I can't help but wonder who those people were and how capable they were of doing something far worse than just messing with us and scaring us away. I can't help but wonder if maybe there were some weird members of a cult who regularly got together in that house late at night. And that's why they were trying to scare us away. Since this was the 4th of July, there was a bigger chance of weirdos walking around, but Tom said that there were people who chased after him another time he was at that same house. I wasn't there with him that time, so I can't go into too much detail on that story, but I wonder if those were the same people. This experience has left me very paranoid in a lot of ways. It was the late hours of the night. I could feel the thud of my heartbeat inside my chest as our armored vehicle veered off the gravel road, plowing through the dense underbrush. It had been weeks since Bravo unit had gone silent, vanishing like a wisp of smoke on a windy day. The distress call had crackled through our comms earlier, an unexpected sign of life from our long-missing comrades. But what haunted me more than their sudden re-emergence was the content of their message, a cryptic string of numbers repeating endlessly. "Sergeant Robert, are you sure this is the place?" I asked over the static hiss of the radio, cutting through the silence that had settled over our squad. "That's what command confirmed." "Get ready," Robert replied as our vehicle came to a halt. The dense fog seemed to get worse as we disembarked into the unknown, the silence of the abandoned base growing increasingly unsettling. Buildings stood like hollowed-out husks with windows shattered, doors ajar, a living town not even a few weeks ago, now just a ghost town. Robert ordered us in a whisper to stay sharp as we moved forward, our boots crunching on broken glass and debris. Signs of a struggle were everywhere: overturned furniture, bloodied rags, and scattered ammunition littered the ground, painting a picture of the chaos that had taken place here recently. The base, once a bustling hub of military activity, was eerily silent now except for our own shallow breaths and the distant echoing cry of the numbers broadcast. As we neared the command center, the transmission grew louder, a constant chant that seemed to bore into my mind, its meaning as elusive as the shadows in the fog surrounding us. Entering the command center, we found it abandoned, the air stale, the only light coming from the blinking consoles. The radio speakers crackling with static repeated the sequence over and over in a monotone voice: 58247, 5824. "Corporal Titus, what does it mean?" I saw her eyes wide as she scanned the room. "Commander Donald might have known," Robert said. Commander Donald was the name of the unit's leader who had vanished along with his team. We continued our search through the desolate base, hoping to find a clue, a survivor, anything. But it was the laboratory that changed everything. The door was ajar, hanging off its hinges as if forced open. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay and chemicals. Shattered vials and overturned equipment were signs of activity halted abruptly. Then we saw them, bodies, members of Bravo Unit, or what was left of them, sprawled across the floor, their faces contorted in expressions of terror. It was a massacre, but the cause was unclear. No bullet wounds, no signs of struggle on their remains. Then Titus gestured toward a corner of the room. There, amidst the pile of research notes and hastily abandoned experiments, lay the body of Commander Donald. Clutched in his stiff, lifeless hand was a notepad, the numbers 58247 scrawled across it in shaky handwriting, followed by a single chilling sentence: "They're coming for us." The revelation struck us like a physical blow, the implications of his words spiraling into a million questions with no answers. Who was coming for them? Was this distress call not a beacon of hope but a warning? It was then that the reality situation descended upon us, the isolation, the eerie silence broken only by that relentless strain of numbers. We were not the rescuers, we were the next victims. Panic set in as the base seemed to close in on us. The fog outside felt like it was thickening. Our only choice was to flee. We ran, stumbling through the fog, guided by the distant light of our vehicle. The numbers continued to echo in my mind, a chant that seemed to follow us, whispering through the fog. Just as the vehicle came into view, a shadow emerged from the mist. A chill colder than death itself crawled up my spine as the strange man, cloaked in shadow, moved towards us. "We need to go now," Robert's shout snapped me back to reality, the urgency in his voice mirroring a primal fear within me. Our training had prepared us for many different types of enemies, but we had no idea what we were dealing with here. We scrambled into the vehicle. Titus's hands were shaking as she manned the communications with obvious fear and shaking in her voice. "This is Stephen Unit calling command. Mayday, Mayday. We need immediate extraction from Zone Bravo. Do you copy? Over." The radio crackled, the numbers interrupting her plea for help: 58247. I couldn't shake the feeling that those numbers held some kind of meaning to what we had stumbled into. As the base faded into the distance, swallowed by the fog, so too did the person who emerged from the shadows. Yet the terror it inspired lingered. As we raced toward an uncertain future, Robert broke the silence and said, "We can't let this end here. We need to find out what those numbers mean and what happened to Bravo Unit." I wanted nothing more than to find these things out as well. I felt like we owed it to them, thinking of the twisted, lifeless bodies we'd left behind. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I felt a grim determination settle over me. We had survived the night, but the real battle felt like it was just beginning. Armed with nothing but a string of numbers and the haunting memories of what we had witnessed, the mystery of those numbers and the horrors of what could have happened to Bravo Unit still remain a mystery. It stays with me, haunting me. I'm sure it stays with everyone from my unit. The horrors at that base were just a chapter in a story far greater and more terrifying than any of us could have imagined. I've had 3 girlfriends in my life. My current girlfriend, who I've been with for 3 years happily, my first girlfriend in college, and my second girlfriend, Kelly. Kelly was someone who put me through hell emotionally and sometimes physically. I'll start from the beginning. Kelly and I matched on Bumble, and upon seeing that we both attended the same college, we based our conversation on that and any people that we may have mutually known. After seeing each other for about a month, we made it official, and we dated for about 6 months. Like most relationships, at first everything seemed great, and we got along fine. However, the illusion of being a happy couple faded after a few months when Kelly started becoming very controlling and downright obsessive about knowing what I was doing at all times. The longer we dated, the more I realized she didn't have many friends at all, maybe 1 or 2, that's about it. So when I would go out to see my friends on the weekends without her, she would always obsessively text me every 15 minutes, asking for proof of where I was. If I were ever at a bar without her, she'd throw a fit and make me share my location with her. After 4 or 5 months of dating, it got to the point where I couldn't handle it anymore. She had too much time on her hands to worry about what I was doing constantly. I couldn't even go see my friends without being attacked and interrogated by her. But one night, things escalated far worse than they ever had. Admittedly, I ended up at a bar very drunk with a group of my drinking buddies. We started at my friend Kevin's house, and I didn't intend on ending up at a bar. When I got home, Kelly was waiting in front of my mom's house for me with a batshit crazy look on her face. This was one of the first nights that she laid hands on me, repeatedly hitting me while screaming, "I'm a dirty cheater," and other insane things, all while outside, causing a scene for the neighbors to hear. After I had to grab her arms to get her to stop, she shouted things like, "Get off me. I'm calling the police." So I let go and told her, "We're done." This was officially when I broke up with her. Her response was not good. Every single day I received paragraphs upon paragraphs ranging from angry to allegedly regretful, back to angry. Eventually, I felt more comfortable blocking Kelly for a while, but that wasn't the end. One of my friends, who followed her on Instagram, still sent me a screenshot of the picture she posted with this big, ugly, muscular guy who looked like he wanted to kill the person taking the picture. I made a joke to my friend saying, "Wow, I see she upgraded." Kelly did the unimaginable, though. I was all cozy in my bed in the perceived safety of my house, home alone as I usually was living in my parents' house. That's when I heard a pounding at the front door downstairs. I jumped out of bed and went to the living room to listen. There was a man screaming from the other side. He was screaming, "Open up." I didn't acknowledge him. I didn't want him to know I was home. Then, some random number started calling my phone. When I didn't pick up, I received a text from someone threatening to kill me and telling me to open the door before he breaks the window. I ignored these and called 911. I heard glass breaking from outside, and when I looked out my window, I saw a familiar huge bearded guy right by my SUV. He was smashing my windows, and I recognized the guy from Kelly's picture. As I was on the phone with 911, I explained that my crazy ex-girlfriend had sent her current boyfriend to my house to threaten me, and he was currently damaging my vehicle. I answered a bunch of questions as police were en route, all the while the man kept screaming things from outside, pounding on my door and sending threatening texts. The police showed up surprisingly quickly, to my relief, and they caught the guy still in front of my house. They saw him step off the front stoop after he saw the cop car pulling up. I went outside right away and showed the police my car and the texts. And the big roid-raging man was still yelling at me that I was going to pay for talking about him to Kelly. I told him I hadn't spoken to Kelly in months, and he said, "Oh yeah? What about the texts?" As he was in handcuffs already, I said, "What texts?" He accused me of being a bullshitter. After he was taken away in one of 2 police cars, I gave the second police officer whatever information he needed about the situation between Kelly and me. He told me I had a good case for harassment and should definitely file for a restraining order immediately. He told me to head to the precinct the next day, which is what I did. I also unblocked Kelly and asked her what she said to her boyfriend and why. After she responded claiming she had no idea what I was talking about, I sent her a long text giving her a piece of my mind, basically telling her about me getting a restraining order and urging her to seek help. I never heard from her again, nor her crazy roid-raging now ex-boyfriend. According to my friend, she deleted the picture with him literally the next day after that happened. I currently have a restraining order against both her and her ex-boyfriend, Javier Cruz. Be careful who you decide to date, there's a whole lot of crazy out there. One bizarre thing that happened when I was a kid was a sleepover experience that I had. It was back when I was probably about 8 or 9 years old. I just know that I lived with my parents and older brother in the suburbs. A new family moved into the house across the street and one house to the right. They had a kid who was my age, and I remember meeting him when they first arrived. His name was Jackie. There were a few kids in the neighborhood that I would hang out with here and there. Over the first week or 2 that Jackie lived there, I sort of hung out with him like twice. My impression of him was that he was pretty weird. He was kind of rude and didn't seem to like the same things that the other neighborhood kids and I did. There were a few games that we would always play, and I remember that when we invited him, he said that they were dumb. I don't really remember much else, but I just know that I didn't have the best impression of him. Then one day, my mom told me that Jackie was going to have a sleepover with me. I remember thinking, when did I agree to this? I told my mom that I thought he was kind of weird, but she said that he probably was just shy and insecure about moving to a new town. Apparently, Jackie's mom asked my mom if he could stay over because she wanted him to make new friends. I'm not sure if he had a hard time making friends or anything, but I reluctantly agreed. So Jackie walked over with his mom, and our moms talked for a little while. Jackie's mom seemed pretty nice, but Jackie really didn't. We went upstairs to my bedroom, and I figured that we could just play video games. I talked to Jackie for a while. I don't really remember much of the conversation, though. Then we started gaming, and I was feeling a little bit better about him. He was decent at whatever games we played, and we didn't really have to talk much. We could just go on from one game to the next, and it's always nice to have somebody to game with. This was before online gaming was super popular, so multiplayer often meant having to actually have another person there in the room. At whatever time I usually went to bed, we stopped gaming, and Jackie had a sleeping bag that he brought with him. Then I got into my bed, and the lights went out. The next thing I remember was waking up when it was still dark out. I was like half awake and didn't know what was going on. After opening my eyes, though, I noticed Jackie standing in my bedroom. He was holding one of the little Nerf footballs that I had. He then walked over to my bedroom window and opened it up. Now I was just laying there, still squinting my eyes from having just woken up. I didn't say anything or even move. After opening my bedroom window, Jackie tossed the ball out of it. Then he walked over and grabbed another ball and tossed that out of the window as well. I really don't know why I just watched him, but my guess is that I was just so confused, that and the fact that I had literally just woken up from a deep sleep. Then Jackie walked over and picked up my PlayStation, unhooking the controllers and other wires. I realized he was probably going to toss that out of the window as well. When he was walking over to the window, I finally spoke up. I asked him what on earth he was doing. He then looked over at me, surprised as if he didn't expect me to wake up. Then he dropped my PlayStation on the ground right there, turned, and then he ran out of my bedroom. I was shocked. I got up and walked out of the room and then heard our front door to the house opening. He had left the house entirely. I walked down and then I left the house to see where Jackie had gone. When I got out into the front yard, I saw Jackie sprinting into his yard and then entering his house. I was really weirded out by this. I went and got my Nerf balls that he dropped out the window, then I went back inside and went back to bed. The next morning, I told my parents about it, who seemed to be just as confused as I was. We thought that maybe he was sleepwalking or something, but his parents never said anything about it before or after. For about 2 weeks, I didn't see Jackie at all. I don't recall seeing his parents outside either. Then the next time that I saw him was almost just as strange. One night, I was sitting in my bedroom playing video games like I often did. It was warm, so I went to open up my window to get a cool breeze. My window faced out the front yard, and as soon as I looked outside, I saw somebody standing in the front yard. I looked closer and realized that it was Jackie. He was just standing there at the end of the front yard by the street, right next to the pine tree, and he appeared to be staring right at me. I kept looking at him for probably 10 seconds, then Jackie turned and walked away. I didn't know what this kid's problem with me was. I checked out of my window several more times that night but never saw him again. So these events took place during the summertime. I was expecting that once the school year came around, he would probably be in my class, but his family ended up moving towards the end of the summer. I never did see him again after that. I still wonder why he acted that way and did those strange things. Way back when I was a teenager, my friend's house was broken into. My mom was out of town, and I was at my friend Acer's house. We lived in a middle-class to upper-class neighborhood in the suburbs. Nothing super fancy, just a pretty average American home. All the houses looked similar in design, and they all had the same cookie-cutter, average-sized yard. Friend Acer lived right down the street, and I wanted to hang out over there and sleep over because I didn't like to stay home alone at night, and my mom wasn't really sure if I was ready for it yet either. Quite frankly, I was 11 years old, and I was a pretty shy and timid kid that was always sucked into the Xbox. I didn't play sports, and my dad wasn't in the picture very much. I was kind of a mama's boy, as embarrassing as that is to admit, but it's the truth. I was scared to stay home alone for a whole night. It was okay, though, because Acer's parents let me sleep over. Acer's parents, Beck and Irina, were really cool. It was a Saturday night, and they were also having company over. They were grilling out and having some drinks by the fire while Acer and I and a few of his younger cousins ran around the yard, playing catch, jumping on the trampoline, and swimming in their pool. After a few hours of being kids and bouncing off the walls, we grew tired, so we hung out inside for a bit. Then eventually, we made our way outside for an hour or so to hang out with the adults until our curfew came up. I would say around 11 o'clock, his parents made us go inside to get ready for bed. They put a movie on for all of us kids in the basement, and we set up a bunch of sleeping bags. We were watching some random movie, I don't remember what it was, but after a while, I fell asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so it wasn't a surprise when I woke up to one of the doors creeping open in the basement, along with some heavy footsteps, which sounded like they were coming from the stairs. I lifted my head up to see what was going on, but I couldn't see much. It was really dark down there, and I figured it was one of Acer's little cousins maybe just using the restroom or something, so I laid back down. I rolled over and went back to sleep, but within a matter of minutes, I woke to a pounding sound. I couldn't tell what the banging noise was, but I could tell it was coming from behind us, towards the stairs. Acer's basement was a decent size, and we were in the living room part of it, but on the other side, there was a bar and like 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. I thought the noise was coming from downstairs, but I wasn't totally sure. I thought that it might have been one of the adults and that maybe they were just grabbing something from downstairs, so I tried to close my eyes again. It was really dark down there, and I didn't expect it to be a stranger either. That, or I thought that maybe one of the adults went to the restroom as well. I didn't have a phone, so I couldn't check the time or get a hold of anyone. I wasn't really sure I needed to anyways. I sat and listened for a while, though, and I couldn't hear the adults outside partying anymore. Maybe they were done for the night and coming in to check on us, I thought. You remember when you were a kid and thought there were monsters under your bed or in the closet? That fear you would feel, but deep down, you knew there was nothing to be scared about because you knew it wasn't real. Kind of felt like that. I went back to sleep one more time, but this time, what happened was far more disturbing than the previous times I'd been woken up. I woke up to a man on top of me, shaking me and trying to grab me. Other kids and Acer all ran to get the adults for help. I put up a fight, but eventually, the strange man grabbed me full on and started to run. I was being kidnapped. I did everything I could to try to get away, kicking, biting, scratching, and I even tried to dig my fingers through the man's eyes, but nothing was working. I was hopeless. That is, until Acer's dad chased him down and hit him in the head with a fire extinguisher. We both fell straight to the ground on the sidewalk, and I hit my head on the cement. Somehow, the man managed to stand up and run away, and since he had a mask on, we had no way of identifying him. I wonder if things would have ended differently had the other adults been there still. Maybe they would have chased the man down and beat his ass, and he would have got arrested, and I could actually sleep at night. But for the longest of times, I couldn't sleep. The same nightmare came to me over and over and would replay in my head. We think that the man let himself inside through the sliding glass door in the basement. I wonder how long he was standing there, planning the attack. If I would have listened to my gut, maybe things would have turned out differently, but I actually ended up with a concussion anyway. Nothing too severe, but still a concussion. Ever since that day, no matter what it is, I always listen to my intuition, and I suggest you do the same. It's always better to be safe than sorry, believe me. I'm also really glad that Acer's parents were still awake, or maybe I would have been murdered or kidnapped or even worse. The story may be too fantastic to believe, but I promise it happened. It was the last months of 1999 in my first marriage. It just ended when we began discussions. I agreed to let my ex continue to live in our house with the kids. As a result, I was thrust onto the market for a new home. For the time being, I was crashing in an extended stay hotel, living on fast food. Finally, as that spring approached, I found a place I loved. The only disappointing part of the deal was that it had been uninhabited for going on 7 years. The woman that had lived there before had died, and her heirs had let it sit empty. It was eventually agreed upon to put it on the market, and that's when I came upon it. Despite the probable long list of repairs, the price was too good to pass up. The morning of March 3rd, I picked up the keys and signed the papers. The house was officially mine, and I got to work immediately to make it livable. I replaced a broken window and a few other things before I moved in 2 weeks later. I hadn't been there 2 days before I received a visit from a pair of detectives. They sat me down and told me the craziest thing I'd ever heard in my life. According to them, the nice little old lady who had lived there, Sarah, had an abusive husband named Walter. She claimed Walter left for the store one morning and never returned, and because of his history of abuse, she didn't report his disappearance. The couple's only child, Lisa, didn't either. Her mother had told her Walter had been having an affair with a woman from his job and had likely run away to be with her. Lisa took her mother's story at face value, and the woman bid Walter good riddance and moved on with their lives. Within the year, Sarah, now a free woman, began a relationship with her neighbor John. She was granted a divorce, and the couple was married not long after. The pair lived out their lives in the house. Not everyone was so eager to believe Sarah's story, and the police were asked by Walter's sister to investigate his disappearance. Year after year, the trail always led back to Sarah, but the detectives on the case never had enough proof to arrest her. Then, about 15 years after he went missing, a new pair of detectives were put on the trail. They went back to Walter's sister, now a very old woman, and asked if she had any idea how Sarah could have disposed of her brother's body. For the first time since the case began, she recalled an incident that took place not long after Walter's disappearance. She was visiting Sarah, hoping to get information as to where her brother had moved to, and she happened to notice a large patch of the backyard where the ground had been tilled up and roses had been planted. The structure was odd because it was still in the middle of winter and at least 4 months before planting season began. The bushes would surely die in the brutal Michigan winter. She asked Sarah about this, and she simply said she wanted to get ahead of things. The sister had no reason to disbelieve her at the time and accepted the story. For the first time in a long time, the police had a direction to follow. However, they were frustrated by the judge's denial of a search warrant, and the case soon ran out of steam, as it had so many times before. Life would proceed, and over the years, the case would be forgotten. That was until a new police chief was hired, and he launched an initiative to clear the city's open cases. My visitors were assigned the case. After a little research, they discovered Sarah and her new husband had died, and the house had a new owner. The reason for their visit was to ask if I would allow them to dig up the yard to look for Walter's remains. I was naturally shocked by all I'd heard and needed time to think about it. After taking a few days to consider the request, I gave them the okay. The following morning, 20 or so cops, accompanied by a backhoe, began their search. I want to say I was surprised by what they found, but after hearing their story, Walter's skeleton being discovered was almost expected. At the end of the day, everything seemed to work out for the best. The cops managed to close a 50-year-old mystery, and Walter got to be put away alongside his loved ones. The only downside was Walter's sister didn't live to see it. She deserved to be there for the funeral after all the time she had put in the search for him. The situation had made me do a lot of thinking since it was brought to my attention. From all reports, Old Walter was not good to his wife or respected their marriage. Maybe Sarah had a good reason to put an end to his nonsense. The problem I have with what she did is that, by killing Walter and hiding his body away in the garden, his innocent sister, who had hurt no one, was left with a terrible notion that she and the rest of his family had been abandoned by him for a young piece of tale. Then, as time carried on, and she had come to terms with the strong possibility her brother was dead, she had nowhere to go to mourn him. And that, to me, my friends, just doesn't feel right. In April 2011, 86-year-old Patrick Carnes was living in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. Known for its casino and tourism industry, Reno is the county seat and largest city of Washoe County with a population of just over 200,000 people. Despite being well into his 80s, the World War II veteran was described by those who knew him as being sharp as a tack and someone who still had a lust for life. Despite his advanced years, and although he'd lost his wife several years earlier, Patrick had adopted a dog named Lucky, who he said kept him accountable and responsible. On April 13, 2011, Patrick and Lucky were driving back to Reno after a visit to family members living in Toledo, Ohio. Patrick was driving his green Subaru Forester when he approached the town of Wells, Nevada, at around 9 at night. As he happened to be approaching a Nevada Highway Patrol officer, he failed to properly switch lanes, resulting in him being pulled over by that very same officer. The cop warned Patrick that what he was doing was dangerous and only agreed to hold back on a ticket when Patrick assured him that he was simply following a truck driver ahead of him. He assured the officer that he wouldn't be driving at night anymore, and the officer's dash cam filmed Lucky wagging his tail in the back, suggesting that there was no tension or confrontation between the two men. The officer later testified that Patrick seemed perfectly composed and sober, giving him no reason to prevent him from driving away. Yet, the following morning, just before 6 a.m., Patrick's car was found completely abandoned near a place called Winnemucca, more than 150 miles away. The vehicle was stuck in a nearby sagebrush and was facing oncoming traffic, but there was still gas in the tank and it was still basically drivable. There were no signs of any kind of conflict or struggle, with only a single set of footprints visible in the dirt leading away from the car. What's more, nothing was missing from the car, and it seemed Patrick had walked away from it with nothing but the clothes on his back. One of these abandoned possessions was a map of rest stops on his route back to Reno. The only thing police had to Patrick's planned route. Winnemucca is nowhere near them, so what was it that caused such a radical diversion, and what happened to Patrick's faithful furry friend, Lucky? 3 days later, a witness reported seeing a dog matching Lucky's description near the Pumpernickel exit out near Winnemucca, but a thorough search of the area turned up no signs of the brown Labrador mix. It's interesting to note that 5 years earlier, another abandoned vehicle was found near the Pumpernickel exit in almost exactly the same spot that Patrick's was found. Judith Casita, a 62-year-old resident of Reno, was last seen driving her 1991 Mazda pickup truck away from her home on Valentine's Day of 2006. Her truck was found just over 2 weeks later on March 5th, abandoned yet still in working order. There is little information available in Judith's case, but it's reported that she had left behind a note stating that she was depressed with her life and her marriage. Although Valentine's Day seems an apt occasion to commit some kind of marriage-related taking of your own life, it seems very coincidental that Judith's car was found in exactly the same spot and in exactly the same condition as Patrick's. While some suggest that the disappearances amount to nothing more than a lost senior and a woman who took her life, others argue that both Judith and Patrick's disappearances are the work of a Nevada serial killer. Although it's not clear why police or journalists might come to such a theory, there are numerous articles outlining missing person cases that originate in the area. One article describes Patrick's case as the latest in a string of missing person cases, citing the disappearances of Rita Christian, who was later found alive, and those of Albert Christian and Grant Mullen. No matter what you choose to believe, Patrick was officially declared deceased by the state of Nevada in late 2014. But it seems the key to solving his disappearance is connected to many others. If we find out what happened to people like Judith, we'll find out what happened to Patrick. Whether or not it's a serial killer or some other more sinister phenomenon, the truth lies in finding their bodies. But the fact that it was only a single set of human footprints, unaccompanied by those of a canine, leads us to believe that something must have been very, very wrong if Patrick chose to abandon his lifelong companion, Lucky. Sure, Patrick was almost 90 years old, and it certainly wouldn't have been difficult for a human being to overpower him. But he was also a combat veteran and an all-around tough SOB. The likelihood of him being kidnapped or killed without a fight seems very, very slim indeed. So what stopped him that night? What scared him so badly that he'd abandon his beloved Labrador? These are the questions that might never be answered, and that might just be for the best, because who knows if we're ready for the truth behind such a vast number of disappearances. A few years ago, I used to play video games and stream them online. I was not really popular or anything, I just did it for fun. I would stream on Twitch for my friends, and usually anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 of them would watch. Sometimes they would play with me in the games as well. Every now and then a few other random people would watch the stream too, but I never got more than like 10 viewers at once. I wasn't trying to become famous or anything. One night, I was streaming Fortnite. It was almost a nightly thing for me to do at the time. I was playing with my friend Luck, who was also watching the stream. I remember that at one point, I saw there was another viewer, and soon the new viewer started talking in the chat and leaving comments. I did not recognize the username to be any of my friends, and I realized it was a new person. I said hi to them and welcomed them to the stream. The person responded, saying hi, but a short time later, their comments turned bad. It started with basic insults, calling me names and cursing at me. I assumed it to be some teenage kid just messing around on a Twitch account. I remember asking on the stream why he was so angry. My friend was thinking that it was really funny, though. The comments then got threatening. The user said something like they were going to find me and they knew where I lived or something along those lines. Obviously, I didn't take the threat very seriously. I really had no idea why they would act this way because my stream was always pretty fun and lighthearted. The first comment the person made that really raised my eyebrows, though, was when they mentioned my real name. They said they knew my name, and when I asked what it was, the user commented it. This shocked me because my name was not my username or anything, and this person knew my last name as well. It was then that I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me, and that's what Luck thought as well. I remember Luck asking who it was, going through a list of friends that he thought it could be. The person denied it all. After going back and forth for a bit, the person eventually left, and I ended the stream a short time later. But the very next night, the person was back. I went back on what I usually did and was playing Fortnite again. Luck also joined, and it was just the two of us like the night prior. Well, maybe 30 minutes into the stream, the mystery person returned. They started commenting again, picking up right where they left off, but this time they said they were going to my house. I was kind of like, okay, buddy, let's see it, and still not taking it seriously. They went quiet in the chat for a while, but then out of nowhere, the person commented that they were at my house. Then I heard this loud knocking coming from the front door. I lived in a house that I rented with a roommate during this time. My roommate was gone at work, and I was at home by myself. After I heard the knocking, I told Luck about it, who seemed shocked. "This definitely had to be a friend," I said. I was getting up and went over to go look. After leaving my bedroom and starting to enter the living room, I could see somebody through the front window. There was a man standing on the front step who was wearing all black and a ski mask. He did not resemble any of my friends, but I guess it could have been one of them. I just had a bad feeling about it, though, like this was somebody else. I went back into my bedroom and asked the guy through my stream what he wanted. He did not respond to this, but loudly knocked again on the front door. I was not going to answer it. The mysterious man then made a comment that he hated my car. I don't know why he said this, but then he left the stream. I really had no idea as to what was going on. Me and Luck talked about who it could be, and I told him that I thought it was someone totally random. Luck was telling me that I should go out and confront the guy. Eventually, I left my bedroom to go check, but the guy was gone now. I looked out of every window and didn't see him. Well, the next day, I was leaving for work. When I got to my car in the driveway, there was a big dent in the driver's door, like somebody had hit it with something. I remembered the comment the guy made about hating my car, which is a Pontiac Aztec. Now I knew none of my friends would go so far as to damage my vehicle. After that, I decided to stop streaming for a while. I told all my friends about it, and like I expected, none of them knew who it could be. It remains a mystery to me to this day. I don't live in that house anymore. I did stream on Twitch again a while after it happened, but the guy never joined another stream, or at least never said anything. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. It was a cold, quiet night at the gas station where I worked. The clock on the wall showed 2 a.m., and the only sounds were the hum of the coolers and the occasional car passing by on the empty road. I was sitting behind the counter, trying to keep myself awake by reading a magazine. The gas station was always slow at this hour, and I was looking forward to the end of my shift at 3 a.m. Suddenly, the chime above the door rang, announcing the arrival of a customer. I looked up and saw a man walk in. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood up, casting a shadow over his face. Something about him made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way he moved so deliberately and slowly, or the way he seemed to be looking around the store with too much interest. He walked up to the counter and asked for a pack of cigarettes. His voice was low and raspy, sending a shiver down my spine. I reached behind me and grabbed a pack, placing it on the counter in front of him. He didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he pulled out a crumpled $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to me. As I took the money, our hands briefly touched, and I felt a jolt of cold run through me. I rang up the purchase and gave him his change, which he stuffed into his pocket without counting. He picked up the cigarettes and then, as if remembering something, asked if he could also get some gas. I nodded and asked how much he wanted. "Just $20, he said. I punched the amount into the register and handed him a receipt. "Thanks," he said, still in that unsettling voice. He turned and walked out of the store without another word. I watched him through the window as he filled up his old beat-up car. There was something off about him, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just encountered someone dangerous. After he drove away, I tried to go back to my magazine, but I couldn't concentrate. My mind kept drifting back to that man and the strange feeling he had left me with. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting him to come back. The rest of my shift dragged on slowly, and when my relief finally arrived, I was more than ready to go home. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was a news alert from the local station. Groggily, I picked up my phone and saw the headline, "Gas station robbed, attendant brutally assaulted." My heart started pounding as I read the article. The robbery had happened just an hour after my shift ended, at a gas station only a few miles away from where I worked. The description of the suspect matched the man who had come into my store, tall, thin, wearing a dark hoodie. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized how close I had come to danger. The news report said the attendant had been badly beaten and was in critical condition at the hospital. The suspect had taken all the money from the register and had disappeared into the night. The police were asking for any information that might help catch him. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, replaying my encounter with the man over and over in my mind. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the cold touch of his hand, and the unsettling feeling he had left me with. I wondered if he had been planning to rob my gas station too, but had changed his mind for some reason. Maybe he had been scoping out different places, looking for the right moment to strike. That night, I had to go back to work. But I was more nervous than I had ever been. Every time the door chime rang, I jumped, expecting to see that sinister stranger again. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I kept imagining what might have happened if he had decided to rob my store instead. A few days later, I saw his face again, this time on the front page of the local newspaper. The police had caught him after he tried to rob another gas station. He had been involved in a high-speed chase and had crashed his car, ending up in the hospital with serious injuries. The photo showed his face clearly for the first time. His eyes were cold and empty, and there was a twisted smile on his lips that sent a shiver down my spine. As I looked at the picture, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions: relief that he had been caught, feared how close I had come to being one of his victims, and a lingering unease that I couldn't quite shake. The memory of that night and the sinister stranger who had come into my store would stay with me for a long time. Working at the gas station was never the same after that. I was always on edge, always looking over my shoulder, and always wary of late-night customers. The world seemed a little darker, a little more dangerous, and I couldn't help but feel that a part of my innocence had been lost forever. I used to deliver Chinese food for a local restaurant. I was just a teenager in high school at the time, and whatever job I got wasn't going to be for more than a year or two. I'd say this job was fairly typical to most first jobs or retail and food service jobs because it had some slow and boring days and some busy and stressful days. As the delivery driver, though, I was always thankful to not have to be working in the store and dealing with mobs of customers. On this night, I started at 6 p.m. It was a Friday, so I was working a late 6 to 12 shift. As soon as I clocked in, I was delivering orders non-stop for the next 2 hours, with no time to breathe in between them. At 8, orders were slowing a bit, but I still had a few more to deliver before I could take my lunch. So I grabbed the 3 orders and set out to get them done before 9. The first one was close, but the next 2 were further out. This isn't uncommon, as our town isn't all packed together. I got to the second house and dropped it off, then headed out to the final stop. It was 10 minutes from where I was, and the tag said it wasn't paid for yet. All I was thinking about during this drive was the break I'd get afterward. Going back and forth for 3 hours straight tired me out more than usual this night. I pulled into the neighborhood and followed the GPS until I got to a back portion where the whole atmosphere quickly changed. I turned down a thin road of cracked pavement and potholes with barely visible small houses on the side, covered by the thick bushes and unkempt lawns. When the GPS told me I'd arrived, I stopped the car but didn't see a house. I turned my brights on, and ever so faintly, I could see the outline of a small house pretty far from the road I was on. I then looked at the grass leading up to it and realized there was actually a driveway. It was just engulfed in vines and tall grass. I would never have seen it if I hadn't seen the house first. Knowing I would be unable to even drive on it, I put the car in park, got out with the bag, and began to walk through the overgrown driveway. I couldn't believe how awful it was to walk through, and I couldn't imagine anyone letting their driveway get to this point. Getting closer, though, I could see more of the house. It was very small, kind of like a trailer home, and looked to be in a matching condition to the driveway, with vines growing over the windows and bushes covering every inch of the nearly decaying house. As I made my way up to the front door, I knew something was wrong. I knew it in my gut and in my head, but I was just some kid with a first job that was scared to lose it, so I felt like I had to do my job, which was to deliver the order to this address. I pushed all my bad feelings aside and knocked on the door. Right away, I heard footsteps coming up to the door. It opened, revealing a young lady behind it. At first, in the dim lighting, she looked very normal, and I felt a huge relief. But it only took a few more seconds to realize that her normal look was eerily out of place with the house in this condition. There was no way she could be so well dressed and taken care of. As these thoughts scrambled through my head, she opened the screen door and said in a creepily calm tone, "Come in." Everything hit me in that moment as I stumbled back a few steps and decided that I needed to leave right away. I turned around, and only a second after beginning to leave, I heard a thud from the side of the house. I looked over, seeing two men running out from behind the house and sprinting through the bushes toward me. I dropped everything and started running. I did everything I could to get through the thick grass and vines, but just as I reached the end of the driveway, I stumbled to the ground, tripping over something. I hurried up, hearing their footsteps closing the distance on me. I couldn't even get myself to look back as I ran straight to my car, turning it on. The men immediately stopped and ran back to where they came from. With my whole body still shaking from the adrenaline, I turned the car around and drove away. Of course, I let my boss know what happened, and he urged me to call the police and report it. I was really relieved to know he didn't care about the order and only for my safety, which, looking back on it, would have been horrible if it were any other way. Police interviewed me and my boss and did a whole investigation, ultimately unable to find any of the people. The property I was on, though, was actually state-owned, and the trespassing sign at the beginning of the road had been dug up and thrown into the tall grass. Their intentions are unknown, but it seems like the most obvious possibility is the answer. I just hope nobody else has to go through what I did, or if they do, I hope they can be as lucky as I was to get away. I signed up for Uber Eats back when it was really gaining traction in 2021. I'd just gotten laid off from my previous job, and it seemed nearly impossible to find any other job quickly, so this was a bit of a risk that I hoped would work out. A couple of months in, I was enjoying it enough, and it was paying me enough for me to keep with it. This happened just around a year after I started. I'd fallen into the habit of waking up late and staying up late, so I hadn't started working until around dinner time. By 11 p.m., I still hadn't made enough to be good for the night, so I continued on, taking pretty much any order that popped up. It was at 1 a.m. when an order came through that was interesting. It was a grocery order from a 24-hour 7-Eleven gas station. I still accepted it, but it was just odd to me that someone would need groceries from a gas station in the middle of the night. I drove up and parked at the mostly empty gas station and went into the convenience store. The only person inside was a kind old man working at the register. I picked up the bag from him and also got myself a cup of coffee for the road, then headed back to my car. I got in and situated myself before backing out and getting on the road for the final stretch of the drive. Only a moment after getting onto the main street, though, I noticed a car's headlights right behind me. Mind you, this was very late, and almost no cars were out, so I was sure I would have seen them before they were so close. After some thinking, I thought they must have been at the gas station, maybe parked on the side of the building, and pulled out as soon as I did. I drove along this same road for a while, reaching the edge of town, when I suddenly felt something wrong with my car. It was way bumpier than usual, and a loud kind of scraping sound was coming from the right side. After a minute from noticing this, it became a lot worse, so bad that I had to pull off to the side before the car would break down in the road. I parked on the shoulder with woods on either side of me, but in the mirror, I saw the headlights of that same car slowing down and pulling in right behind me. Unsure what was going on, I decided to get out quickly and see what the problem was. I didn't know if the car behind me was going to try and help me out or if they had something else in mind, but I knew I couldn't go anywhere until I figured this out. I ran around to the other side of my car and quickly noticed the problem. My right tire was completely flattened, which was crazy. I hadn't run over anything, and usually, flat tires happen gradually, not so suddenly like this. I took a closer look, seeing a gash right on the side of the tire that didn't look natural at all. Then I heard a door open from the car behind me. A man stepped out and waved at me. "I'm okay, thank you," I called out, trying to get them to leave before even approaching, especially after realizing this was all really sketchy. But the man kept walking toward me. Once he got maybe 10 feet away, I could see him more clearly. He was older, with long gray and black hair and a bushy, untamed beard. He wore basic clothes, jeans and a hoodie, but they were covered in stains and grime. He came up next to my car and asked if he could help me out, showing the large smile. I said again that I was okay, but he only laughed, looking at my tire and back at me. A few seconds of awkward silence passed as the man held his smile before I lied and said I had a friend on his way to pick me up. Now, having rejected his help 3 times, the man's smile gradually fell into a straight face. He turned his body toward the car and very unnaturally looked around. This is when I got the immediate rush through my body to get away from this man, and I only had one option to do so. I bolted off the road into the tree line, hearing the man follow me into the pitch-black woods. It only lasted for a few seconds before I lost him. After that, I didn't go very far at all, still able to see the headlights on the road, and I could make out the man's figure moving around by the cars. A few minutes later, he got in his car and left. By now, I'd had enough time to pretty much figure out that this was all a setup from the Uber Eats order, having been followed from the gas station where he likely slashed my tire. However, I didn't think it would be so easy to catch him. His full name and everything on the app turned out to be real. I guess he didn't think that we would tie it all back to the Uber Eats order. That being said, the punishment wasn't very harsh because he didn't harm me. He only stole some things from my car, though I'm sure that if I had stayed there on the road, I might not even be here to share this story. This past New Year's Eve, I went away for the night with my 2 best friends and one of their moms. I was home for the holidays from college, and my friend Yarezi invited me to go to Palm Springs to celebrate New Year's with her mom and our friend Nadia. I didn't have any other plans, so I decided to go with them. We went to a cool city about an hour from where we live that is big on shopping and resorts. We planned to have a pretty calm night, watch the ball drop at a block party downtown, and have a few drinks at the bar. Since we're on the West Coast, the ball drop is at 9:30, so at around 8:30, we ventured from our hotel, walking to the block party about a mile away. On the way, we passed by a very lively bar. We decided to stop by and we spent 15 minutes dancing, but we didn't get any drinks. It was a gay bar, and Rezi and Nadia, being gay, were stoked on it and wanted to come back after the ball drop, even though it was about 90% men there. We continued on to the block party to get some dinner and a glass of champagne. The ball finally dropped and they had a DJ, so we spent about an hour there just dancing. After we got tired of it, we decided to head back to the bar and hang out there until midnight. Once we got there, Rezi's mom paid for a drink for each of us, but left soon after that because she was tired. It's about 10:30 at this point, and Rezi, Nadia, and I are enjoying our drinks and having fun dancing. Nadia tried some of my drink since it was one she hadn't had before. I constantly have my guard up when drinking in public, and I felt safe at this bar because it was 90% gay men who I thought would not have an interest in me. I went back to the bar to get a second drink, and that's the last thing I remember. The rest I've gathered from Rezi and Nadia. Almost immediately after getting my second drink, I asked Nadia to go to the bathroom with me because I wasn't feeling well, even though I was completely fine 10 minutes before. Once in the bathroom, I just collapsed on the floor and was almost unresponsive. Nadia, now worried, somehow dragged my lifeless body out to where Rezi was waiting for us. Security, seeing my condition and assuming I was wasted, asked us to leave. Rezi and Nadia decided to take me back to the hotel about half a mile away. By this point, I was unconscious, and there were barely sounds escaping from my mouth. They saw someone leave the bar at the same time as us who was walking near us, but they were preoccupied with trying to keep my lifeless body off the ground. At one point, I threw up all over myself, them, and the sidewalk. The next part of the story we had to get from Rezi because Nadia doesn't have much memory of this. Still struggling to carry me, the man they saw leave the bar approached them. He was hitting on Nadia, trying to get her to grab a drink with him. She was very agitated and told him to leave, saying her friend needed help right now. He didn't take no for an answer and continued to follow us down the street, asking if we wanted to get drinks with him and if he could help carry me and such. A middle-aged woman witnessing this came up and told the man off, saying something along the lines of, "Stop harassing these young women or I'm going to call the police." Thankfully, he left after that. Next, by some miracle, an EMT and his wife, enjoying the holiday, ran into us on the street. He checked me out to make sure something wasn't majorly wrong and then carried me the rest of the way to my motel and into the room since my friends could barely hold me up. They thanked him profusely, and him and his wife left. This is where Nadio's memory kicks back in a little bit. 5 minutes later, they get a knock on the door, and it's the EMT and his wife again. They came to let us know that a man followed us to the hotel, and they just saw him hop the gate and start to make his way to our room. My friends called hotel security, but they were unable to find him. My friends didn't get a glimpse of him, but I'm sure it was the same man from earlier. I spent the rest of the night vomiting everything in my body in dry heaving. After that, I woke up the next morning in a pile of pillows and blankets on the bathroom floor. My last memory was at the bar getting a second drink, and my friends filled me in on everything that happened. Feeling like crap, I thought I must have drunk way too much, but I've never blacked out before in my life, and the amount of drinks I had, only 2 in 2 hours, since I didn't get to my second at the bar, didn't add up to me being completely unconscious. We all decided that my first drink had to have been drugged since Nadia had some of it and had no memory of our walk even though she was fully functional. I'm sure that the man that was talking to Nadia and then followed us back was the one that slipped something in my drink. To this day, I don't really know how I could have been slipped something because I got my drink from the bar and never set it down. My best guess was that it was already in the cup. Thankfully, I had a good friend and kind strangers protecting me that night. It keeps me up at night thinking about what could have happened under different circumstances. I'm 18 years old and going to be a freshman in college this September. This past July, my friend Zelda held a pool party in her backyard as a sort of graduation party, minus any of her family being around because her parents were away. She often has the house to herself, so her parents' house is the go-to spot for a lot of hangouts. She invited like 100 people from our grade. There had to be upwards of 150 people there at the night's peak. I was one of the first to show up with my friend Jonah because we're close with Zelda, so we wanted to help out a little bit. By the time people started showing up, everyone congregated slowly from the kitchen and living room to outside in the backyard by the pool. Some people brought their bathing suits and jumped into the pool, others just jumped in their underwear, and then, of course, most others just stood around the pool. She has a huge backyard. At a certain point, so many people were at the party that it was clear as day people were bringing friends from other schools because we didn't know everyone there. Zelda was getting mad because she made it clear she didn't want randoms. In fact, unfamiliar people seemed to be just barging through the gate, not even accompanied by people from our school or grade. There wasn't much we could do, though. The party was already too crazy to easily control. Zelda did throw in our class group chat not to bring any more randoms or they'd be asked to leave. The problems seemed to slow down after that. At around 1 a.m., the police came to the house and had to shut down the party due to multiple complaints from neighbors, so the music was turned off, and 99% of the guests were asked to leave. Mostly everyone cleared out except a few close friends, including some of Zelda's girlfriends, Letitia and I, and a few other guy friends. We helped do some cleaning, like picking up all the empty cans and bottles. Eventually, it was just 4 of us left there. I'm talking at like 3 a.m., if not later. Since it was hot outside, we migrated to the inside of the house in the air conditioning, where we were just chilling in the living room, continuing to drink. Then we all heard a distinct crack from upstairs, and we went silent. Zelda was the first to ask what was that as we all looked at each other with these wide-eyed, half-laughing, half-freaked-out faces. Letitia and I left, teasing Zelda that someone was upstairs in her room, and she begged us to stop and check it out, so we did. We went upstairs to Zelda's room. It was clear. We then went to the guest room that used to be her older brother's room, and we found one of our friends, Eudora, passed out in the bed. We went downstairs to tell her that Eudora was upstairs and knocked out. I guess that gave her a sigh of relief. Looking back, that didn't much explain a sound coming from upstairs if he was knocked out in bed, though, but we weren't exactly the most coherent at that moment. Eventually, Zelda and her friend Mia went to sleep in her room, Letitia fell asleep on the couch, and I went to her parents' bed. None of us were okay to drive anywhere. I can't remember how much time passed before I remember one of the girls screaming in the next room over, and then both of them. It was a heart-dropping kind of moment, but I didn't know if they were messing around with each other at first or not, but I realized pretty quickly the screams were way too real. I burst out of the bed and went to Zelda's room and opened the door. The lights were out. I could barely see anything except for the 2 girls huddled up, hugging each other in the corner of the room, basically curled up on the floor. I saw what they were screaming at. There was a tall person in the opposite corner of the room, on the other side of the bed from them. I saw him looking at me in the doorway. I yelled at the girls to run, and they did. There was so much yelling that even Eudora woke up and came out as the girls ran downstairs, screaming that the man was touching their feet. We followed, but looking back with 3 guys there, we regrettably didn't try to overpower that one man. We all left the house, and one of us called the police, waiting by the neighbor's house with the neighbors, possibly the same ones who called the cops on the party. We didn't see the man leave the front door ever, and after police searched the house and couldn't find him, that meant he left through the back door. None of us recognized who that man was. It was probably an older man who knew Zelda somehow that snuck into the house during the commotion of the party and thought Zelda would be alone after the party. It's some sick, scary stuff. Whether we could have overpowered him or not, we'll never know because we don't know if he was armed. There's a nice quiet scenic creek not far from my house. I like to drive my kayak up to it every once in a while on the weekends in the summer. This one particular weekend was one of those weekends. The weather was perfect, sunny and 70s. I'd kayaked down this creek a bunch of times and never had I seen anyone else kayaking it. That's part of the reason I like it, because I'm a very reserved person and I like to do things myself, preferably with privacy. So, I set out on the kayak not far from where I parked my car, which is in a gravelly dirt parking area right off the road. There was one other car that pulled in a few minutes after I did, which was unusual. I'd never seen any other cars except my own here. 20 minutes into my kayaking, someone came out from the woods ahead of me, coming up on the left, and approached the edge of the water. He stopped and waved at me and smiled. He put his hands on his hips and greeted me. It seemed he had an expectation for me to stop and chat. I instantly knew I didn't like his smile, but my mother raised me to be polite to everybody, so I stopped paddling and smiled and greeted him back. There was an awkward pause where he was just nodding his head with his closed-lipped smile, and I had to break the silence by saying, "It's a beautiful day out." He nodded his head and said, "Yup," then asked where I'm from. I made something up and said, "From up north, just visiting." He clearly lacked the ability to hold any sort of conversation, and that's coming from me. I'm not the most social person myself. So, I wanted to just move along. I told him to have a great rest of his day and continued onward down the river. Never in a million years was I expecting what happened next to happen. I turned when I heard a snap of a stick or something from not far behind me. There, in the not so far distance, was the guy hiding behind a couple of trees, seemingly following me. I was disturbed and uncomfortable, like he was clearly trying to not be seen. I was scared to call him out in fear of how he might respond, so I pretended not to notice him and continued to kayak down. I would continue to side glance every so often to see if he was still following me, and he was. I had never wanted to see someone else in the water so much in my life. I took out my phone to try to call my dad or my brother for help, but of course, I had no cell reception out there. Still, instead of being followed and probably attacked, I decided to stop in my place, turn around, and threaten to call the police if he didn't stop following me. The man just stood in place behind another big tree, though he was clear as day there. I then decided to fake call the cops. I raised my phone in the air at the man and said, "I see you there, I'm calling them now." I then proceeded to fake a phone call, pretending like I'm talking to the police. The man started to walk away deeper into the woods. It seemed to have worked. I turned around immediately and started kayaking back up the way I came as fast as I possibly could. I would constantly look over my shoulders until I got back to where I launched the kayak. I made it safely. I checked my whole surroundings before stepping out of the water and carrying my kayak back to my car. The other car in the little parking area was still there, but I made a disturbing discovery that may have saved my life. Up until this point, everything that happened could have maybe been explained away. However, I noticed broken glass near the back of my car, and the back passenger's side window wasn't there anymore. It had been shattered. I didn't step 1 foot closer to my car. I stayed hidden in the woods and checked if I had bars now that I was closer to the road. I did, and I called 911 successfully. I reported the whole incident and the broken window, and I stated I was scared I was still being followed. Waiting for the police to arrive felt like the longest, most tense moment of my life. It dragged on far too long, but when they pulled into the dirt area, I finally came out from the woods and waved at them. I pointed to the car, and 2 police officers came out and approached the car, where they found him, the man from the woods, waiting in the back seat of my car, hiding and waiting for me to enter my car to grab me. It was beyond satisfying to see him arrested. He definitely wasn't smiling anymore. I looked at him as it almost seemed like he was avoiding looking at me as he was taken to the police car. I'm happy the man was so stupid that he thought I wouldn't notice shattered glass all over the side of my car. I was 14 when this happened. There's a Walmart that's walking distance to my house. I used to sometimes go there to buy clothing and such before I was of driving age, since it was so close. Sometimes I'd go with my friend Emily, sometimes I just go alone. The Walmart is part of the nearby mall, but the mall kind of stinks now. Most of the good stores have closed over the years, plus I wasn't made of money when I was 14, and Walmart is cheap. One night, I walked to Walmart with my AirPods in. It's a 15-minute walk. When I put my AirPods in, I shut out everything else around me. I feel like most people with basic social awareness know that if someone's wearing headphones, it means they don't want to have to take them out to talk to you. I was minding my business in Walmart, in the girls' clothing department, when I noticed a guy next to me saying something. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but it looked like he was talking to me. I took out my AirPods, and I said, "Are you talking to me?" He said yes, he was. This shorter man with gray hair, who looked like 50, had glasses and a clean-shaven face. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I didn't see your headphones." Sure, he didn't. He said he was just telling me how his daughter buys the same exact kind of jeans I was wearing. I had no idea why he was telling me this, but I'm a very polite person to everybody. I always have been, so I chose to be kind to him by laughing and saying, "Oh, that's funny." That should have been the end of an interaction that didn't need to happen, but of course, this wouldn't be a story if it was. I was still looking through this rack of tops as the man kept trying to talk to me. He mistook my kindness for actual interest in talking to him. Clearly. He asked my age, and I said 14. His response was unsettling. He basically said, "Oh, what a great age. So mature, but still so young." He asked my name, and for some reason, I actually gave him my real name. His response to my name was, "Wow, that's my favorite name for a girl." Next up, he asked what school I went to, and around now was when I decided to start making things up. I said I'm actually not from around here, I'm just visiting my cousin. He couldn't let it go, though, and he persisted, asking where I'm from. I said I'm from out of state, keeping it vague. But then he said, "I've seen you around here before. Are you sure you're not from around here?" I looked at him and tried to think of a response, but instead, I ended up turning around and walking away from him. I was, for the first time ever, actually made very uncomfortable by a stranger. The way he said he'd seen me before made me feel as though he'd been watching me or paid attention to me in this Walmart before. I went to buy the jeans I was holding at the front of the Walmart, then I walked through the store to enter the mall. It was November or December, and they had just put up the Christmas decorations, so I wanted to walk through and see if any new stores had opened. Since my shopping in Walmart was cut short, I walked through the mall with really nothing catching my eye. I went into a Victoria's Secret, and while inside, I saw through the glass that guy from Walmart sitting on a bench in the mall outside of the Victoria's Secret. I left the store and started walking very quickly through the mall. When I turned around, I saw he was now walking behind me. I started to panic and called my mom, asking her for a ride because I was being followed by a man. I took her advice and waited in a store with multiple people inside. He came to the entrance of the store and creepily said my name in this way that he clearly didn't want a lot of people to hear him. I started to feel sick. I went to the cashier and said, "This man is following me. I don't know him." Some customers overheard and looked over, and the man clearly noticed and started walking away into the mall. The cashier, who was probably only 20 years old herself, sympathized with me. A couple even came over and said they'd wait with me until my mom got here. My mom came into the mall eventually, and I left with her, thanking the couple who waited with me. I didn't go to the mall or that Walmart alone anymore. I didn't even go back with friends for a long time either. I hope that guy got caught being a creep and has been taken off the streets. I'm going to tell you a story that still makes me angry to this day, even though it happened back when I was a kid. This was when I was about 12 years old or so. I went to the local school and was a shy kid, but I did have several friends. I remember there was this one kid at my school named Edward. We had some mutual friends and certainly knew who each other were, but I wouldn't say we were friends and we never really hung out. I didn't know a whole lot about Edward, but we had a class together and sat sort of near each other, so I would often hear him talking to other people. When I was talking with my friends, he would sometimes stop by and talk with our group. I remember one of my friends said that he got invited to Edward's birthday party that weekend. Then, to my surprise, the next day Edward invited me to his party. He told me his address and the time and said to bring a present for him. He wrote that information on a post-it note, I remember, and then gave it to me. I felt good for being invited to his party. As a shy kid, I did not get invited to a whole lot of birthday parties. Edward was not really known as that cool or popular, but he certainly had a lot more friends than I did, and I thought well of him. I hadn't known that he considered me to be a good enough friend to invite to his party. So when Friday came, Edward's party was that night. I had gone out with my mom the previous day and got Edward a good present. During the school day, one of my friends who was also invited told me that he wasn't going. I guess he had to go to his sister's recital or something. Anyways, that made me more nervous to go to Edward's party because I would no longer really know anybody else there that well. So that night, my mom drove me to Edward's house. It was going to be a sleepover, and she said that she would pick me up the next morning. I was dropped off right on time, and then I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door, and after a moment or two, Edward himself opened up the door. There was another kid with him who I did not recognize. He invited me inside, and I heard some other kids in another room, which sounded like it was at the other end of the house. Edward told me to follow him, and then he led me into the kitchen, which was at the back side of the house. Another kid then walked over from someplace else. Now it was Edward, me, and two other kids. Everyone else was still in some other room. There was a kitchen table with a bunch of presents on it. Edward told me to leave the present there, and I did. Then he told me to follow him. I thought he was going back to where everybody else was, but instead, he led me to the back door that was also in the kitchen. This led to the backyard. He told me to go outside, and I didn't know why, but I did. As soon as I was out the door, he slammed the door shut behind me and started laughing. His friends started laughing too. I thought that he was joking at first. I went back to the door and expected him to let me back inside, but then I heard him locking the door. He then said something like, "Later, loser," then he covered the window to the door and walked away laughing. At first, I didn't know if it was still a joke or what, but after standing outside for probably 5 minutes, I realized that it was no joke and he was not coming back. Then I felt really bad. I was too embarrassed to go knock on a door and try to get back inside. I didn't even want to anyways. I just wanted to go home, but I didn't have a cell phone back then. My mom wouldn't think to go back until the next morning. I was trying to figure out what to do. I ended up walking back into the street. I walked a ways down and eventually I ended up going to a random person's house. I knocked on the door and luckily they answered. Then I asked to use a phone to call my parents and I was able to. My mom then came to pick me up. When we got home, she was able to find out the number of Edward's mom and she called her. I remember that Edward's mom claimed she had no idea that I was even invited. She drove Edward to our house later the next day and made him apologize to me in person, as well as give the present back. It didn't really make me feel that much better, though. I had been humiliated. After that, I never talked to Edward again. I saw him around in school the next year or two, but luckily we did not end up going to the same high school. I'm currently 17 years old and I live with my parents. Next door, there is an abandoned house that has been vacant since we moved into this neighborhood. We have lived here for just under 2 years now. We live in a kind of rough part of town, and abandoned homes are very common around here. I didn't really like the idea of living next to an abandoned home because it was sort of creepy, but really, I didn't care that much and I would hardly ever think about it. However, there were a few times that I can think of specifically where I could have sworn I heard something coming from that house. I thought maybe they were squatters, so I decided to mind my own business. Have you ever heard of that saying, curiosity killed the cat? Well, I figured as long as they weren't bothering anybody, it was probably best to stay away from the situation altogether. One hot summer night, I couldn't sleep, so I lay awake all night tossing and turning, trying my best to get some shut-eye when all of a sudden, I heard screaming that sounded like it came from the abandoned house. It only lasted a few seconds, but I panicked. Thinking back, I can't believe that I did this, and I truly have no idea what the hell I was thinking, and I don't blame you if you think I'm stupid. But I grabbed my switchblade that my father gave me as a birthday present one year, and I quietly snuck out of my window and made my way over to the house. I had to jump a fence and get through some bushes, and I did so as quietly as possible so I wouldn't be heard or spotted by anyone. I crept my way up the back porch, and to my surprise, the sliding glass door was actually unlocked. My heart was pretty much beating out of my chest by this point, and I even almost turned around and went home. But I didn't. I should have, though, and I wish I would have just called the police instead and let them figure it out. I made my way inside, and right off the bat, I could see just how dark it was. I pulled my iPhone out and turned the flashlight on so that way I could see at least what was in front of me. That was a bad move on my part because almost as soon as I turned my flashlight on, it startled someone, and he made his way over to me. I was standing in the living room with my back up against the wall, waiting for whoever it was to walk past me, and I turned my flashlight off. I'm almost 100% sure that whoever it was noticed I was there because of my light. The person turned the corner, and I was met with a much larger man than myself. Immediately, he punched me in my face, then grabbed me by my arm and my shirt and began dragging me. My survival instinct kicked in, and I did everything I could to break free of him. He then opened a door, and I realized right away he was trying to put me down in the basement. I managed to kick him in the balls, so I pushed him down the stairs and ran like hell out of the house and all the way home. I snuck back into my window and shut it and locked it as fast as I could, but I didn't think anyone else saw me, so that helped me feel a little better. I rushed to make sure that both the front and back doors were locked as well. I then called my mom, and she told me to get the police over there as soon as possible. I hung up the phone call with my mom and dialed 911. I told them what was going on and that they needed to send an officer over pronto. They told me to keep an eye on the home while I waited for the police to get there, so I did. I looked out of our living room window, and that's when I saw the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my whole 17 years of living. There was a man staring out of the window, looking directly at me in that abandoned house. I could barely see what he looked like, but I assumed that it was probably the man I had just pushed down the stairs. He made eye contact for probably 10 seconds before he shut the blinds and disappeared from the window. By now, I was even more terrified that he was going to come for me. I hid in my room and waited for the police. I was really hoping that he would still be there when the police arrived, but with my luck, he was already long gone by the time the cops showed up. I wasn't surprised by that at all, only I was freaked out that he was going to come back for revenge. The police didn't find anyone or anything suspicious in the house either, which makes this whole thing even creepier. What the hell was going on in there that night and all the other nights I heard noises coming from that house? I have not a single clue, and I probably won't ever know. I can't imagine it's anything good. In the quaint town of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there was a house unlike any other. It stood at the edge of town, its weathered facade looming ominously over the neighborhood. Children whispered tales of its haunted past, claiming that the shadows within held secrets darker than the night itself. It was here that young grave digger spent his childhood, unaware of the horrors that awaited him within those walls. Grave was an inquisitive child, always eager to explore the world around him. His parents, both busy with work, often left him to his own devices, trusting the safety of their small town. One summer afternoon, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting long shadows across the lawn, Grave found himself drawn to the mysterious house at the end of the street with a sense of curiosity that outweighed his fear. Grave pushed open the rusty gate and ventured into the overgrown yard. Weeds tangled around his ankles as he made his way to the front door, which creaked open with an eerie groan, as if welcoming him inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the only light filtering through dusty windows. Grave hesitated at the threshold, a chill creeping up his spine, but something compelled him forward, deeper into the belly of the house. As he stepped into the dimly lit hallway, the air grew thick with a sense of foreboding. Whispers echoed off the walls, faint and indistinct, like the murmurs of a long-forgotten past. Grave's heart raced in his chest as he followed the sound, drawn to a staircase that spiraled upwards into darkness. With each step, the whispers grew louder, forming words that sent shivers down Grave's spine. "Leave," they hissed, "before it's too late." But Grave pressed on, driven by a morbid curiosity that overpowered his fear. At the top of the stairs, he found himself in a narrow corridor lined with closed doors. The whispers seemed to emanate from behind one in particular, its wood warped and splintered with age. Summoning all his courage, Grave pushed open the door to reveal a room frozen in time. Dust-covered furniture lay scattered about, cobwebs clinging to every surface. But what caught Grave's attention was the figure huddled in the corner, its back turned to him. "Hello," Grave called out, his voice trembling. The figure remained motionless, its form shrouded in darkness. Grave took a tentative step forward, his heart pounding in his chest. As he drew closer, he realized with horror that the figure was not human at all. It was a grotesque mannequin, its features contorted into a twisted mask of agony. In its outstretched hand, it held a faded photograph. Grave's hands shook as he took the photograph, his eyes widening in shock. It was a picture of a young boy, no older than himself, standing in front of the very house he now stood in. But what chilled him to the bone was the date on the back, the date of that very day, decades ago. Before he could comprehend the implications, the whispers around him grew deafening, a cacophony of anguished voices filling the room. "Help us," they moaned. "Free us from this place." Graves staggered back, his mind reeling with fear and confusion. Without a second thought, he turned and fled from the room, down the stairs, and out of the house. The echoes of the whispers haunted him every step of the way. When he emerged into the fading light of evening, he found himself in the overgrown yard once more. Gasping for breath, he stumbled towards the gate, desperate to escape the nightmare within. As he reached the gate, a sudden gust of wind slammed it shut with a resounding clang, sealing the house behind him. Grave looked back one last time, the house now looming like a dark specter against the twilight sky. From that day on, Grave avoided the house at the end of the street, the memory of the whispers and the haunting photograph etched into his mind forever. And though he grew up and left Willowbrook behind, he could never shake the feeling that something malevolent lingered within those walls, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim. To this day, the house remains untouched, a relic of a dark and tragic past. If you listen closely on quiet nights, you might just hear the whispers carried on the wind, a chilling reminder of the true stories that lie hidden within the shadows of childhoods long gone. Way back when, I used to hang around with this crew that sold Class A's in the city center on the weekends. We were making big cash between us, flogging bindles to stag does and students and all that. We went all night too, from about 9 at night until 4 or 5 in the morning, just hanging around the clubs until we sold out or business slowed. Once we were finished, me and my boy would walk up to the streets of this old ruined church left over from years ago. The council keeps it around for the history or whatever, and there's this little building around the back with some of those big wheelie bins. There's a security light and a CCTV camera, but if you just move the camera with a stick or something, it's safe, so that's where we do our count at the end of the night before we went our separate ways. I won't lie, it could get a bit spooky if it was quiet around there, but that worked to our advantage. It just meant we wouldn't get interrupted with what we were doing. So this one night, we finished up quite early because it was a busy Saturday. We walk up towards the old church, round the back to the bins and the little porta-cabin thing, and start counting up. Like I was saying, you can make a lot of money from selling on the street like that, which is hard enough to count up on its own. But then you get given all 5ers and 10ers, and it takes even longer to count up. That means when we're counting, no one's saying a thing. It's so quiet back there that you can hear a mouse fart, you know what I'm saying. So when something makes a noise behind my boy, he just about messed himself, he's so scared. I start laughing because we get rats around the bins near a block of flats all the time. It's no big deal at all, but he's all tense because he's got stacks on him. Absolute sassy baka behavior. However, we carry on counting, and there's like another noise coming from the bins. I already told you I know what rats sound like in bins. I used to take them out for my mom when she was still with us, God rest her soul, and I'm telling you, when I heard that shuffling or whatever, I knew it wasn't no rats, you get me? I turn around, knowing something is wrong, and there's my boy now who's scared, big man. Right when he says that, the bin lid opens, both of them, and these 3 smackheads come jumping out on us out of absolute nowhere. Oh my days. Turns out that they were waiting there the whole time for us. They must have spied on us like the night before, maybe the week before, because they had us ambushed like smackhead commandos, man. It was bad, but the thing that was actually proper scary, right, is what they was going to use to stick us with. I've been stabbed before, only on my body, so it was nothing. I know people who died because the blade hit an artery or whatever, but it's just if you're unlucky, in it. But these disgusting people had needles on us, man. They were saying, give us your money, or you're getting stabbed, and some of them go big in that. Imagine, man, getting stuck with some needle and finding out you've got something. And that's exactly what was going through my mind that night. Thinking they might prick me by accident or something, not even really mean to, but then I'm left with some death sentence disease that's gonna just eat me up from the inside out. Those smackheads took about 2 G's off of us that night. Everything we made that Saturday snatched up in about 30 seconds before they legged it. It stung for a bit, I won't lie, but if you're smart and keep something stashed, you can make your money back in no time. That, and the smackheads got caught up with fast. They were throwing that money around like it was nobody's business and mouthing off about how they ate us up. Bad things happen to those fellas, let me tell you. The thing that sticks with me is the needle, though. Like, I could see it all shiny in the security light, just glinting. It gave me a serious problem with needles too. Like, for the longest time, I'd actually sweat if I had to get one at the doctor's or whatever. I mean, this all happened years ago. But even when I got my vaccine recently, I got way nervous like back in the old days. I know no one likes needles, but honestly, I was so anxious that the nurse was asking if I was going to pass out and all this.